Chapter 1 God-level martial spirit 3-footed golden crow. Tiandu Empire, outside Tiandu City. An unknown village, in a dilapidated hut. A ragged young man sat on the straw mat, looked at the bare wall, touched his growling stomach, and murmured, "I never thought that one day I, Feng Hao, would travel to another world, and I would still be as beautiful as a cloud. Douluo world. Even my starting point is too low." His young name is Feng Hao, he is 12 years old this year. Of course, it's his original name. The original owner of this body is an existence without a name. Both of his parents died, and he himself was also sick and had no one to help him. He died at home yesterday, and then Feng Hao came here to take his place. I can't awaken my martial soul, and I don't have a strong background. It seems that survival has become a problem. Feng Hao also realized his problem at this time. He didn't want to die again. As soon as he finished speaking, an emotionless voice suddenly came to his ears. The God-level selection system is activated. Ding! Trigger survival event. Choice 1, choose to be an ordinary person and be rewarded with endless wealth and a life free from illness and disaster. Choice 2, choose to be a soul master and be rewarded with a God-level martial soul, the 3-legged golden crow, level 20 innate soul power, and a 10,000-year soul ring. Feng Hao was overjoyed at the sudden golden finger. He murmured, "I like adventure, I want to be a soul master." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a ray of holy light fall on his body. The next moment, he was full of power, and his original hunger was temporarily gone. Now he not only has a martial soul, but also a first soul ring. He is now a standard soul master. If he finds the next soul ring, he can be promoted to a great soul master. However, his first soul ring is 10,000 years old, and his next soul ring must be stronger than this one. 10,000-year soul beasts are not that easy to deal with. But he planned to go to the edge of the Douluo forest to practice first and see how strong his own strength was compared to the spirit beasts. After some experience, I will consider finding a reliable person to help me get the soul ring of the 10,000-year soul beast. The 3-legged golden crow is the spirit of the sun. It is not only a god-level martial spirit, but also an ultimate fire attribute martial spirit. When you possess this martial soul, you will have a soul skill that has nothing to do with the soul ring. True fire of the sun, as the owner of the 3-legged golden crow martial spirit, he can summon the true fire of the sun to fight for himself. In addition to this soul skill, there is another field. Golden Crow Realm. Golden Crow Domain, the domain unfolds, there are 10 days of bies, and the sun shines brightly. The rays of the sun can hurt people's eyes and can cause blindness. These are all brought by the martial soul itself, and the first skill brought by the soul ring is also equally powerful. The first soul skill, Golden Crow, emerges from Fuzang. The Golden Crow emerges from the hibiscus, and the soul power condenses and turns into the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow flaps its wings, and the true fire of the sun can burn the rivers and boil the seas. With this soul skill, it is not very dangerous to go to the Douluo forest, as long as he does not go deeper. He used his martial spirit and saw a huge 3-legged golden crow appear above him. Although this is just a virtual image and not a real sun, the divine power emanating from it makes people unable to help but worship it. Feng Hao has a black soul ring on his body. The first soul ring is black. He is absolutely unique. He then put away his martial spirit, and a cluster of flames burst out from his fingertips. A cluster of golden flames. Although he himself could not feel any temperature, he could tell how high the temperature of the flame was by looking at the surrounding environment. The wooden table a little in front of him, obviously some distance away, started to smoke. He quickly put away the flame, then stood up and walked out of the house. Walking outside and looking at this broken house, he didn't intend to stay here anymore. There is nothing worth remembering here, so he naturally has no intention of coming back. His parents in this body are gone, and the people in this village don't have any feelings for him. Of course, he won't have feelings for them either. A cluster of flames emerged from his fingertips, pointing towards the roof, and the flames flew over. With a shout to the ground, the flames instantly grew bigger, and this dilapidated house collapsed in the flames. Feng Hao did not look back, but left without any regrets. After leaving the village, he went directly to the Star Forest. Go. Although I am a little hungry now, I can still hold it back with my own soul power. After he enters the Star Forest, he can get food. Those soul beasts can all become his food. At that time, he could also hunt soul beasts in exchange for gold soul coins, and wealth was no longer a dream. At dusk, the outskirts of the Stardo Forest. Next to a stream, there is a nearly extinguished fire and some broken bones. Feng Hao lay on the side comfortably, touching his belly, and said with emotion, "Although there is no seasoning, the meat of this soul beast is really good." He was full now and was ready to take a rest, so he continued to go deep into it, hunted some monsters and brought them back. When he was about to get up, he went straight to the depths. As he walked forward, he murmured, "I don't know what time it is now, and I don't know how old Tang San and the others are. I hope they don't have any feelings yet." Full, warm, and thoughtful, now that he had eaten and drank enough, he naturally started to think about other things. He was thinking that after he got back, he would go to Notting College to check it out. After walking for a while, I suddenly felt the earth tremble, as if there were soul beasts running away. However, these soul beasts running away were just century-old soul beasts, and Feng Hao didn't take them seriously at all. He rushed towards the location where the soul beasts had fled. When no soul beasts escaped, he found a faint fire not far ahead. In front, there is a wide field. There were torches all around, and in the center was a giant snow-white tiger confronting a girl. The girl has blonde hair and purple eyes, and is dressed in a golden palace dress. Her fair skin adds a bit of beauty under the moonlight. The white tiger also had a pair of wings between its ribs, but the wings were like sharp swords put together. The aura exuded by this white tiger is obviously not comparable to those 100-year-old soul beasts. This is a 1,000-year-old soul beast. And its aura is much stronger than imagined. There were many wounds on the white tiger's body, but after Feng Hao paid attention, they were all minor injuries. These injuries are not fatal to it, but can arouse its anger even more. On the other hand, although the girl looks very elegant at this time, her soul power is extremely consumed and she cannot last long. Roar! The white tiger roared angrily and pounced on the girl again. The girl raised her fist to meet him, and saw golden energy gathering in front of her pink fist. The golden energy formed a golden light shield, blocking the white tiger's attack. Bai Hu was knocked back a few steps by her, but she herself was knocked back more than 10 steps by Bai Hu's power before she could stand still, her body still trembling a little. Chapter 2-50,000 Years Soul Ring. The white tiger seemed to be much stronger than the girl. After the girl was repulsed, she attacked again. She seemed unwilling to accept her defeat. Attacking again, the white tiger was even more ferocious. I saw the white tiger's wings spread out, and in an instant I saw the flying feathers in the wings flying out like sharp arrows. The girl relied on her soul power to block the flying feathers, but she only blocked them for a while, and then the light shield disappeared. At this time, the soul power in her body was almost exhausted. The white tiger could also see it, with murderous intent in its eyes. At this time, it only needs to swoop up to kill the person who wants to take its soul ring. Ding! The event of Qian RENXUE acquiring a soul ring is triggered. Choice 1, help Qian RENXUE obtain the third soul ring, and be rewarded with a 50,000-year soul ring, and Qian RENXUE will be favored. Option 2, watch the battle on the sidelines and wait for the titled Douluo to help Qian RENXUE obtain the third soul ring, and be rewarded with a 10,000-year soul bone, and a titled Douluo one-day experience card. Choice 3, ignore it, I'm just a passerby, rewarded with the soul skill of invisibility. Feng Hao was originally curious about who that person was, but a sudden notification from the system let him know the other person's situation instantly. Moreover, this also gave him a rough idea of the current timeline. If nothing else happens, Tang San must have awakened his martial spirit not long ago. He should have just gone to Notting College not long ago. This is naturally a good thing for Feng Hao. After all, it means that he has more opportunities to save Xiaowu and the others. Now that he has come to this world, he will not let Xiaowu sacrifice for Tang San, nor will he let Zhu Zuqing marry a man who is looking for flowers and willows. However, the most important thing at the moment is of course to save the goddess in front of you first. Qian RENXUE, for him, this was something he had never been able to deal with. She was a proud daughter of heaven, but she lost to Tang San because of emotional matters. Moreover, Tang San would not miss her even a little bit just because she had feelings for Tang San. She is like this, and so is Hulina. Feng Hao was ready to save these poor people and give them a warm home. When Feng Hao was thinking righteously in his heart, he saw that the white tiger had already pounced on him. At this time, Feng Hao quickly rushed over. A bunch of true sun fire emerged from his hand, and then he slapped it with his palm. The moment his palm came close to the white tiger, he felt that his hand was numb from the huge force. However, the white tiger did burst into flames instantly. Under the true fire of the sun, the white tiger howled instantly, and in an instant, its breath became very weak. Feng Hao quickly retracted the true sun fire to avoid burning it to ashes. This is because his current soul power is weak. If his soul power were stronger, then his soul beast would have turned into a pile of ashes by now. He looked back at Qian RENXUE and said, "Beauty, if you want to absorb its soul ring, do it as soon as possible." "Thank you." Qian RENXUE is not a person who is sloppy. She knows that if she talks too much at this time, she is afraid that the soul beast will die. She quickly went up, took out a small knife, and inserted it directly into Baihu's head. The moment the white tiger died, a purple soul ring floated out from its body. Qian RENXUE quickly sat down to meditate and absorb it. She was not worried that Feng Hao would be harmful to her. If Feng Hao wanted to harm her, she would have been in danger if she didn't save her just now. What's more, she is not unprotected. Feng Hao also received a prompt from the system at the moment Qian RENXUE absorbed the soul ring. Obtain a 50,000-year soul ring in Qian RENXUE's favor. The moment he obtained his second soul ring, Feng Hao also obtained his second soul skill. The second soul skill, Sun God Fist. The Sun God Fist uses the true fire of the sun to gather on the fist to form a blazing sun. Punch 10 times in an instant, each punch carrying the true fire of the sun, and the golden crow virtual image will fly out from the last punch. This boxing technique looks very ordinary, but it is extremely simple. It can be said that this punch is so powerful that it gives Feng Hao the confidence to face the 10,000-year-old soul beast. Moreover, the virtual image of the golden crow that flew out with the last punch was not pretty, nor was it meant to scare people. Instead, it can hurt people, can rush into the human body, and burn the internal organs. He now has a second soul skill, which also means that he can cultivate soul power. After receiving the reward, he began to take a look at Qian RENXUE's appearance. Her blonde hair was blowing gently in the wind, and her fair skin could be broken by a blow. At this time, she was absorbing the soul ring, and she must be fighting the soul beast, so there was a little sweat on her face and her cheeks were a little flushed. Her appearance at this time made Feng Hao look a little straight. At this time, Qian RENXUE should be only 14 or 15 years old, which is more immature than the Qian RENXUE in the animations Feng Hao has watched. Although she has an innate soul power of level 20, because she has been lurking in the Tiandu Empire since she was 9 years old, her cultivation time must not be as fast as the time spent cultivating in the Spirit Hall. While Feng Hao was looking at it, he remembered the voice of a person next to him. "Sir, thank you for saving my young lady." Feng Hao looked back and saw this man wearing golden scale armor with a snake pattern between his eyebrows. Looking at this person's appearance, Feng Hao knew who he was. Feng Hao raised his hand to him and said, "It's just a small effort, you're welcome." This person should be Snake Spear Douluo, because his appearance is almost the same as Snake Spear Douluo in the animation that Feng Hao saw in his previous life. At this time, he estimated that what he traveled through was the Douluo world in the animation. Qian RENXUE is also very similar. If she were older, she would be exactly the same. Qian RENXUE and Snake Spear Douluo both look so similar. This obviously cannot be a coincidence. Did young master come to the Star Do forest to look for soul rings? Snake Spear Douluo looked at Feng Hao, full of surprise. Because he discovered that Feng Hao only had level 20 soul power. A 20-level soul power was able to kill that 1,000-year-old soul beast. This is too evil. It was precisely because Feng Hao had level 20 soul power that he thought that Feng Hao was here to look for the soul ring. "No, I just came to hunt soul beasts in exchange for some money." Feng Hao's words were true. This was the original purpose of his coming. Test the strength of your martial soul, and then get some martial souls to exchange for money. "Young master, are you short of money?" Snake Spear Douluo noticed Feng Hao's condition at this time, and he looked really depressed. He has never seen a great soul master in such ragged clothes. There are some shortcomings. Feng Hao did not deny it. "Young master, if you need money, why not join us? My lady will give you a sufficient salary." Snake Spear Douluo suddenly wanted to recruit Feng Hao to join us. He believes that Qian RENXUE must also want to recruit Feng Hao to join the group. After all, Qian RENXUE and Wuhan Palace are in great need of such a genius. "Thank you for your kindness, this is unnecessary. I am just an ordinary passerby, and I have no intention of joining any force." Of course, Feng Hao cannot directly join any force. He cannot give up a forest for a tree. "Young master, are you serious about not giving it another thought?" Snake Spear Douluo said seriously. "No, after your young lady absorbs the soul ring, I will say goodbye to her and then I will prepare to leave." Feng Hao said. "P.S. I saw many people saying that Qian RENXUE is only level 30 now, which is too low. Please respond." Calculated according to normal cultivation, this does seem very low given her genius. However, she replaced Shui Qinghe at the age of 9 and came undercover. In the beginning, you will definitely spend a lot of time understanding the affairs of the royal family, and less time will be spent on cultivation. In the original work, there is no mention of the process of improving her soul power level when she was a child. Therefore, this is just speculation. If you still think it is too low, I can only apologize. Chapter 3 Sister Shuer. Snake Spear Douluo felt a little uncomfortable when he heard Feng Hao's words. But he should endure it for now. How to deal with it depends on Qian RENXUE. He does not intend to expose his identity now. Snake Spear Douluo and Feng Hao waited here for a while, and Qian RENXUE finally finished absorbing it. Her eyes opened and her domineering energy was released. However, he restrained himself the moment he saw Feng Hao. The reason why she restrained herself was also very simple, because of Feng Hao's talent and ability. Secondly, it was Feng Hao who saved her. Feng Hao is just a great soul master. But he was able to help her kill the 1,000-year-old soul beast. She had never heard of a great soul master who had just reached level 20 having such strength. When she looked at Feng Hao's age, he should be slightly younger than her. She couldn't tell what achievements Feng Hao would achieve in the future. For such a genius, who is also her savior, how could she show any domineering power in front of him? Wouldn't that make you look funny? She bowed to Feng Hoqianqian and thanked him. "Thank you very much, sir, for saving me. My name is Qian RENXUE. What should I call you?" After all, Qian RENXUE is still arrogant. She calls herself inferior. If it were an ordinary woman, I'm afraid she would have been a little girl for a long time. Feng Hao thought so, and he replied to Qian RENXUE, "I am Feng Hao, the wind of wind and snow, the upright Hao. Miss Qian, there is no need to be polite, I am just doing something with my hands. What's more, even if I don't take action, I believe that this person's seniors will also help you in time. Feng Hao? I remember it. Although young master's words are good, your willingness to save me is worthy of my gratitude. Qian RENXUE said seriously. Now that you have absorbed your soul ring and you are fine, I will take my leave. Feng Hao knew that he should not act too hastily. If he agreed to Qian RENXUE's solicitation and followed Qian RENXUE, what could he do? Are you going to be a bodyguard next to her? This is not what he wants. He should leave at this time to leave Qian RENXUE with some sense of mystery. As long as you let her notice you from time to time, you will naturally become more familiar with him. Young master is leaving? I wonder what you are going to do in the Douluo forest. Maybe my uncle Shi can help you. Qian RENXUE asked curiously. It is very dangerous for a great soul master to come to the Douluo forest alone. Feng Hao's strength is not dangerous. However, Qian RENXUE was very curious as to what he was doing here. I'm here to hunt soul beasts and get some training. I don't need any help. If you want to get some training, girl, we can come with you. Feng Hao suddenly changed his mind. It would be great if we could act together for a few days. Hunting soul beasts? Is the young master short of money? Qian RENXUE is such a smart person. She took a look at Feng Hao's clothes and roughly guessed it. It needs some use. Feng Hao did not deny it. After all, Feng Hao has never thought that it is unreasonable for people to be poor. There is a saying that people are poor but their ambitions are not poor. The current poverty is temporary. Uncle Shi, I have been training with Mr. Feng in the Douluo forest for a while. I have just made a breakthrough and need to test my strength. Qian RENXUE said. Qian RENXUE was very curious about Feng Hao and wanted to know more about him. Second, you really need to try to improve your strength after obtaining the third soul ring. Okay, then I will hold the battle for you ladies from behind. Snake Spear Douluo said. Master, let's take a short rest before setting off. Qian RENXUE suggested. Okay. Feng Hao was not in a hurry, so he naturally took his time. That night, they rested against the tree here. Because there is a titled Douluo named Snake Spear Douluo, they can feel at ease. After one night, Snake Spear Douluo hid behind his back. Snake Spear Douluo could tell that his young master was interested in Feng Hao. And Feng Hao's talent is indeed worthy of the young master. If the young master can make progress with Feng Hao, he can finally bring such a genius to Wuhan Palace. He believed that the Pope would also be pleased. After all, the Pope loves talents very much, and she will definitely be very optimistic about talents like Feng Hao. Snake Spear Douluo was no longer a lightbulb, and Qian RENXUE was much freer. Although Snake Spear Douluo was just her bodyguard, with him here, it was still inconvenient for her to ask some of the questions she wanted to ask. Now, she can inquire about Feng Hao's situation bit by bit. Along the way, it became a question and answer session with Feng Hao. Master Feng, I wonder where you come from. I am alone, but I am at home in all corners of the world. Master Feng, what are your plans for the future? The road ahead is still relatively unclear, so I plan to see it as I go. Master Feng, do you practice by yourself? Or do you have a famous teacher? I'm a nobody. I can't ask any famous teacher for advice. I just fumble around blindly. If I introduce you to a famous teacher, would you be willing? Thank you Miss Qian for your kindness. I want to continue on my own path. Feng Hao must refuse. After all, his current practice is different from anyone else. No famous teacher will have any guidance for him. Don't call me Miss Qian. It feels like a good status. You should be a year or two younger than me. I will take advantage of you. How about you call me sister and I call you brother? Qian RENXUE said smartly. He looked at Feng Hao and asked. Then I'll call you Sister Shui. Qian Rongxue was willing to get close to her, so how could Feng Hao refuse? Although he prefers to call her Shui and let her call him brother. But who says that this body of mine is inferior to her and that she is younger than her? As for calling me brother, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. He was confident that she would call him a good brother. However, this needs to be done step by step. Brother, there are many soul beasts in front of us. Let's compete together. See who can kill more. Okay. Feng Hao readily agreed, and then the two of them started hunting the surrounding soul beasts. Most of the spirit beasts around here are hundreds of years old, and there are quite a few that are thousands of years old. Hundreds of years of soul beast, no matter it is Feng Hao and Qian Rongxue were both killed with one move. But for those soul beasts that are thousands of years old, Qian Rongxue will need to spend some time. Feng Hao was easily killed with one move. When Feng Hao faced the 1000-year soul beast, he used his second soul skill and punched out, directly blasting the 1000-year soul beast into pieces. He couldn't even get some bones from these soul beasts. When selling soul beasts for money, the most valuable thing is the bones. Although this is not a soul bone, it is still a bone that is thousands of years old. To many people, it is considered a treasure. But under his true sun fire, soul beasts that are more than 3,000 to 4,000 years old will still have some bones left. Feng Hao picked up the bones, found some rattan, and tied them around his body. Qian Rongxue looked at Feng Hao's domineering soul skills and became even more curious about Feng Hao's martial soul. Although it was not a good question to ask, she couldn't help it at this time. Brother, what exactly is your martial spirit? This flame is the most domineering I have ever seen. Chapter 4 Kiss 0 RENXUE. Golden Crow. My martial spirit is the three-legged golden crow. Feng Hao didn't hide anything. After all, he was such a martial soul now. Once he took action, he would be exposed. There was nothing to hide. Three-legged golden crow? A name I've never heard of. Although Qian Rongxue is young, she has read many books about martial spirits from the Spirit Hall, and has not seen any record of the three-legged golden crow. Feng Hao looked at the sky, pointed at the sun going west, and said, Sister Shui, that is the three-legged golden crow. The sun? She asked in disbelief. She was wondering if she had understood it wrong. Feng Hao nodded, making her a little dumbfounded. Can the sun actually become a martial spirit? Everything in the world has spirit, why can't it become a martial spirit? I learned a lot from you today, brother. By the way, I have told Sister Shui about my martial spirit. I wonder what Sister Shui's martial spirit is? Is it convenient for me to tell you? Feng Hao asked knowingly. Qian Rongxue hesitated for a while. Seeing her hesitation, Feng Hao said, It's inconvenient for Sister Shui, so there's no need to force it. Brother, you can tell me yours, and I have nothing to say. My martial spirit is an angelic martial spirit. Qian Rongxue finally said it because she didn't want Feng Hao to think that she was someone who only got words from him but kept it secret herself. Angel martial spirit? Sister Shui is from the martial spirit hall. Feng Hao pretended to be surprised. That look made it impossible to see any flaws. Well, if my brother is willing to join our Wuhan Hall, I will definitely help you find a good position and introduce you to a good teacher. Qian Rongxue said seriously. Since you have already admitted that you are from Wuhan Palace, why not invite Feng Hao to try again? Thank you Sister Shui for your kindness. It's okay to join Wuhan Palace. I just want to be a prodigal son for the time being. When I want to find a place to retire, I will consider Wuhan Palace. Feng Hao declined politely. Pfft. Qian Rongxue smiled sweetly and said, Brother, how old are you? Are you thinking about pension issues? I wouldn't have considered these issues originally, but when I saw Sister Shui, I couldn't help but consider them. Feng Hao said seriously. Why do you say that? She asked puzzledly, why does this still have anything to do with her? I told you, Sister Schwetter, don't be angry. Feng Hao said seriously. Yet. You tell me, I will never be angry. Qian RENXUE promised. Because Sister Schwetter, you are so beautiful. You are the most beautiful person I have ever seen. You are like a fairy in the sky. After I saw you, I wanted to start a family and start a business. I fantasized about sitting on an armchair under the sunset and enjoying life together. Feng Hao looked at Qian RENXUE affectionately. After he finished speaking, he looked ashamed and said, Sister Schwetter, you won't laugh at me, right? If an ugly and weak person said this to Qian RENXUE, she would probably kill him on the spot. But it was Feng Hao who said this, and she felt her heart beating wildly at this moment. She shook her head at Feng Hao and said, how could I laugh at you? But, Brother Hao, do you really think I'm that beautiful? Of course. Feng Hao said firmly. His words indeed came from the bottom of his heart. If Qian RENXUE is not beautiful, then who else can be considered beautiful? Brother Hao, if you are willing to join our Wuhan Hall, it's not impossible for me to do so. Qian RENXUE looked at Feng Hao, but there was a hint of temptation in her pure eyes that made her mind sway. Feng Hao looked at her and said seriously, Sister Schwetter, thank you for your kindness. However, I don't want you to look at me twice just because I joined Wuhan Hall. I will work hard on my own, hoping that one day I will be truly liked by you, instead of you choosing me just because I will join Wuhan Palace. Feng Hao understood that although Qian RENXUE had some good feelings for him at this time, this good feeling was not enough to make her directly commit herself to him. She is more concerned about the interests of Wuhan Palace. If Feng Hao's only target is Qian RENXUE, then that's fine with him. He directly promised Qian RENXUE to go to the spirit hall with her. Cook the rice first, and then she will be completely new to you. But he still wants to take care of his sisters outside, so he can't be tied to Wuhandian at this time. He has a broad mind and wants to embrace Douluo's sisters. Naturally, you can't ruin your great cause just because of impulse. Qian RENXUE was shocked by his righteous words. She looked at Feng Hao and couldn't help but feel a little crazy. No wonder he can still have such great strength without a famous teacher. This is simply a unique and strange man in the world. She said with some shame, Brother Hao, it was my fault for not thinking carefully. I apologize to you. Sister Schwetter doesn't have to, and I won't care. Feng Hao said seriously. Come here. Qian RENXUE hooked her hand at him. Feng Hao approached her. The moment he approached her, Qian RENXUE moved with lightning speed, like a dragonfly touching water, and gently pecked Feng Hao on the cheek. Then he shyly turned away and said, Brother Hao, I believe you can make your way. When you get tired of being outside, come to Tiandu City to find me. I will know when you arrive in Tiandu City. Okay. Feng Hao covered his face in surprise. He didn't expect Qian RENXUE to kiss him like this. Let's continue hunting soul beasts. Prepare some more bones of soul beasts for you, Hao Di, to sell. She suggested. Yet, Feng Hao understood that it was time to say goodbye. The two of them continued to compete to kill the soul beasts, and the remaining soul beast bones were tied together by Feng Hao. Before he knew it, Feng Hao had collected a bundle of soul beast bones. They are all preserved under his current true sun fire, and they are definitely good materials that can be used to refine weapons. It was already evening, and it was time for them to say goodbye. Before leaving, Feng Hao said to Qian RENXUE, Sister Schwetter, when I succeed in my cultivation, I will go to Tiandu City to find you. When the time comes, I will ask you to be my girlfriend. Then it depends on how you behave when the time comes. Qian RENXUE said proudly. Sister Schwetter, come here. Boom. She didn't expect that Feng Hao would imitate her. After calling her over, his face came close to hers. The man Feng Hao's breath hit her face, causing her face to turn red all of a sudden. The most outrageous thing is that Feng Hao learned from her, but she was better than her master. Feng Hao didn't just peck her cheek lightly. Feng Hao pressed it directly on her lips, leaving her speechless for a while. She wanted to push Feng Hao away, but her hands felt a little soft and weak, and she could only make a humming sound. Chapter 5 Becoming the first person Xiao Wu meets. After the kiss ended, the moment Feng Hao let go, Qian RENXUE exhaled twice. Then, he said angrily, "Brother Hao, you are going too far. I haven't thought about this yet, how can you mess around? Who do you think I am?" Seeing her angry look, Feng Hao quickly explained, "Sister Shuer, it's my fault that I couldn't hold it back. I thought I would be separated from you temporarily, and the next time I see you again would be a few years later. So, I couldn't hold it back. This is my first kiss. I'm waiting for you to come back in Tiandu City. I'm leaving first." Qian RENXUE glared at him resentfully. After he said this, Qian RENXUE couldn't bear to blame him. Feng Hao watched Qian RENXUE leave. Watching her leaving back, Feng Hao did have a moment in his heart where he thought about going to Tiandu City with her right now. However, he finally endured it. With today's kiss, there is no need to worry about his status in Qian RENXUE's heart. He was worried about other things just now, that is, he was worried that he would offend like that, and Snake Spear Douluo would rush out to teach him a lesson. But it seems that he will not interfere in Qian RENXUE's affairs, as long as Qian RENXUE's life is not in danger. Feng Hao then quickly left here, preparing to leave the Douluo forest. After Qian RENXUE and Feng Hao parted ways, when she recalled what Feng Hao had done, her cheeks would still blush. At this time, Snake Spear Douluo, who came out to follow, could also see that she was completely attracted to Feng Hao. He asked Qian RENXUE in a low voice, "Miss, do you want to send someone to keep an eye on him and investigate his background?" "That's not necessary. Our manpower should be used as much as possible to deal with the Tiandu Empire. Regarding Feng Hao's matter, you don't need to worry about it. Just pay attention to Tiandu City. If he arrives in Tiandu City, just contact him." Qian RENXUE said seriously. "Miss, aren't you worried that he is from a big family?" Snake Spear Douluo asked worriedly. "Wuhan Palace has many enemies on the mainland, some of which they themselves have forgotten." He was worried that a certain big family had specially arranged this chance encounter in order to deal with Wuhan Palace. "No, the martial arts of those big families are all recorded in the Wuhan Palace. Hao Di's martial soul definitely does not come from a big family. If there is a family with a martial soul like his, I'm afraid it's he has already dominated the world." Qian RENXUE said seriously. When Feng Hao left the Douluo forest and went to the outskirts, preparing to sell soul beast bones in nearby towns, he met an unexpected person. She is a 5 or 6-year-old girl, wearing a pink skirt and a pink face that makes people want to reach out and pinch her. Xiao Wu. He didn't expect that he would meet Xiao Wu. It seemed that Xiao Wu had just left the Douluo forest and was preparing to go to the outside world. When Xiao Wu noticed someone looking at her, she also looked at Feng Hao with great fear. She had just transformed. She knew that the person who killed her mother was from Wuhan Palace. When she came to the human world, she planned to understand the spirit hall first and then find a chance to take revenge. She just came out. Except for the person who killed her mother, this was the first time she saw other human beings. She is only at the 13th level of soul power now, and look at the human in front of her, carrying a bundle of soul beast bones on her shoulders. Looking at the bones of these soul beasts, Xiao Wu could tell at a glance that they were thousands of years old. This person's strength is very terrifying, and she is a little worried that this person will take action against her. Feng Hao could also see the fear in her eyes. Feng Hao approached, with a smile on his face, and said gently, "Little sister, how did you get here?" "My parents brought me to find the soul ring. Something happened to them, and I was the only one left." Woohoo! Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast after all. quickly decide how to deal with the current situation. However, after all, she doesn't have the human ability to lie, so this story was easily discovered. But her crying was true. Because she felt the crisis at this time, and then thought of her mother, she naturally felt sad. She was worried that something would happen to her as soon as she came out. It didn't matter if she died. She was too sad to avenge her mother. As someone who knew the plot, Feng Hao naturally knew that what she said was false. But he would not expose it, but followed her words and said, "Did something happen to your family? You are all alone, I will take you out of here. Do you have other relatives? If so, I'll take you to find your other relatives." "No, I have no relatives." "Big brother, are you willing to take me in?" She looked at Feng Hao, her red eyes looked pitiful. "Okay, stop crying, it won't be cute if you cry anymore." Feng Hao walked over, squatted down, and reached out to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. When Feng Hao wiped the tears from her eyes, Xiao Wu froze. Being touched by Feng Hao's somewhat thick hands, she could feel unusual tenderness. She could feel that Feng Hao's heart was gentle at this time. He was definitely not as scary as she imagined. Feng Hao really felt sorry for her at this time, because Feng Hao knew her story. She originally wanted to avenge her mother. But because of meeting Tang San, he actually made himself a sacrifice. Although she was resurrected later, the pain she had suffered could not be erased by subsequent resurrections. Now that Feng Hao had met her one step ahead of Tang San, he would not let her take the original path again. He wants to save her so that she can be a happy and jumping little rabbit. "I won't cry. I will work hard in the future to avenge my relatives," Xiao Wu said with firm eyes. "Well, I'll help you when the time comes. My name is Feng Hao, what's your name?" Feng Hao said. "My name is Xiao Wu, dancing dance." "Xiao Wu, that's a very cute name. Let's get out of here first." Feng Hao reached out to hold her hand and walked outside. "Brother Feng Hao, are these things you are carrying the bones of soul beasts?" She changed the subject at this time. Because she could feel Feng Hao's tenderness from his body. She wanted to know why Feng Hao came to hunt the soul beast. Yet, Feng Hao nodded. "Brother Feng Hao, what are these soul beast bones used for?" "It can be exchanged for money, and it can be eaten," Feng Hao said. "Can you eat?" "Brother Feng Hao, how many soul beasts do you have to kill in order to eat?" She seemed to be curious about how many soul beasts Feng Hao wanted to kill. But actually, what she wanted to know was whether Feng Hao was being too cruel. Because Feng Hao knew her identity, he said very seriously, "Xiao Wu, this world has always been unequal. The strong eat the weak, this has always been the case. Just like your relatives, they are in danger because they have encountered stronger ones. Even ordinary little rabbits will eat grass in order to survive. Grass is also alive, but they are eaten now, who can I complain to? I hunt soul beasts for survival, but I will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. After entering the Star Doe forest, I kill those who take the initiative to attack me. Be it soul beasts or humans, there are good and bad. They attacked me because they wanted to eat me. So I killed them in the end. They died unjustly." Chapter 6 Send Xiao Wu to School. Xiao Wu was silent for a long time after listening to Feng Hao's explanation. Because Feng Hao specifically talked about rabbits eating grass, she had a strong sense of involvement. Feng Hao also said that it was those soul beasts that attacked her and she killed them, which made her fear of Feng Hao completely gone. The location they walked out of belonged to the southwest of the Tiandu Empire. In the original work, Xiao Wu arrived in Notting City and worked as a work-study student at Notting College. The location he walked out at this time was naturally on the Notting City side, which did not make Feng Hao feel strange. Entering the city, Feng Hao and Xiao Wu went to sell the soul beast bones. After selling out, Feng Hao first changed his outfit. People depend on their clothes. Feng Hao was originally very handsome, but his living conditions were too poor before, so he couldn't fully show it. Now wearing new clothes, coupled with his confident temperament, he made many girls look back along the way. After that, he took Qian to a nearby restaurant and had a feast first. After it was over, Feng Hao was going to buy a small courtyard here. He sold those soul beast bones that were thousands of years old and is now a wealthy man. In a remote place like Notting City, it is easy to buy a small courtyard. The reason why he wants to buy when I bought the small courtyard, I didn't want Xiaowu to become a work-study student. He didn't want Xiaowu to go to Notting Academy and sleep with Tang San, even though he knew that nothing happened between them in 6 years. However, these 6 years have strengthened our relationship. He bought a small courtyard not far from Notting College. When he took Xiaowu in and looked at the furniture inside, Feng Hao was still very satisfied. He turned to Xiaowu and said, "Xiaowu, which room do you like? Choose one yourself." Xiaowu supported her chin with her fingers, looking from left to right, then right to left. She finally looked at Feng Hao and said, "Brother Feng Hao, I'm a little scared to be alone. Is it okay if I choose to share a room with you?" She blinked and looked at Feng Hao. Feng Hao looked at her watery eyes and couldn't bear to refuse. "Okay." Feng Hao nodded. He won't have any evil thoughts towards Xiaowu now, after all, he is not a beast. In this world, people grow up faster. However, it is only when you are 12 or 13 years old that you start to mature. Feng Hao is 12 years old now, which is almost the same as when he was 16 or 17 years old in his previous life. Great! Xiaowu jumped excitedly, then rushed into choosing a bedroom. It was up to her to choose which one she chose, and they rested in that bedroom. Seeing Xiaowu's happy look, Feng Hao murmured, "This is the Xiaowu I want to see, the Xiaowu who sacrifices and sheds tears. There will never be another Xiaowu." If he hadn't thought about the fact that there were too many titled Douluo in Tiandu City, he would have wanted to take Xiaowu there, no matter what the plot was. There was no way to go there. Now that he was here, he was going to follow the original main line, so that he would know better and the situation would not get out of control. That night, Xiaowu said to Feng Hao, "Brother Feng Hao, I want to go to the academy to study. Is that okay?" The reason why she knew about studying in the academy was because they went to sell soul beast bones today. She came to the human world and is now cultivating completely in the form of a human being. Of course she wants to understand the human cultivation method. Ding! Xiaowu's enrollment event is triggered. Choice 1, send Xiaowu to work as a part-time student at Notting College, and be rewarded for practicing the qi gathering technique. Option 2, send Xiaowu to study at Notting College, provide for Xiaowu's education, and reward her with the Sun scripture. Option 3, send Xiaowu to another school and be rewarded with level 3 soul power. After reading these rewards that rang in his mind, Feng Hao chose the second one without hesitation. The first choice was not that he looked down upon the qi gathering technique. But no matter how good the reward is, he doesn't intend to choose it. Third, the third level of soul power, although it can be enhanced in a short time, in the long run, it is still not as good as the previous two. He said to Xiaowu, "If you want to study, go ahead. Tomorrow I will send you to register at Notting College." "Okay. Thank you, brother Feng Hao," Xiaowu said happily. She came close to Feng Hao's face and pecked it gently. This is without any lust. At this time, Feng Hao said to Xiaowu very seriously, "Xiaowu, no matter where you kiss someone, you can only kiss the person you like. Others cannot be kissed casually. Brother Feng Hao, don't worry, I won't kiss anyone except you," she said with a smile. Her relatives have all left, and the only one she can trust now is Feng Hao. "Well, have a good rest tonight, and I will take you to the academy tomorrow." Feng Hao nodded with satisfaction. The next day, Notting College. When Feng Hao and the others came to Notting College, the guard here blocked their way very fiercely and said, "Who are you? I don't think you are from the college. We are here to sign up." Feng Hao said coldly. He is very disgusted with this kind of guy who looks down on others. "Sign up? Do you have a certificate from Wuhan Palace?" The guard said coldly. "Is this necessary?" A cluster of true sun fire emerged from Feng Hao's hand, and the true sun fire shone in front of the guard. The guard felt very hot and was sweating profusely. He felt that as long as Feng Hao came a little closer to him, his whole body would burn. "Master Soul Master, please stop, I will open the door and let you in," the guard said fearfully. Xiao Wu on the side was looking at Feng Hao with admiration. She could feel that Feng Hao's flame was very terrifying. This power was too powerful. She felt that it was the strongest flame in the world. "Take us to the registration place," Feng Hao ordered. "Yes." The guard did not dare to refuse and immediately led the way. "Let's go." Feng Hao put away the flame, stretched out his hand and said to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu reached out to hold his big hand and followed him into the academy. Under the guidance of the guard, they arrived at the registration place after a while. The guard said to the registered teachers, "Teacher Wang, they are here to register." 2. Teacher Wang, who was in his 30s, looked at Feng Hao and raised his eyebrows. "Because Feng Hao's age is no longer suitable for studying here. I brought my sister here to sign up," Feng Hao explained. "Oh. Is there any proof from Wuhan Palace?" Teacher Wang asked. "No." Feng Hao shook his head. "What is that martial soul? What level of soul power is it?" "Martial Spirit Soft Bone Rabbit, a 13th level first level combat spirit master." Xiao Wu introduced him proactively. 13th level battle soul master. Teacher Wang was shocked, stood up, and quickly asked Xiao Wu to release her soul power. Xiao Wu did not hesitate and directly released her soul power. At the same time, she also displayed her first soul ring. The yellow century-old soul ring. After seeing this soul ring and this soul power, Teacher Wang no longer needed to confirm the martial spirit. He said directly to Xiao Wu, "Okay, I will register you right now. Are you staying overnight? Or, if you don't want to stay overnight, we will live near this college." Feng Hao said with a smile. "Okay. I will make an order for you later. After you pay the fee, you can start classes at school," Teacher Wang said politely. Chapter 7 Preparing to Deceive Tang 3. After Feng Hao took Xiao Wu to complete all the procedures, he took her to school. After watching her go in, Feng Hao left after class started under the teacher's arrangement. At this time, Feng Hao also received a reward from the system. The Sun Scripture is a technique that can cultivate soul power. This technique is very domineering. Under the scorching sun, the effect of practice is doubled. However, what he cares about most at this time is not this technique. But in Xiao Wu's class, he didn't see Tang San. He couldn't help but thought to himself, is it because of my participation that the timeline has changed? Tang San didn't come to school. With this question in mind, I walked out of the school and walked to the entrance of the college. He found that the previous doorman was arguing with an old man. Looking at the two people, Feng Hao recognized them at a glance. Tang San and old Jack, they all came over. Ding! Tang San enters Notting Academy time trigger. Choice 1, reprimand the guard, let Tang San enter the academy, and be rewarded with 100 solutions to hidden weapons. Option 2, ignore it, pass by silently, and be rewarded with the TNG umbrella. Choice 3, reprimand the guard, guide Tang San to enter the academy, and trick him into becoming Tang San's mentor, and reward him with the second martial soul Tai Chi diagram, hidden weapon book. Looking at the reward, Feng Hao's eyes were fixed on the third type. It's just that this means he will become Tang San's mentor, which he needs to think about carefully. Because of Xiao Wu, because of Hulina, and because of Qian Rongxiu, he disliked the protagonist Tang San very much. But if you want the second martial soul now, do you have to accept him as your disciple? Feng Hao thought quickly in his mind, and finally made a decision. Still decided to choose the third option. In his previous life, he had seen many Douluo fans. Basically they are divided into two categories. One kind is to lick Tang San crazily and follow Tang San around. There is another kind, which is to torture Tang San crazily. He had seen the latter the most, and for him who didn't like Tang San, it was very satisfying. However, if you think about it carefully, would it be a good decision to let the protagonist Tang San become one of his tools? Thinking about the scene where Tang San calls little dancer madam, it seems pretty good. Well, just choose this. If you find that this kid is difficult to control in the future, then you will have to kill him directly out of justice. Feng Hao made a decision in his heart. Then he walked up and scolded the guard. How long has it been since you guys started looking down on others again? Lord Soul Master, no, it's this kid. Before the guard could finish his words, Feng Hao scolded him, this child has great talent. It's not appropriate for you to turn him away like this. Master Soul Master, since you said so, I'll let them in, the guard said helplessly. After all, he didn't dare to scream with Feng Hao. The terror of the flames was still vivid in his mind. Let me take him in. I just plan to become a teacher in your college. Feng Hao said. Yes. The guard didn't stop him and let him go. At this moment, another person who looked familiar to Feng Hao came. Grandmaster. If he just didn't like Tang San, then he was completely disgusted by the master. While the master was preaching that there was no such thing as a useless martial spirit, he wanted to recruit a disciple like a genius like Tang San. After all these years, why not find a useless person to teach you? While hating Bibi Dong, he also wanted to ask Bibi Dong for help in solving the problem of twin martial soul cultivation. He keeps using the Elder Order of Wuhan Palace, but doesn't remember the goodness of others, even if it's Bibi Dong's. The master came over, saw the situation here, and asked, "What's going on?" "It's nothing, the matter has been resolved." Feng Hao said first. "This young master, you are not from Notting College, are you?" "I don't know what to call you." Yu Xiaogang asked. While asking, he also looked at Tang San beside him. He instinctively felt that this child was not simple. "Feng Hao, I am indeed not from Notting College, but I will be soon." Feng Hao said. "Oh? You want to join Notting College?" The master frowned. He was a little surprised. At Feng Hao's age, he was too old to be a student and did not meet the standards. Is he too young to be a teacher? Also, is it strong enough? Yes. If you have nothing to do, we will leave first. We still have some things to deal with. Feng Hao said. Wait. This kid is coming to Notting College to study. I have a few questions to ask. Yu Xiaogang said. Please. Tang San said to Yu Xiaogang very politely. Child, what is your martial spirit? Blue silver grass. Blue silver grass. Blue silver grass? Haha. The guard on the side couldn't help but laughed. What kind of genius does he think he is? Unexpectedly, it was Lan Yinko. This kind of rubbish martial spirit was so ridiculous. Child, what is your soul power level? Grade 10. You haven't passed the soul ring yet. Yes. Child, can you come with me? Are you too rude, sir? I'm about to take him into the academy. Feng Hao dissuaded him at this time. He had to sigh that the original work had such a great influence that it actually made Yu Xiaogang and Tang San chat like this. He couldn't let the master take Tang San there like this, wouldn't his mission be in vain? His second martial soul is gone too. I'm Yu Xiaogang, please give me a favor and call me master. I have a good relationship with the principal. Let me take him in. This will not delay you from joining the academy. Yu Xiaogang said with narrowed eyes. He knew that the 10th level blue-silver grass martial spirit had a second martial spirit. How could he let such a genius go so easily? So you are the master, and I have heard about it for a long time. However, you can talk to this kid about anything you want. Just wait for me to take him in first. What do you think? Feng Hao seemed to have taken a step back, but as long as he took Tang San in first and Yu Xiaogang took Tang San in behind, there would be no chance. But Yu Xiaogang didn't believe that Feng Hao could see Tang San's twin martial souls, so he thought about it, pretended to be gentle and said, then you can take him there. I'll come find him later. After saying that, Yu Xiaogang waved his hand and left. After Yu Xiaogang left, Feng Hao said to Tang San, come with me. Thank you, brother Feng. Tang San had heard Feng Hao's name just now, so he called him brother Feng. Feng Hao took him inside, while old Jack waited outside. After they entered the academy, Feng Hao first took him to an uninhabited corner. Brother Feng, why did you bring me here? Of course Tang San could see that this was obviously not a place for registration or leveling. What's your name? Feng Hao asked knowingly. Tang San. Tang San. Let me see your blue-silver grass martial spirit first. Tang San hesitated for a moment, but finally revealed his own blue-silver grass martial spirit in his hands. Feng Hao glanced at his martial spirit, and then said, show your other martial spirit. P.S. Regarding the plot about Tang San being a disciple, don't worry, he is not a real disciple, you will know in the next 3 chapters. Chapter 8 to Wuhan Tai Chi Diagram. Show your other martial spirit. After Feng Hao finished speaking, Tang San was immediately startled. His pupils shrank suddenly, and his murderous intent flashed away, but Feng Hao still caught it. If you want to become stronger and practice, then show it. If you don't want to become stronger, then I will take you to sign up. Feng Hao chose to retreat in order to advance. The method of retreating into advancement really worked. Tang San restrained his murderous intent and asked, Brother Feng, how did you know that I have 2 martial spirits? Because the soul power of blue-silver grass cannot carry the full innate soul power. Feng Hao borrowed Yu Xiaogang's words, but in fact, he did not believe it. How did Tang San get his innate soul power? It is something you have cultivated yourself, and the true innate full soul power in this world is truly innate. Tang San's soul power, to put it bluntly, can only be regarded as pseudo-innate. Therefore, Feng Hao does not think Yu Xiaogang's theory is reasonable. What's more, Tang San's blue-silver grass is not an ordinary blue-silver grass. Even if he is not awakened now, it is still inherited from the blue-silver emperor. Brother Feng, is this theory known to everyone? Tang San asked. No. Very few people know. Here, only 2 people know. Feng Hao said. Who is the other one? That master just now. Do you want to know that master's great achievements? Feng Hao said jokingly. I'm all ears. Tang San could clearly feel that the master was also interested in him, so he had to know his identity. That is a famous theoretical master in the Tiandu Empire and even the Douluo continent, but he is only a great soul master. He likes to say that there is no useless martial soul, but his own useless martial soul cannot improve his soul power. He doesn't look for useless materials to test his theory, but he wants to find geniuses like you to experiment. If you really achieve something in the future, he will definitely have half of the credit, and his name will go down in history. After Feng Hao finished speaking, Tang and the others couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He was secretly glad that he didn't follow the master, otherwise he would have accidentally become his experimental subject. Brother Feng, this is my martial spirit. Tang San no longer hesitated at this time and showed his martial spirit to Feng Hao. After Feng Hao saw his clear sky hammer spirit, he pretended to be surprised and said, That's it, that's it. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Tang San asked hurriedly. Tang San, do you want to know your life experience? Feng Hao said. My life experience. Tang San's curiosity was suddenly piqued, and he hurriedly asked, what does Brother Feng know? About your family, your mother, and your father. I know everything. Brother Feng, please tell me. We can't say it yet, you have to become stronger. If you follow me, I can help you become stronger. Are you willing to become my teacher? Feng Hao said seriously. Tang San hesitated for a long time, and finally bowed solemnly to Feng Hao. Tang San pays homage to the teacher. Feng Hao did not help him up, but solemnly said, Tang San, accept me as your teacher. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. You are my first disciple, I hope you will not disappoint me. Teacher, don't worry, my disciple will not let you down. Tang San was very confident. He was also a time traveler after all. He had so many memories of his previous life. With the wealth of the Tang sect, how could he disappoint people? Get up. Let's find someone to register now. After Feng Hao said that, he took Tang San over to register. On the way over, Feng Hao received a notification tone from the system. Obtain the second martial soul, the weapon martial soul Tai Chi diagram. Get the hidden weapon spectrum. The Book of Hidden Weapons is a book that records the manufacture of various hidden weapons. There are many more hidden weapons in this than those in the Tang sect. This is a collection of hidden weapons from all over the world, some of which are available in the Tang sect, and they are included here. There are things that Tang sect doesn't have here. The products produced by the system must be high quality. The Tang sect's hidden weapon is my younger brother in front of me. Feng Hao thought to himself. With this, he could give Tang San casual guidance even on hidden weapons. This didn't fool Tang San into a loyal disciple. And his second martial soul, this Tai Chi diagram, is Tai Chi Diao, the most precious treasure of the Supreme Lord. This is a weapon with both offensive and defensive capabilities, and it also has a control function. There is another innate realm in Tai Chi diagram, the Tai Chi realm. Tai Chi field, in the field, you can turn the 8 gates of the place at will, and you can reincarnate into death, and you can change the scenery into rest. At the same time, some enemy damage can also be diverted. He is only a great soul master now and can only transfer 10%. Each 10th level of soul power increases the transfer damage by 5%. In addition to having an innate domain, like the three-legged golden crow, it also has a built-in soul skill. Golden bridge flying, Tai Chi diagram can turn into a golden bridge and can be transported to various places. The teleportation distance is related to the soul power. This soul skill cannot be said to be heaven-defying. It can only be said that it is a dimensionality-reducing blow to soul skills in this world. He has not yet confirmed how far it can be teleported. He needs to use it once before he knows. However, the current task was to take Tang San there to register. The person responsible for registering Tang San was a director. When they registered here, Feng Hao found that Yu Xiaogang was already waiting here. After Yu Xiaogang left, he was still worried that something would go wrong. So I came here, planning to wait for Tang San to sign up, then take Tang San down and accept Tang San as a disciple. After Tang San's registration was completed, Feng Hao said to Director Su, Director Su, is your school recruiting teachers? Recruiting teachers? You. Director Su looked at Feng Hao and said with some contempt. What? Director Su, don't you think I'm good at it? Feng Hao asked with a smile. Our school is recruiting teachers, but I'm afraid you may not meet the standards. Director Su said. What standard? Feng Hao asked. I see that you are so young, so I won't give you any difficult standards. You just need to be better than one of our college's soul master teachers. This will also make it easier for you to understand the gap. Director Su said. Okay. Then let Director Su select someone. Feng Hao is still very clear about his own strength now. Soul Lord? If it is a low-level Soul Master, he does not even need to use soul skills. He may not have had this confidence before, but now that he has added a Tai Chi spirit, his physique has been further enhanced. Teacher Lin, it's up to you to let him know that the sky is high and the earth is high. Director Su said, pointing to a teacher in his 40s. Yes. The teacher came out and said to Feng Hao, let's go outside. Good. Outside the venue, everyone was watching. The middle-aged teacher raised his hands to Feng Hao and said, Lin Heng, Martial Soul White Jade Tiger, 33rd level Soul Master. This is the first time you are challenged by someone else, you choose. Choice 1, choose to fight and be rewarded with the second spirit and first spirit ring, a 10,000-year spirit ring. Choice 2, don't fight and be rewarded with the escape martial art Ling Babu. Chapter 9 The Youngest Teacher. Of course Feng Hao cannot escape at this time. Is a level 33 Soul Lord worthy of his escape? He cupped his hands to Lin Heng and said, Feng Hao, a martial soul with 3 legs and a golden crow, a great soul master of level 20 and 2 rings. Haha. After Feng Hao finished his introduction, Lin Heng was the first to laugh, and the others also followed. If a great soul master at level 20 were to challenge a soul master at level 33, it would be a ruthless killing. Tang San had just accepted Feng Hao as his disciple not long ago, and he also wanted to know what kind of strength Feng Hao was. However, when they heard Feng Hao's soul power, others were a little dumbfounded. I actually became a disciple of a person who was only level 20? He was only 7 levels ahead of me, wasn't I being deceived? Tang San thought to himself, he felt like he was being deceived. At this time, Grandmaster was also slowly approaching Tang San. Feng Hao, I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, when I leave with a bruised nose and a swollen face, it won't look good. Lin Heng mocked. It's really not good to leave with a bruised nose and a swollen face. I will be merciful. Please. Feng Hao said calmly. Boy, you are so crazy. After Lin Heng said that, he directly raised his hand to attack Feng Hao. He is a level 33 Soul Master, so he is confident that he can easily defeat Feng Hao even without using his martial soul. When he attacked, his speed was as fast as a turtle in Feng Hao's eyes. While waiting for him to strike with a punch, Feng Hao gently raised his hand and held Lin Heng's fist with one hand. Lin Heng's martial spirit is the White Jade Tiger, which is known for its strength. He also had a martial spirit that was 13 levels higher than Feng Hao. The moment Feng Hao took his punch, he thought that Feng Hao was seeking his own death. Others also thought that Feng Hao would be blown away with one punch. However, everyone was dumbfounded the next moment. Feng Hao remained motionless, while Lin Heng's face broke out in sweat. Feng Hao looked at Lin Heng with a smile and said, if you don't use your martial spirit, you won't stand a chance. After Feng Hao said that, he exerted force on his hand and pushed him out more than 10 meters. After Lin Heng stood firm, he looked at Feng Hao in disbelief. How could you have such power? Can't I be born with supernatural powers? Feng Hao said with a smile. Innate divine power? Then I want to see how you respond after using your soul skills. Lin Heng said and began to release his soul power. At the moment when his soul power bloomed, a white jade-like giant tiger shadow appeared behind him. The first soul skill, White Jade Fist. He shouted and punched Feng Hao. With the blessing of martial soul, it is really different. The speed is slightly faster, and the strength increases even more. His hands were like white jade. Feng Hao looked at them and felt they were a bit like Tang San's mysterious jade hands. However, in the face of Lin Heng's faster attack, Feng Hao still did not use his martial soul, and even the true sun fire was of no use. When Lin Heng was about to approach him, he swayed and Lin Heng passed by him. Feng Hao casually put it on his waist, exerted force on his hand, and instantly exploded with power, directly blasting Lin Heng out and hitting the wall beside him. Lin Heng felt that his ribs were about to be broken. He stood up with difficulty, looked at Feng Hao, and said angrily, "Boy, try my third soul skill." The third soul skill, tiger roaring in the mountain forest. He roared angrily, and the roar of a tiger came towards Feng Hao. This is a sonic attack, which is indeed very fatal to people with weak soul power. People with weak soul power often have weak mental power. With weak mental strength, it is difficult to resist sound waves. But unfortunately, Feng Hao is not an ordinary person. His two martial spirits are both god-level martial spirits. His physical body and mental power have been extremely evolved. This sound wave can't hurt you at all. He stood there, still letting the sound wave rush past him. The teachers and students on the side quickly covered their ears, but Feng Hao was not affected at all. If you only have this ability, then you have already lost. Feng Hao said. Feng Hao, you are here to apply for a job as a teacher. Then you have to use your martial spirit to let people know the strength of your martial spirit. Otherwise, how can you be allowed to teach students? Director Su over there reminded at this time Road. From the beginning to the end, Feng Hao only used his own power, not even his soul power. Okay. That's as you wish. After Feng Hao finished speaking, a cluster of flames suddenly appeared on his hand. The moment the flames rose, everyone present felt the heat. In just a few breaths, everyone was already sweating profusely. Feng Hao waved his hand, and the flames turned into a fiery snake, which swam over and hung in the air, overlooking Lin Heng below. Lin Heng's face was dripping with sweat, and his skin soon cracked. The lips were cracked and bleeding, but the blood was quickly dried. He said with difficulty, "Hurry and contain this flame, I admit defeat." Lin Heng believed that with a little more time, this flame would ignite himself. This still maintained a certain distance. He couldn't imagine that if the fire crow lit on his body, would he turn to ashes instantly? Feng Hao made a move with his hand, and the fire snake flew back, turning into a cluster of flames and sinking into Feng Hao's hand. Feng Hao received a prompt from the system at this time. Obtain the martial spirit Tai Chi 2 10,000 years soul ring. After obtaining the first soul ring, Tai Chi 2's first soul skill was also obtained. The first soul skill, earth, water, fire, and wind, Tai Chi 2 can also calm down the power of earth, water, fire, and wind, and can also release earth, water, fire, and wind, which can deconstruct and reshape a certain range of space. Feng Hao looked at Director Su over there and asked, "Director Su, can I work in your school now?" "No problem. No problem." Director Su also felt Feng Hao's strength at this time. He knew that he was probably no match for Feng Hao. And Feng Hao is still so young, he may become a big shot in the title Douluo in the future. Even if their school can only keep him for a while, their school will have bragging rights in the future. "Sir, I'll ask the principal to come over and discuss it with you." Director Su also knows the seriousness of this matter and must ask the principal for instructions. "I'm already here." At this time, a voice came from not far away, and the principal of Notting College came over. The principal and Yu Xiaogang are friends. He heard that Yu Xiaogang was here, so he came here. When he was in the corridor, he heard the conversation here. Seeing the principal coming, Feng Hao also said bluntly, "My conditions are very simple. I have 1 class per day and work at Notting College for 6 years. After 6 years, the contract will end. As for the salary, you can pay it as you like." What does Feng Hao think about coming to the academy? Of course it was to take care of Xiao Wu. Although Notting College is very average, the college still has certain resources. He became a teacher at the college and was able to use these resources. He doesn't really want to come to teach people. 6 years? Okay. Let's do this. We will give you 10 gold soul coins every month. The principal said. Okay. 10 gold soul coins were enough for him and Xiao Wu. When the principal saw that Feng Hao was so easy to negotiate, he was in a good mood and asked Director Su to prepare the contract on the spot. They quickly signed a contract here, and Feng Hao became a teacher in the college from that day on. The class that Feng Hao was in charge of was the class where Tang San and Xiao Wu were. After Feng Hao and the others signed the contract, Yu Xiaogang said to Tang San, "Tang San, can you come with me? I have something to say to you." He just learned Tang San's name when he was watching Director Su register. He didn't know that Tang San had been defeated first, so he was ready to accept Tang San as his disciple. Chapter 10 The Truth Discovered by the Master. When Yu Xiaogang invited Tang San looked at Feng Hao and asked, "Teacher, I will follow the master for a while." "Go." Feng Hao is not worried about anything happening now. Even if it is true, his reward cannot be confiscated. That is obviously impossible. "Teacher." Yu Xiaogang wanted to swear at this moment. What happened to him? After he left for a while, Feng Hao accepted Tang San as his disciple? Could it be that the hope he finally saw was about to disappear like this? "Master, I have a close affinity with Xiao San, so I accepted him as my disciple." "Master, do you think there is any problem?" Feng Hao asked with a smile. "How are you suitable to accept a disciple? How old are you, and how much do you know about martial arts? Aren't you misleading others?" Yu Xiaogang said angrily. "Did I mislead my disciples?" "Master, I don't know if I misled my disciples. But it is really possible for you. Didn't you say that you don't have useless martial arts? Why are you still a great soul master after so long? Why don't you save yourself first? Are you thinking about teaching people again?" Feng Hao said sarcastically. "What do you know? The martial soul theory I studied is for the benefit of everyone in the world." Yu Xiaogang said angrily. In order to change the topic, he directly mentioned what he had done to the world. In this regard, Feng Hao just wanted to laugh. He laughed and said, "Master, since you want to benefit people all over the world, then go and save those ordinary people with average talents first. Xiaosan's talent is good, it doesn't matter whether you are there or not. I don't want to talk to you, a brat like you, Tang San, are you willing to come with me?" Yu Xiaogang said seriously. "Teacher, I'll go with the master first." Tang San bowed to Feng Hao and then went with Yu Xiaogang first. Looking at their backs, Feng Hao couldn't help but squint his eyes and murmured, "It seems that Tang San still doesn't trust me very much now, and doesn't respect me very much." In the original work, Tang San was very protective of Yu Xiaogang when he had a quarrel with others. Today, I have no intention of defending him as a teacher. However, he is not in a hurry now. It didn't matter to him what path Tang San chose. It depends on whether he wants to be Feng Hao's tool or his enemy. When Yu Xiaogang brought Tang San to his study, he said to Tang San, "My child, you are confused. How can you worship that person as your teacher?" "What do you mean, master?" "He is not suitable for me." Tang San said calmly. "He is an adult, so naturally he will not be impatient." He did have other thoughts just now, that is, Feng Hao was too young. He has the soul of an adult, but what about Feng Hao? It looks like 12 or 3. He found it a bit strange to have a 12 or 13-year-old as his disciple. However, Feng Hao is also really capable. This made him feel very entangled, so he planned to see what Yu Xiaogang would say. Of course it's not suitable. He himself is just a child. How many years has he been practicing? What kind of martial arts does he know? My martial arts is indeed useless due to mutation, but my reputation for studying martial arts is throughout the continent well known. You can ask those powerful soul masters about this, Yu Xiaogang said seriously. Since master said that you are good at studying martial arts, then tell me about my current situation. Others say that my blue-silver grass is a useless martial spirit and cannot be cultivated. How should I cultivate? Tang San asked. Your blue-silver grass spirit is not a useless spirit. On the contrary, it is a very strong control spirit. It's just that it's difficult for ordinary blue-silver grass spirits to obtain spirit rings. But you are different. You can obtain it. Moreover, your soul power is very strong, and you can obtain a very strong soul ring. In addition, you are not just this martial soul, you are twin martial souls. I know that you are the third person in this world who has twin martial souls. Do you think, with your qualifications, he knows how to teach you? Yu Xiaogang kept talking, and Tang San felt that it was indeed reasonable. Previously, Feng Hao only knew that he was a twin martial soul, but he did not tell him how to teach him to practice blue-silver grass. And Yu Xiaogang gave some advice on how to practice the blue-silver grass martial spirit. Yu Xiaogang seemed to see that Tang San was a little swayed by his persuasion, so he said, "Show me your other martial spirit now." Yes. Tang San had already shown it to Feng Hao once, so he thought it wouldn't hurt to show it to Yu Xiaogang now. Tang San released his clear sky hammer martial spirit. The moment the clear sky hammer came out, Yu Xiaogang's body began to tremble. Tang San. His surname is Tang. No wonder. Master, what is this martial spirit? Tang San asked curiously. Feng Hao was also very surprised when he saw it. Yu Xiaogang was also so excited when he saw it. He is not a fool, he understands that this martial spirit is not simple. Tang San, please remember, never show this martial spirit to others in the future. Otherwise, you will be killed. Yu Xiaogang said solemnly. This. Tang San frowned, would it bring about a fatal disaster? He showed it to Feng Hao. Feng Hao seemed to know his situation. Was he treating him good or bad? Did you show it to others? Yu Xiaogang asked nervously when he saw him like this. Tang San nodded. Feng Hao. Yu Xiaogang asked again. How did he know you were a twin martial soul? That's it. Tang San saw Yu Xiaogang's concern for him and it didn't look like it was fake, so he told what happened at that time. After Yu Xiaogang heard this, his expression darkened. He sat down and murmured, "Son, you are confused. You may harm your father." Killed my father. Tang San himself was shocked. How could this harm his father? Why are things getting more and more serious? Let me ask you, is your father's name Tang Hao? Yu Xiaogang asked. Yes. Tang San nodded. Then my guess is correct. Now I know Feng Hao's identity. Yu Xiaogang's eyes flashed with wisdom. Feng Hao finally let him catch the flaw. Master, what is his identity? Tang San asked. He is from Wuhan Palace. Yu Xiaogang said solemnly. Martial Spirit Hall? Are the people in the Spirit Hall bad guys? Tang San was a little puzzled. It was with the help of the Wuhan Palace that they awakened their Wuhan. For some people, it doesn't matter. But for you, it is an enemy, a huge enemy. Yu Xiaogang said seriously. Enemies? Tang San was dumbfounded. He also knew how powerful Wuhan Palace was, but he never thought that he and Wuhan Palace were actually enemies. The people from Wuhan Palace have been looking for your father. They probably know the clues. Your father is here, so they came here to look for it. It was precisely because he was from the Spirit Hall that he knew about your situation. When he saw your blue-silver grass spirit, he knew that you had another spirit. He accepted you as a disciple for the purpose just to find your father, not to teach you. Every word Yu Xiaogang spoke pierced Tang San's heart. Chapter 11 Tang 3's Choice. Yu Xiaogang's words made Tang San feel that his family was very unusual. He decided to ask his father when he returned to the village. Master, if Feng Hao is really looking for my father, what should I do? Tang San asked. Don't sever the master-disciple relationship with him just yet. Try to get as many things from him as possible first. He is so young, but he knows so much. He must be a very important figure in Wuhan Palace. Maybe you can get something very useful. Among those who have twin martial spirits today, one of them is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. She knows how to cultivate twin martial souls. If you can get it from Feng Hao, it will be of great use to you. After Yu Xiaogong's suggestion, Tang San hesitated. He said worriedly, Master, wouldn't this be bad? We are enemies, so let's talk it over and deal with it head on. Xiao San, did they come face to face? Didn't they also ask Feng Hao to plot against you? Yu Xiaogang asked back. What Yu Xiaogang said is indeed reasonable if Feng Hao is really from Wuhan Palace. Therefore, Tang San agreed after hesitating. He thought to himself, indeed, when dealing with enemies, we must try our best to solve them, regardless of conspiracy or conspiracy. Master, I'll go down first. Tang San said politely, and then bowed to Master and retreated. When Tang San came back, Feng Hao was preparing to take his first lesson in life. Mistress, I'm back. What did the master tell you? He just wanted to accept me as his disciple, but I refused. Is he very unwilling? I am very unwilling to do so. At this time, Tang San responded on the surface and sneered in his heart. He felt that Feng Hao was simply ridiculous. He was indeed not a good person and could only slander others. Use this little money to buy some quilt covers. Feng Hao took out a gold soul coin in his hand and threw it to Tang San. Teacher, it doesn't cost so much to buy a quilt cover. It doesn't matter, you can use the rest for yourself. The most indispensable thing for practicing at this time is good nutrition. Thank you, teacher. Tang San thanked him and left with the gold soul coins. He doesn't have to go to class today, he needs to go to the dormitory first. Feng Hao looked at Tang San's leaving figure and frowned slightly. Something is wrong with Tang San. Tang San didn't have such respect for him before. It should be that Tang San felt that he was younger than him and he wasn't used to it. But after I came back from the conversation with the master just now, I felt like a different person. He respected himself too much, which made Feng Hao feel a crisis. After all, Tang San is the protagonist of Douluo world, and Feng Hao doesn't dare to be too careless for fear of overturning. Looks like I need to find an opportunity to pay attention to him. Feng Hao thought to himself. Then, he went to the classroom. In the classroom, the students here are very curious at this time. They heard that the teacher coming today is very young. Director Su just said it. This news cannot be false. They couldn't help but be a little curious, would it be what kind of teacher? The moment Feng Hao entered the classroom, the students inside couldn't help but froze for a moment when they looked at him. They are indeed young, about the same age as their brothers and sisters. Can this really teach them well? As for Xiao Wu, she was dumbfounded and almost called out Brother Feng Hao. She didn't expect that the new teacher would be Feng Hao. Xiao Wu was so smart, she quickly guessed that Feng Hao was probably here because of her. She couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart, looking at Feng Hao above, her eyes filled with stars. I am your new teacher, Feng Hao. A 20th level Great Soul Master. From now on, during school hours, I will have one class for you every day, and I will be responsible for teaching you combat skills. Now, come out with me. Feng Hao is responsible for teaching fighting skills because it suits him better. The college also felt that it was unreliable to ask him to teach principles or something. Feng Hao is also happy and comfortable. This is good for him. Yes. When the students heard that Feng Hao was a great soul master, they didn't dare to disobey him. His strength may not be as good as other teachers, but he is certainly worthy of their students. Feng Hao took them outside, looked at the playground outside, and said, "Go run 5 laps first." This is not because he wants to mess around, but because he wants to teach fighting skills, and the most important thing is physical fitness. For these ordinary students, it is most useful to exercise and improve their quality. Teacher, Don't you teach combat skills? A student questioned. If your physical fitness is not good, what fighting skills do you want to learn? Feng Hao asked. But Teacher Lin was not like this before. Before the student finished speaking, Feng Hao asked, that Teacher Lin. Teacher Lin hung. It turns out it was him, and others were already lying down to recuperate. Do you know how he lay down? Have no idea. I knocked him down. I came to the academy to sign up as a teacher, and he was responsible for assessing me. He was too weak, and I knocked him down. Do you still want to learn from him? Feng Hao didn't say this to show off, but to make these students obedient. He had to do this. After hearing this, all the students were in disbelief at first. But then they all expressed their willingness to run. While the students were running in the past, Xie Guishan sat down to run the sun scripture and began to practice under the scorching sun. Under the scorching sun, it felt really good to practice. He could clearly feel his soul power increasing little by little. In this situation of strong perception, people will have to be more patient when practicing. After all, the feedback is good, and you can feel progress every time you practice. After everyone finished running, Feng Hao began to teach them fighting skills. Originally, Feng Hao's previous fighting skills were not very powerful, but because he obtained the Sun Scripture, there are some fighting skills in it. This is more than enough to guide these students. After the class is over, which is also the last class, everyone can go home and go back to the dormitory. Feng Hao took Xiaowu away. When he walked out of the academy, Xiaowu asked, "Brother Feng Hao, are you here because of me?" "That's right. My Xiaowu is so cute. I don't want you to be alone in the academy. What if you are bullied?" Feng Hao said, stroking her hair. Of course he knew that others couldn't bully Xiaowu, and it would be nice not to be bullied by Xiaowu. But he still wanted to stand behind her and support her even when she was bullying others. After all, the people she bullied were all gangsters in the academy and should be taught a lesson. Others don't dare to bully me. If anyone dares to bully me, I'll beat him up. Xiaowu danced her little fist and said. "Come on, let's go eat something delicious." Feng Hao said. Xiaowu is completely human now. She also needs to grow taller, and so does Feng Hao. Nutrition must not be left out. Okay. Xiaowu said happily. She came to the human world and found that human food was infinitely superior to that of their soul beasts. It is recognized that humans are the most enjoyable race in the world. In the middle of the night, someone suddenly came to visit Yu Xiaogong's room. Chapter 12 Discovering the Clues. In Yu Xiaogong's room, the person who came to visit was none other than Tang Hao. When Tang Hao came in, Yu Xiaogang was startled. He asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you? Do you want to see me for anything?" "It's me." Tang Hao took off his hat and revealed his face. Although he was sloppy in vicissitudes of life at this time, Yu Xiaogang still recognized him at a glance. "My Majesty Haoshan, it's you." Yu Xiaogang was very excited. He probably guessed what Tang Hao was here for. "The mistress came to see you today. What did you talk about?" Tang Hao asked in a low voice. "Your Majesty, we talked about how to cultivate his blue-silver grass. By the way, we also talked about an important matter about you." Yu Xiaogang said solemnly. "About me? Have you exposed my identity?" Tang Hao frowned slightly, with a hint of anger. As he spoke, the air in the entire room seemed to freeze. Yu Xiaogang felt a little out of breath. He said with difficulty, "Your Majesty, no. It's Wuhan Palace, and Wuhan Palace is looking for you." "Hey? Wuhan Palace?" Tang Hao's murderous intention subsided. He stared at Yu Xiaogang, waiting for him to say. "Your Majesty, the thing is like this. When Xiaosan came to be a disciple today, he happened to meet a young man who came to his rescue. After the man rescued him, he took Xiaosan in, and he still saw through Xiaosan.San's twin martial souls. Yu Xiaogang detailed what happened next, and after finishing speaking, he told Tang Hao what he said to Tang San. After hearing this, Tang Hao believed it even more than Tang San. Because he knew the grudge between himself and Wuhan Palace would indeed do such a thing in order to find him. Your Majesty, I took a risk by letting the mistress stay with him. I hope you won't blame me. Yu Xiaogang lowered his head and waited for Tang Hao's forgiveness. How can my son, Tang Hao, be a coward? I believe that not only will Xiaosan be fine, but he can also get a lot of useful information there. Tang Hao said confidently. Tang Hao didn't go to Feng Hao directly because of Yu Xiaogang's suggestion to get useful information first. Moreover, if Feng Hao is killed here, the masters from Wuhan Palace will arrive soon. Your Majesty, but Xiaosan and I are not familiar with each other after all. How about you leave a note for me and I will give it to Xiaosan? This way, when he cooperates with me, he will not have any gaps with me or treat me. Be careful. Yu Xiaogang said seriously. That makes sense. After Tang Hao said that, he picked up a pen on the desk beside him and quickly left a letter. After leaving the letter, he left a key. He said to Yu Xiaogang, give him the key when the time comes. Yes, Your Majesty. Yu Xiaogang respectfully reached out and took it. After he took the key, Tang Hao left the room quietly. Yu Xiaogang murmured, is this the titled Douluo? I'm so envious. He knows that he will definitely not be able to improve his level much in this life. Therefore, he hopes to become famous even more. Relying on his theories alone is not enough. For his theory alone, even if people compliment him on the surface, they still look down on him in their hearts. He still has a powerful disciple, such as Tang San. He decided that when the time was right, he would directly reveal Feng Hao's identity. Then let the world know that Tang San was his disciple. That night, Feng Hao was sitting in the courtyard, using the soul skills of Tai Chi. Flying across the Golden Bridge, the moment he performed it, he suddenly felt that his whole soul was flying. Tai Chi diagram can turn into a golden bridge to connect the holy power of heaven. So there is nothing strange about being able to overlook the world at this time. With him as the center, thoughts spread rapidly. The teleportable distance continues to expand. But in the end, we still didn't get to Tiandu city. Based on the distance, he estimated that it would take level 30 to be able to teleport to Tiandu city. Grade 10. Feng Hao decided that he would practice as soon as possible and increase his soul power to level 30. After reaching level 30, you can go directly to Tiandu city to find Qian RENXUE. He still misses Qian RENXUE, mainly because Xiao Wu is a child and he can't do anything to Xiao Wu. Being with Qian RENXUE can enhance your relationship. After he collected this soul skill, Xiao Wu walked out of the bathroom. She said to Feng Hao, Brother Feng Hao, go take a shower and come back to sleep. Yet. Feng Hao stood up and went to the bathroom. At night, Xiao Wu slept soundly because she was a little tired from exercising during the day. She stood close to Feng Hao, as if she was afraid that Feng Hao would run away. After a night, they went to the academy together the next day. In the academy, Tang San also came to class that day. This is the first time he and Xiao Wu have met. Xiao Wu was quite curious about Tang San. After all, Tang San's adult soul was in a child's body, so it was naturally different from other people's. What's more, Tang San himself is also a genius, so he naturally attracts attention. When Feng Hao came to class, Xiao Wu realized that Tang San was Feng Hao's disciple. She became even more curious about Tang San and why Tang San became Feng Hao's disciple. However, she did not go to Tang San, but planned to ask Feng Hao after returning home. And Tang San was even more respectful to Feng Hao during class today. Because he was found by the master earlier. Gave him the letter left by Tang Hao and the key. He has completely believed it, so he must be respectful enough to Feng Hao. Only in this way can he gain his trust and finally get what Feng Hao knows. As Feng Hao felt more and more something was wrong, he decided to find an opportunity to secretly investigate what was going on. This day, after school, Tang San came to find Feng Hao and asked, "Teacher, I have some questions I want to ask you. Come to my office with me." Every teacher in the college has his or her own office. Xiao Wu was also on the side, but she was not talking to Tang San now. When he saw Xiao Wu and Feng Hao together, Tang San asked curiously, "Teacher, does Xiao Wu have something to ask you, teacher?" "No, Xiao Wu is my relative. I came here to teach just for her," Feng Hao said. "Oh. Hello, classmate Xiao Wu, my name is Tang San, and I am the teacher's disciple," Tang San said to Xiao Wu. At this time, he looked at Xiao Wu's appearance seriously and cursed in his heart, "Why do the evildoers in Wuhan Palace have such lovely relatives? Hello. You are brother Feng Hao's disciple, so just call me Xiao Wu." "Calling me classmate Xiao Wu is too harsh," Xiao Wu said. She didn't know that Feng Hao and Tang San had their own hidden agendas, so she was still more polite to Tang San. Soon, they arrived at Feng Hao's office. After coming in, Feng Hao sat down and asked them each to pull up a stool and sit down. "What's your problem? Just ask," Feng Hao said. "Teacher, when will you take me to find the spirit ring?" Tang San asked. He now has level 10 soul power, and it's time to find his martial soul. However, he came to ask today because the master asked him to ask, mainly to test Feng Hao's attitude. Ding! Tang San's acquisition of the spirit ring event is triggered. Choice 1, help Tang San obtain the martial spirit soul ring and reward 2 levels of soul power. Option 2. Wait for Yu Xiaogang to take Tang San to obtain the martial spirit soul ring, and he will be rewarded with an artifact, a cloak of concealment. Chapter 13. Am I a member of Wuhan Palace? Feng Haoran was stunned for this sudden choice. His hunch was indeed right, there was indeed something wrong with Tang San. It seems that the fate between master and disciple is not so easy to break. However, this is okay, as long as it does not affect my Xiao Wu. Feng Hao thought to himself. On the surface, he said to Tang San, "You should study theoretical knowledge for a period of time before you get the spirit ring." "Yes, teacher." Tang San agreed without the slightest doubt. Then, he said, "Teacher, I probably have something to do in the next few days and I want to take leave. You see. If you have anything to do, go and ask for leave. There are not classes in the academy every day," Feng Hao said nonchalantly. If nothing else goes wrong, he should be hunting soul beasts with the master. "Thank you, teacher, that student will go back first." Tang San stood up and said. "Well. Go ahead." Feng Hao waved his hand. After Tang San went down, Feng Hao also received the invisibility cloak after receiving his choice. This cloak of invisibility is truly an artifact, and its abilities are truly perverted. The cloak of invisibility has 2 abilities, namely invisibility, breath concealment, and transformation. Invisibility and concealment are the same ability, both are hidden. Change means changing one's own appearance. Both appearance and appearance can be changed. Even if a titled Douluo comes, he will not be able to see through it. After Tang San went down, Xiao Wu said in confusion, "Brother Feng Hao, why don't you take him to get the martial spirit now? This person has a problem, let's go home first. I'll talk to you slowly when we get home," Feng Hao said very seriously. "Is there a problem?" Xiao Wu couldn't help being startled. If Feng Hao could say there was a problem, it was definitely not an ordinary thing. Brother Feng Hao, let's go home first." Feng Hao's home. "Brother Feng Hao, what's the problem with that person?" Xiao Wu couldn't wait to ask after returning home. "That man worshipped me as his teacher, but he was not sincere," Feng Hao said. "Dishonest. Well, He should have found the master in the academy. Moreover, this person is not a child. What is he if he's not a child? He was once a very powerful man. After his death, he took the body of this child. Seize the body? What do you mean? One day, a powerful soul suddenly takes over your body and destroys your soul. It replaces you. There is no problem on the surface, but his soul is not just 6 years old. He also knows many things. He is a very dangerous person. You should try to keep your distance from him. Then isn't he an old monster? Xiao Wu said in horror. At this moment, she combined the image of an old pervert with Tang San's appearance, and couldn't help but shudder. It's so scary, it makes me feel terrible just thinking about it. Brother Feng Hao, then you still accept him as your disciple? Xiao Wu doesn't understand. Since you know this person is so scary, you should stay away from him. I accepted him as my disciple because he has good talent and I don't want to waste it. I hope I can teach him to correct his evil ways, but it doesn't seem to work. Feng Hao sighed. Brother Feng Hao, why don't you find an opportunity to fire him? There is no need to take risks. Xiao Wu suggested. Yes. I will try my best to find opportunities. Xiao Wu, I may need to check on Tang San in the next few days. You can go to school alone. Take the money and go eat by yourself. Feng Hao he took out a gold soul coin in his hand and handed it to Xiao Wu. A gold soul coin is enough for them to spend a month. Giving her a gold soul coin to spend for a few days would definitely be more than enough. Brother Feng Hao, are you going to follow him? Xiao Wu was a little worried. After all, Feng Hao said Tang San was so dangerous, and she was worried that something would happen if Feng Hao went after him. Well, when he said he left because of something, he probably wanted to do something shameful. I have to find out, but don't worry, he can't do anything to me yet. Feng Hao promised. Brother Feng Hao, please come back as soon as possible. Xiao Wu looked at him and said seriously. After all, Xiao Wu has become somewhat dependent on him these days. She will be a little uncomfortable if he is not around. Well, I can't bear to leave my Xiao Wu here for too long. Feng Hao said, rubbing her soft little face. Brother Feng Hao, you rubbed my face again. She said angrily. She had been pinched by Feng Hao's hands a lot these days. Mainly because her little face felt so comfortable when rubbed, it made Feng Hao feel a little dizzy. I won't be able to squeeze it for a few days, so I'm going to squeeze it a little more. Feng Hao said proudly, with no intention of taking his hand back. Feng Hao then prepared another letter and asked Xiao Wu to hand it to Director Sui for him, and he also asked for a few days off. After this night, the next day, the sky was hazy, so Feng Hao put on his concealment cloak. After the person became invisible, he walked directly towards the academy. He came to the college. Outside the door after waiting for a while, they saw Tang San and Yu Xiaogang walking out. After the two walked out of the academy, Yu Xiaogang asked, did Feng Hao not notice it? Probably not. Tang San said. He doesn't want to find a soul ring for you at this time, so that's fine. Let's go look for it ourselves. This will make it easier to find a good soul ring. Yu Xiaogang said. Master, where should we look? Tang San asked. Go to the soul hunting forest 400 miles northeast of Notting City. That's where the Empire keeps soul beasts in captivity. There will definitely be a martial spirit suitable for you there. Yu Xiaogang said with great certainty. Training soul beasts in captivity? Can soul beasts be kept in captivity? Tang San asked in surprise. Higher ones cannot be kept in captivity, but there is no problem with some low-level ones. Soul beasts are actually beasts with soul power. The longer they exist, the stronger they are. There are 5 levels of strength based on age, which are the colors of 10-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts, 1000-year soul beasts, and 100,000-year soul beasts are. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were asking and answering questions all the way, talking about the relevant knowledge of spirit beasts. Feng Hao was listening from behind. The difference between the relationship between Yu Xiaogang and Tang San at this time and the original work is that they just call him master, not teacher. Everything else seems to be the same. They prepared various things, got on the carriage and headed to the soul hunting forest. Feng Hao was sitting on the top of their carriage, and they didn't notice at all. Soon after Yu Xiaogang gave Tang San the belt, the two finally talked about Feng Hao. Xiaosan, you will find an opportunity to ask Feng Hao about the cultivation method of twin martial souls in the future. He is from the Martial Soul Hall, and he is probably very close to the Pope, so he should know some information. I actually became a member of the Spirit Hall? How did Yu Xiaogang come up with this idea, and Tang San actually believed it? Everyone in Feng Hao was shocked. Although he covets Qian Rongxiu, covets Bibi Dong, and covets Hu Lina. However, he has nothing to do with Wuhan Palace now. I will. By the way, teacher, did my father leave here after he came to find you? Well, he should leave here temporarily to prevent being found by people from Wuhan Hall. Yu Xiaogang said. Tang Hao actually came to see Yu Xiaogang? 1 year earlier than in the original work? It seems that the impact of my intervention is really not small. Feng Hao murmured. Chapter 14 Reprimanding the Female Teacher. Regarding the fact that Tang Hao came to see Yu Xiaogang, Feng Hao thought it was normal. After all, Tang Hao was very concerned about his son. He must have been secretly observing him when he entered school. However, Feng Hao never expected that Yu Xiaogang would actually convince Tang San and his son that he was from the Spirit Hall. Along the way, Feng Hao continued to integrate the content of the conversation between the two, and he roughly understood why Tang San believed it. He said that he knew about Tang San's relatives, and it seemed like they were from the Spirit Hall. Because only people from Wuhan Palace can master such detailed information. How could Yu Xiaogang and the others have thought that Feng Hao was not from Wuhan Palace, but someone who knew their entire plot? Time passed little by little. And soon they arrived at the outskirts of the soul hunting forest. Here, there are many people shouting to form a team. Yu Xiaogang took the opportunity to be an encyclopedia for Tang San here again, telling him some knowledge about the classification of martial spirits and teams. After entering the soul hunting forest, Feng Hao followed him all the way. After all, you are here, why not stay a little longer and see if you can hear something useful? Or, see if you can trigger the choice. Time passed little by little until the mandala snake came out. While the two of them were fighting fiercely with mandala, Feng Hao watched their embarrassed appearance with great interest. When Yu Xiaogang was poisoned and Tang San was fighting with the spirit beast, suddenly the system's voice that sounded pleasant to Feng Hao sounded. Ding! The event of Tang San hunting the first spirit ring is triggered. Choice 1, show up, help Tang San obtain the soul ring, kill Yu Xiaogang, and reward soul control water. Option 2, let it develop and be rewarded with the Sumur ring. Now that I have killed Yu Xiaogang, even if I control Tang San, he is still a puppet. It will lose a lot of meaning and will also miss a lot of tasks. Yu Xiaogang wants to get me, so we can't let him die so cheaply. It's best to let him see me take the woman he likes, and let him experience the feeling of life being worse than death. If Feng Hao wanted to kill him, it would be very simple. However, killing him like this is too cheap. Moreover, the reward for choosing one is just that. That soul-controlling water should be able to control people. The latter, the Sumur ring, seems to be a space treasure. This is still very useful for Feng Hao. Except for the rewards given by the system, he cannot put other things into the backpack of the system. Therefore, a space treasure is still an urgent need. Apart from anything else, I will have a space available when I go shopping with my girl in the future. Feng Hao chose the latter and continued watching. And Tang San also relied on his own sleeve arrows to obtain this spirit ring. Feng Hao did not intend to continue following him, but decided to leave here first. After Feng Hao left, he quickly rushed back to the academy alone. Nodding College, it was the afternoon when Feng Hao came back. There happens to be no classes that day, but students can go to the college to study by themselves, read books by themselves, or practice in the college. The place of great wind. He came to school because Xiao Wu was not at home. If you weren't at home, you would probably be over here. When Feng Hao entered the academy, he quickly found Xiao Wu. However, there is a group of people surrounding here at this time. When Feng Hao walked over, he found a female teacher here, scolding Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu looked at her angrily, looking very unconvinced. Feng Hao was looking at the people around him. Aren't these Wang Sheng's people? It seems that even if Xiao Wu is not a work-study student, he still encountered this problem and chose to help the weaker party, Wang Sheng and the others. Teacher Xiao, what's going on? Feng Hao stepped forward and asked with a smile. This female teacher is a teacher in her 40s. She has a lot of makeup on her body. It makes people feel very uncomfortable when she is close to her. The overly strong powdery smell makes people always feel that this is not like a teacher teaching martial arts cultivation, but more like a teacher teaching people how to grow. Teacher Feng, this little girl doesn't study hard and fights with others in school. This is not good. I'll educate her here. She explained to Feng Hao with a smile. After all, the whole school knew about Feng Hao's previous defeat of Lin Heng. Feng Hao is so young, but he has such strong strength. Everyone in the college speculated that he might come from a powerful family. Therefore, these teachers must not dare to offend Feng Hao. Oh? Let's educate them, right? She wasn't the only one who was fighting, right? What about the people who were fighting with her? Why not educate those students? Feng Hao asked. Teacher Feng, those students were all injured by her. They were injured, right? What grade are they in? 6th grade. A 6th grade student was injured by a 1st grade student. Isn't it more important to educate people? Also, Teacher Xiao, before you educate people, have you ever asked why a 1st grade student fights with a 6th grade student? You didn't ask, did you? Are there any of their 6th grade students that you don't dare to offend? Feng Hao's continuous questioning made the female teacher's face turn red. Because she was told by Feng Hao, she indeed chose to help him because of his family status. She also didn't expect that Feng Hao would actually come out to speak for Xiao Wu. She finally said awkwardly, what Teacher Feng said is that I didn't think carefully this time. Classmate Xiaowu, the teacher apologizes to you. She is quite flexible, after all, it is not a good thing to offend Feng Hao. With Feng Hao's potential, it is possible to become a sole Douluo or a titled Douluo in the future. I hope you can be more fair in the future. Xiao Wu replied coldly, then walked to Feng Hao's side, took Feng Hao's hand and said, Brother Feng Hao, you are back, let's go home. Yes. Feng Hao nodded, and then said to everyone, Everyone, please disperse. Then, he took Xiao Wu and left together. Brother Feng Hao? Are they relatives? I said Sister Xiao Wu's talent is so high. It turns out that she and Teacher Feng Hao are related. Wang Sheng and other students who received Xiao Wu's help said happily. But the female teacher was standing there stupidly, she was dumbfounded. She hadn't noticed that Feng Hao was close to Xiao Wu in the academy before, so she didn't expect that Xiao Wu and Feng Hao had such a close relationship. She understood that she was really in trouble today. She decided to take more care of Xiao Wu in the academy from now on, so as not to let her hate her. Today's impact is not only on this female teacher, but also on those students. It also has a great influence on other teachers. After other teachers learned about the relationship between Feng Hao and Xiao Wu from their students, they also decided to take more care of Xiao Wu in the future. Feng Hao and the others didn't know this. After they left the academy, Xiao Wu said, "Brother Feng Hao, let's go eat. You don't know that eating alone doesn't taste good when you're not around." "Okay. I will go out to do errands from now on and will come back as soon as possible to accompany my baby Xiaowu," Feng Hao said dotingly. Chapter 15 Tang San's mentality collapsed. Xiao Wu didn't ask about Feng Hao following Tang San, because she believes that Feng Hao will definitely handle it well. Now that Feng Hao is back, she just needs to let Feng Hao accompany her. After Feng Hao came back, a day passed before Tang San and the others came back. This day, at noon, in Feng Hao's office. When Tang San came to see Feng Hao, he first bowed to Feng Hao hypocritically. Then, Xiang Feng Gao said, "Teacher, this time I go out and have great luck." "Oh? You got lucky? What kind of luck did you get?" Feng Hao asked, pretending not to know. "It's like this. When I was on the road, I met an injured soul beast. It seemed that it was being chased by someone. When it was about to die, I killed it and absorbed its soul ring." Tang Sangxiao groaned. Snapped. Feng Hao slapped him with his backhand. "Teacher, why did you hit me?" Tang San said aggrievedly. "Are you so eager to get a soul ring? Do you want to absorb any soul beast you meet on the roadside? Do you know that casually absorbing soul rings can easily lead to problems? Moreover, that may not be the best fit for you. Soul ring." Feng Hao scolded him sternly, looking like a strict teacher. Tang San was stunned for a moment, and then explained, "Teacher, this soul ring of mine should be more suitable for me. Is it appropriate? Is it 1,000-year soul ring?" Feng Hao asked. "Hey? 1,000 years? Teacher, when I absorbed that soul ring, it was very difficult. The 1,000-year soul ring is not my first a soul ring can absorb it." Tang and the other two people were all confused. Didn't the master say that? He is suitable for absorbing 300 to 400-year-old soul beast soul rings. How come Feng Hao is here? He has been able to absorb it for thousands of years. Could it be that Feng Hao wanted to harm him? Of course it's difficult for you to absorb it now. You haven't trained enough. It's certainly difficult to absorb the soul ring in a hurry at this time," Feng Hao said angrily. He didn't need to help Tang San find any soul rings anyway, so he could just talk nonsense. He said that it would be best to create a gap between Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. If it doesn't happen, he has no loss, it doesn't matter at all. "Teacher, if I continue to train, can I really absorb 1,000-year spirit ring?" Tang San asked in disbelief. "As long as you train your physical strength and soul strength to be particularly strong, it is possible to absorb not only 1,000-year soul rings, but also 10,000-year soul rings," Feng Hao said seriously. "Is this true?" Rather than saying he didn't believe it, Tang San said he didn't want to believe it. Because if this is true, then he has lost his blood. "How could I, a teacher, still lie to you?" Feng Hao asked. "Teacher, I wonder if you can let your disciple see your soul ring." Tang San thought for a while and decided that seeing is believing. If what Feng Hao said is true, then Feng Hao's soul ring must be 1,000 years old. Feng Hao has 1,000-year soul ring, so he has to believe it. "First let me see how old your soul ring is," Feng Hao said with concern. "Yes, teacher." Tang San accepted the order, and then showed his spirit ring. Tang San then revealed his first spirit ring. Tang San was originally very satisfied with his spirit ring. But after Feng Hao said this just now, he had some self-doubt in his heart. Could it be that his soul ring was really garbage? Looking at his soul ring, Feng Hao said, "The mandala snake's soul ring seems to be in the early 400 years. Feng Hao's seemingly very professional words made Tang San suddenly doubtful. Because he had clearly felt that what Feng Hao said might be true. Feng Hao seems to be really capable. But he still insisted on seeing Feng Hao's soul ring. Only then can we make a conclusion. Teacher, please let me see your soul ring. Tang San requested. Ding! Tang San wants to confirm the upper limit of the number of years for a soul master's first soul ring. What will you choose? Choice 1, show your martial soul and be rewarded with the second soul ring of Tai Chi 2, a 50,000-year soul ring. Choice 2, decline his request and be rewarded with a 3,000-year soul bone, which will increase your soul power by 5 levels. 3,000-year soul bones? This value is definitely not comparable to that of a 50,000-year soul ring. As for the 5th level soul power, my talent and the techniques I have cultivated, they are not worth it at all. Feng Hao thought to himself. Now he can also figure out some rules. His soul ring does not require him to work hard to find soul beasts to hunt. You can get it after triggering the mission. As for what tasks can be obtained, he did not find any rules. Maybe there is no rule in itself. Anyway, others are not in a hurry. Unless his own cultivation has been stuck in a certain state for too long, then he will consider hunting a 10,000-year soul beast. Xiaosan, I know it's hard for you to believe what I say without seeing my soul ring. In that case, let me let you see it. I hope you are mentally prepared. Feng Hao reminded kindly. Teacher, don't worry, my first spirit ring has been determined, and it is impossible to choose again. I will be calm no matter how old you are. Tang San said solemnly. He is an adult after all, and his mind is very mature. Even if Feng Hao's soul ring really lasts for 1,000 years, he can't come back again, he can only accept it. Okay. I believe you, after all, you are my disciple, Feng Hao. After Feng Hao finished speaking, he activated his soul power and saw 2 black soul rings rising slowly under his feet. The second soul ring is much darker than the first one. The moment these 2 spirit rings were revealed, Tang San felt as if the air around him was suffocating. He felt that his breathing was a little difficult. Black, 10,000-year soul ring? 10,000-year soul ring, how is this possible? He only felt that his breathing was not smooth, and he fell to the ground. He was already yelling curses in his heart, he couldn't accept it. Why? Why is it a 10,000-year soul ring? He can accept it after 1,000 years, why should it be 10,000 years? This blow is really too big, this is 10 times stronger than I expected. At this time, Feng Hao quickly put away his soul ring, stepped forward to help him up, and said, Xiaosan, what's wrong with you? It's all your fault, I shouldn't have shown my soul ring. He looked very sad, but he couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that Tang San would be hit so seriously. It looked like it would take him a long time to recover. Teacher, I'm fine, I'm fine. Tang San stood up tremblingly, like a drunk person. It's okay. Don't be in a hurry for your next soul ring. Practice more and then find a soul ring that suits you. Don't be so reckless. Feng Hao said kindly. Yes, teacher. Teacher, I'm going back to rest first, Tang San said. Go ahead. If you feel uncomfortable, don't come to class today. Feng Hao said considerately. Thank you, teacher. After that, Tang San left here and walked directly towards Yu Xiaogang's room. He wanted to find that good-for-nothing Yu Xiaogang. How could it cause him such misery? Chapter 16 Yu Xiaogang's Sophistry Ability. Tang San left Feng Hao's office and rushed directly to Yu Xiaogang's place. Originally, Yu Xiaogang was injured and he was very worried. Because of this help, he also trusted Yu Xiaogang very much. However, what happened to Feng Hao made him feel depressed. Because of Feng Hao's intervention, the relationship between Tang San and Yu Xiaogang was originally more of a cooperation. Originally, this time it was possible to go further, but because of Feng Hao's words, a huge gap was instantly opened in the relationship that was originally going to be further. Tang San came to the door of Yu Xiaogang's room. He reached out and pushed open Yu Xiaogang's room. Yu Xiaogang, who was lying down, watched him come in and said with great relief, "Xiaosan, why did you come to see me? It would be bad if Feng Hao saw this." "I'm not here to see you, I have a problem with you," Tang San said coldly. "Xiao San, what's wrong?" Yu Xiaogang felt that something was wrong with Tang San's tone. Tang San asked directly, "Let me ask you, why did you hide it from me? Why did you rush to take me to absorb the spirit ring, and let me get a rubbish 100-year spirit ring? What are your intentions?" "What? Taking you there in a hurry? A rubbish 100-year soul ring? Xiaosan, that is the most suitable soul ring for you. Why do you say it is a rubbish soul ring?" Yu Xiaogang even wondered if he had heard wrongly. Tang San was separated from him for a while, but why did he change instantly? "A soul ring of more than 400 years, I thought it was really powerful, haha. I just went to see Feng Hao, and he told me that the one suitable for me is a 1000-year soul ring, but it just needs more training." When Tang San said this, he stared at Yu Xiaogang, waiting for Yu Xiaogang's answer. "That's nonsense. I've been studying soul rings for so many years. That kid is just talking nonsense," Yu Xiaogang said angrily. "Nonsense? I saw his soul ring. Do you know how old it is?" Tang San laughed self-deprecatingly. He traveled through time and came to this world, thinking that his new life would be infinitely exciting. He thought he would be the protagonist of this world. How could he have thought that Feng Hao would appear and make him look like a clown? "How many years?" Yu Xiaogang frowned, and he also felt the seriousness of the problem. "I'm afraid it's not simple for Tang San's character to be affected so seriously. His first spirit ring and second spirit ring are both 10,000 years old. I don't know how many thousand years the second spirit ring is, but it is much darker than the first spirit ring," Tang San said dejectedly. 10,000 years. Yu Xiaogang murmured, his body trembling constantly. He pinched himself hard to make sure he was not dreaming. He confirmed again, "Xiao San, are you really from 10,000 years?" "I'm sure, I'm absolutely right." "What? Haven't you studied martial arts for so many years? You don't know?" Tang San said with a sarcastic tone. "Xiaosan, don't worry, I know why he has a 10,000-year soul ring." Yu Xiaogang murmured. "What's the reason?" Tang San asked. "It should be done by Wuhan Palace. Although I have been studying Wuhan for a long time, there are also many people in Wuhan Palace who are studying Wuhan. They are working on how to absorb longer soul rings. 10,000-year soul rings, then it's their pursuit, and if nothing else, Feng Hao is their test subject," Yu Xiaogang analyzed seriously. "Tester? Yes, experimental subject. Moreover, there must be huge hidden dangers. If there is no risk, how can he be the only one? He must have other problems. If you can contact him, you can see more about what is strange about him. The place. Then my soul ring is really suitable for me. That's for sure, let's do it. You go to the Wuhan branch hall and level up as a soul master there. Just look at the reactions of those in the Wuhan hall and you will know." After the conversation with Yu Xiaogang ended, Tang San fell silent. He was very confused at this moment. He was hit too hard by Feng Hao. He looked at Yu Xiaogang, bowed his head and said, "Master, I'm sorry for you. I was frightened by Feng Hao's 10,000-year soul ring. Xiao San, there is one thing I didn't plan to say originally, but now it seems that if I don't say it, I'm worried that you will be affected by Feng Hao in the future." Yu Xiaogang said seriously. "Master, tell me." Tang San said seriously. "The former pope was killed by your father. The people in Wuhan Palace will do anything to deal with you and your father. You must not fall into other people's tricks." Yu Xiaogang sighed. "Road. What? My dad, he killed the previous pope? Is he a titled Douluo?" Tang San knew that his father should be very powerful before, but he didn't expect to be so powerful. Yes. Xiaosan, you have to remember, even if Feng Hao's #1 martial soul is a 10,000-year soul ring, so what? You are twin martial souls. In the future, if you cultivate the two martial souls together, he will be with you. There is nothing in front of me, Yu Xiaogang comforted. Master, your words today have untied the knot in my heart. Master, don't worry, I will never be swayed by him in the future. Tang San said firmly. His father was actually a titled Douluo, and his father believed in Yu Xiaogang, so he really couldn't question Yu Xiaogang. Moreover, Yu Xiaogang is right, he is a twin martial spirit. In this regard, Feng Hao will definitely not be able to compare with him in the future. After all, Yu Xiaogang said that he was the third person Yu Xiaogang had ever met who had twin martial souls. Tang Sanzi, after listening to what the master said, I went to the Wuhan branch hall to register as a soul master. The first is to verify whether your soul ring is really powerful, and the second is that after registering, you can receive a gold soul coin every month. At the same time, in Feng Hao's office. At this time, Feng Hao was closing his eyes and feeling the second soul skill of his Tai Chi diagram. A Tai Chi pattern appeared under his feet, and a virtual image of him appeared on both sides of the Tai Chi pattern. The aura of this virtual image is exactly the same as his. The two people who shot at the same time used soul power and moves that were all his. This second soul skill is called Yin-Yang Mirror. Yin-Yang Mirror Image can copy two mirror images with the same strength as itself. These two mirror images cannot use the soul skill of Yin-Yang Mirror Image. He can use everything else he knows. When he terminates his soul skill, the mirror image will automatically dissipate. This soul skill becomes stronger as time goes by. After all, this is everything except the yin and yang mirror image. Feng Hao withdrew his soul skill, and the two virtual images of himself dispersed like clouds of smoke. The speed of Tang San's adjustment surprised Feng Hao. A few days later, Tang San was seen practicing normally. Ever since Tang San came back from getting the soul ring, he would come to Feng Hao for advice from time to time. He behaved very respectfully, while Feng Hao gave casual instructions and brushed it off. Every time Tang San asked about the cultivation method of the twin martial souls, Feng Hao had only one answer, and that was to cultivate the current blue-silver grass first. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 17 Zero Parachute. In 2 years, Feng Hao's strength reached level 30. In the past 2 years, he had practiced very hard. After all, he had always wanted to reach level 30 as soon as possible and then go to Tiandu City. Xiao Wu has also grown a lot taller in the past 2 years, reaching 1.4 meters tall, and gradually showing her beauty. She is still very dependent on Feng Hao. She is still used to sleeping with Feng Hao at night and uses Feng Hao as a pillow. Her soul power has also reached level 20, and her speed of improvement is definitely incomparable to Feng Hao's. After all, she didn't have Feng Hao's plug-in, and the Sun scripture that Feng Hao used to cultivate soul power was useless to her, so Feng Hao didn't teach it to her. He hopes to get a technique suitable for her practice as soon as possible, but no tasks have been triggered in the past 2 years, and he has no choice. It was a holiday recently, and after Feng Hao broke through level 30, he wanted to find Qian RENXUE. It has been 2 years since I separated from her. She should be even more beautiful now. In Feng Hao's heart, a woman is most beautiful when she is 16 to 18 years old. Whether the back can be as beautiful as now depends mainly on whether it is well maintained. This morning, Feng Hao said to Xiao Wu, I may have to go out for a few days. Brother Feng Hao, where are you going? Can't you take me with you? She looked at Feng Hao and asked. I can't take you to the place I'm going to this time. How about I take you there next time I go somewhere else? Feng Hao said. Going to Tiandu City, there were too many masters there. Feng Hao was worried that Xiao Wu would be exposed, otherwise, he could take her with him. "Oh! Brother Feng Hao, please come back quickly," she begged, blinking her big eyes. "Yes. I will." Feng Hao nodded, and then took out a small umbrella from the samurai ring. He handed the umbrella to Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, this umbrella is for your self-defense." Self-defense? Xiao Wu looked at the umbrella and found that it was entirely made of metal. However, the weight is not heavy. The umbrella body is very thin and light, and it is hard to imagine what kind of technology it takes to temper it to such an extent. This umbrella is light yellow in color, and it has very beautiful textures and some orb decorations. Girls are very tempted by the sight of it. However, this umbrella was good looking, so it was a bit difficult for her to associate it with self-defense. This umbrella is called the 1000 Machine Umbrella. I made it not long ago. It is a very powerful hidden weapon. Even a person with no soul power can kill him with one blow when he encounters the soul sect. You have with soul power, even if you encounter some low-level soul kings, you still have a chance to seriously injure them, Feng Hao explained. So powerful? Is this useful? Xiao Wu asked curiously. There are 2 buttons on the handle of this umbrella. One is for opening the umbrella, which is for normal use. The other is for pressing the hidden weapon button. After opening the umbrella, press the hidden weapon button, and the hidden weapon will attack a circle around you. Feng Hao explained. In fact, the upper limit of the 1000 chance umbrella's power is not just this, but he can't find the metal that can reach the most powerful power of the 1000 chance umbrella. The great thing about this 1000 machine umbrella is that it can be used in conjunction with a person's soul power. It can greatly increase his upper limit. As long as his soul power is enough, he can kill a titled Douluo with this hidden weapon. Of course, the premise is a good 1000 chance umbrella made of metal. I'll go over and give it a try, Xiao Wu said excitedly. This was a new toy to her. She trotted forward, first opened the button and opened the 1000 planes umbrella. She took a look at the umbrella and found that the inside of the umbrella was very exquisite. It's hard to imagine that such a beautiful thing could have the power, Feng Hao said. She gently pressed the button of the concealed weapon. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless flying needles flew out and quickly pinned her in a circle. She is surrounded by roads paved with stone slabs. Those flying needles left tiny holes directly on the stone slab. This was when she didn't use her soul power. It was hard for her to imagine that if this was nailed to a human body, what would be the outcome. She collected the myriad manifestations umbrella, ran back to Feng Hao, and said, "Brother Feng Hao, those flying needles are nailed into the stone slab. How do you take them out?" "There is no need to take it out. There is still something in this 1000 machine umbrella. It is enough for you to use it 18 times. Apart from this time, there are still 17 times left. When it is used up, I will replenish it for you," Feng Hao said. 17 times, I guess it will be difficult to use it up. I like this 1000 machine umbrella very much, and I also like the name. Thank you, Brother Feng Hao. After Xiao Wu finished speaking, she kissed Feng Hao on the face. In the past 2 years, she had kissed Feng Hao like this frequently. She was used to it, and Feng Hao was also used to it. Feng Hao also turned around and kissed her lovingly on the forehead, and then said, "I will be back soon." Yet. Xiao Wu nodded obediently. Then, Feng Hao performed the second soul skill of Tai Chi Tu. I saw a golden bridge drawn in the sky, and on top of the golden bridge, countless great forces descended from the sky. On the other side of Jingqiao, it was hazy. This requires Feng Hao to choose the location himself, and at this time, his soul can quickly overlook the surrounding city. And it continued to expand, and finally, Tiandu city was seen to the extreme. After he chose Tiandu city, he turned around and waved to Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, I'm leaving first." After saying that, he stepped onto the golden bridge and walked towards the other side of the golden bridge. He just stepped over, and the next moment, Jing Qiao disappeared, and so did everyone else. Xiao Wu looked at the empty space in front of her and murmured, "Is Brother Feng Hao a god?" This method is so magical that she has never heard of it. It disappeared in an instant, without any breath at all. Brother Feng Hao must be a god sent by God to save me. That must be the case, she said firmly. Feng Hao felt that he had passed through a heavy fog, and then arrived outside Tiandu city. If his soul power hadn't been reduced by nearly 1/3, he would have doubted whether he was dreaming. Even though I have my own soul skills, I have always known their effectiveness. But when he used it for the first time, he still felt very shocked. Although he lost 1/3 of his soul power, this soul skill is definitely a super god-like existence. Moreover, under the scorching sun, because of the sun scripture, he recovered his soul power very quickly. He swaggered into Tiandu city while leisurely recovering his soul power. He walked in the city for about half an hour, when suddenly a voice sounded from the side. "Master Feng Hao, is that you?" Hearing this voice, he quickly turned around. As expected, it was Snake Spear Douluo. "Senior, it's me. I didn't expect you to find me so quickly," Feng Hao said in surprise. Although titled Douluo is looking for someone who can sense aura, it will be quick. However, Snake Spear Douluo needs to keep paying attention. Snake Spear Douluo came so quickly, which meant that he had been paying attention to see if there was Feng Hao's aura in Tiandu city. "Because the young lady has always asked me to pay attention, I dare not neglect you. The young lady has been talking about you for the past 2 years. Young master, hurry up and follow me," Snake Spear Douluo said. Chapter 18 Goodbye Zero RENXUE. I miss her too. Feng Hao's words were not hypocritical, but came from the sincerity. If he didn't really want to see Qian RENXUE, he wouldn't have come. Qian RENXUE was the first woman he met in this world, and she was also the one who helped him obtain his second soul ring. She naturally had special feelings for Qian RENXUE. What's more, she is still the most beautiful woman in the mainland, and she is at the age of incomparable beauty. How could Feng Hao not think about her? "Young master, come with me." Snake Spear Douluo led the way. After leading Feng Hao through an alley, he began to climb over the walls. Snake Spear Douluo also did this intentionally. He increased his speed slightly to see if Feng Hao could keep up. Because he wanted to know how Feng Hao's soul power had improved in the past 2 years. Feng Hao also guessed what Snake Spear Douluo was thinking. He used his soul power and followed Snake Spear Douluo closely. Seeing that he did not slow down at all, Snake Spear Douluo marveled, although I only used less than 50 level soul power, he was only at level 22 years ago. This growth rate is too amazing. The strong will always respect the strong. Feng Hao understood that if he wanted to be recognized by the strong, he had to show his strength. Of course, his current strength cannot compare with titled Douluo. However, he can show strength that is many times more powerful than this soul power. Snake Spear Douluo finally brought Feng Hao to a mansion, the prince's mansion. When he arrived at the prince's mansion, Feng Hao pretended to be curious and asked, "Senior, is Sister Shui in the prince's mansion?" "You will know soon," Snake Spear Douluo said. In fact, he had to lament that Feng Hao had too much influence on the young lady 2 years ago. Qian RENXUE had directly ordered him to bring Feng Hao directly to the prince's mansion whenever he came. What does that mean? This means that her disguise will be completely torn off in front of Feng Hao. What kind of trust does this have in Feng Hao to be able to make such a decision? Oh! Feng Hao nodded, and then entered the prince's mansion with Snake Spear Douluo full of expectations. After entering the prince's mansion, Snake Spear Douluo took Feng Hao directly outside Qian RENXUE's study. Arriving outside the study, Snake Spear Douluo bowed and said, "Young master, I have brought Master Feng Hao." "What?" Qian RENXUE's voice sounded inside, and the next moment, the door was pushed open. Qian RENXUE is pure snow. It comes out in the shape of a river. When she came out, Feng Hao looked at her and stepped forward and said, "Sister Shuer, why are you dressed like this?" "Hadai, can you still recognize me?" she asked in surprise. "Of course, Sister Shuer, although your appearance has changed, your eyes will not change, and your temperament will not change. Sister Shuer, I have missed you so much these past 2 years." Feng Hao said and went up to hug Qian RENXUE. Even under her current disguise, Feng Hao couldn't feel her broad mind. However, the fragrance of her body made Feng Hao intoxicated. "Brother Hao, is Uncle Shi still here? Why are you acting like a child even though you are taller than me?" Qian RENXUE pursed her lips and chuckled. She had no intention of pushing away Feng Hao's behavior of holding her. The original Qian RENXUE would never think about these feelings at all. In the original work, it was not until she met Tang San that she began to have emotional fluctuations. But now it was Feng Hao who took the lead in living in her heart 2 years ago. It was also Feng Hao's behavior of helping her 2 years ago that melted her heart. At the beginning, she didn't feel this way. After coming back, she found that she was always looking forward to Feng Hao coming to Tiandu City as soon as possible. She even regretted why she didn't just bring Feng Hao to Tiandu City. 2 years of lovesickness. Seeing him today, he naturally let Feng Hao go. Although her words were meant to tease Feng Hao, to Snake Spear Douluo's ears, they sounded like a hint to leave. Snake Spear Douluo was so sensible that he quickly bowed to Qian RENXUE and then respectfully retreated. After Snake Spear Douluo retreated, Qian RENXUE said, "Brother Hao, let's talk in the room we entered. Tell me carefully how you came here in the past 2 years." "Okay." Feng Hao let go of Qian RENXUE and went in with Qian RENXUE. After entering the study and sitting down, Feng Hao first asked curiously, "Sister Shuer, why are you pretending to be a man?" "Brother Hao, this is a long story. Can you promise me that you won't tell anyone?" Qian RENXUE asked. "Of course. Sister Shuer's secret is my secret, and I will never let a third person know it," Feng Hao promised, patting his chest. "If you dare to leak it out, I will ask the titled Douluo of Wuhan Palace to arrest you so that you can't go there and can only see me alone." Qian RENXUE looked at him and said seriously. Her Yandere words made Feng Hao shudder. It reminded him of Qian RENXUE standing in front of him holding a hatchet. This must not be the case. How could my Feng Hao's woman do this? She must change her mind. She needs to be well trained. Feng Hao murmured in his heart. He said to Qian RENXUE, "Sister Shuer, what you said makes me want to reveal the secret. Seeing you every day is simply a great blessing in life. You are the only one with a poor mouth." Qian RENXUE gave him a white look, that look was full of all kinds of charm. Even though she was disguised as a man at this time, her eyes were still itching. If a man is really like this, I'm afraid he will be bent. Become a fencer. Then, Qian RENXUE began to tell Feng Hao about how she came to the Tiandu Empire disguised as Xue King He. She explained the process in detail. And although Feng Hao already knew about it in his previous life, he still listened carefully. Qian RENXUE told him personally that he also knew more details. After finishing the narration, Qian RENXUE said, "Brother Hao, do you think I am a vicious woman?" Feng Hao shook his head and said seriously, "Sister Shuer, do you know what I hate the most?" "What is it?" Qian RENXUE asked. "Those are those high-ranking nobles, the royal family. We are all human beings. Why can they be superior to others and enslave others? Have those people contributed anything to other people? I admit that some people have contributed, but most of them are just worms. They continue to absorb the nutrients of ordinary people, so that the poor will never stand up and will be enslaved by them forever. I am also a poor person. I hope that in the future, poor people can also get equal training resources. This is definitely not allowed by these royal families. They won't even give ordinary land to the poor, let alone cultivation resources. It's very difficult for poor people to get into those good schools. Compared with the royal family, the Wuhan Palace has the opportunity for poor people all over the world to cultivate martial arts and make people all over the world stronger. Therefore, in this regard, I support the Wuhan Palace and you, Sister Shui. Chapter 19 The Number 1 Beauty in Mainland China. In the original work, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang also helped the Tiandu Empire stabilize the situation in the empire. It just shows that they helped the empire, saved the empire from decline, and defeated the villain Qian RENXUE. But what about the people at the bottom? Under the empire, the most miserable people are the common people. Of course they won't care, because they are all nobles. They all have vested interests, so they naturally have to protect them. Are there any evil people in Wuhan Palace? Of course, there are quite a few. There are some bastard things in the branch hall, sub-hall, and main hall of the local Wuhan Hall. However, there are branches of Wuhan Palace in so many small cities. How many people are working diligently to awaken martial spirits for the people on the mainland? The Wuhan Palace is much better than the empire. It sucks, but it can be saved. The empire is worse, or too bad to be saved kind of. After Qian RENXUE heard Feng Hao's words, she looked at Feng Hao in a different light. Feng Hao is not only talented in cultivation, not only handsome, but also outstanding in knowledge. She said to Feng Hao, "Brother Hao, with your words, I will be more relaxed when doing things in the future. Sister Shui, if you have any problems, you can always come to me." Feng Hao said. Now he can travel between Tiandu City and Notting City at will, and he will naturally come here often. Okay. Qian RENXUE didn't say anything. She had so many masters in Wuhan Palace and didn't need Feng Hao. "Brother Hao, tell me about your situation in the past 2 years." Qian RENXUE asked. "After I separated from you." Feng Hao also told the story about his encounter with Xiao Wu, but he only told it according to Xiao Wu's own identity. He definitely can't say that Xiao Wu is a soul beast now. There was also the matter of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, which he also mentioned in one word. After Qian RENXUE heard this, she chuckled like a silver bell. "Hadai, I'm curious about how you teach your students. Sister Shui, if you are curious, I can teach you a lesson now." Feng Hao said with a wicked smile. "Okay. How are you going to teach me?" she asked. "Teach you some fighting skills, Sister Shui. While we compete, I will point out your flaws." Feng Hao said seriously. In terms of combat skills, he is definitely better than Qian RENXUE. After all, the Sun scripture is a god-level technique, much more powerful than Tang San's Xian technique. "Let's go outside and practice," Qian RENXUE said. She is not the kind of little woman who only acts coquettishly. She likes to pursue improvement in strength. If she can improve her strength with the help of the person she likes, then she will naturally wish for it. In the teaching field of the prince's mansion. "Brother Hao, I'm taking action." "Sister Shui, take action." Qian RENXUE then attacked with a pink fist. Her soul power has improved a lot in the past 2 years. Her speed and strength have been greatly improved. When her pink fist approached Feng Hao avoided it lightly. Feng Hao put his hand on her waist. When he got close, he didn't use any force on his hand, but stroked it gently. Of course Qian RENXUE felt it and knew that this bad guy was teasing her. But at the same time, it also let her know her own weakness. If it was an enemy, it would not be teasing, but a killing move. Although the speed is good, when pursuing speed, the defense of oneself is insufficient, and it is easy for others to find flaws. At a glance, there are more than 10 flaws. Feng Hao said seriously, and then attacked Qian RENXUE in many places with his hands. After Qian RENXUE was exposed to these flaws, she retreated, made adjustments again, and attacked again. This time, the speed is a little slower, but the flaws are reduced by 80%. She is very talented. As long as a problem is pointed out, she can quickly think of a solution. The two of them kept fighting like this, and Feng Hao kept pointing out her problems. Qian RENXUE initially thought about Feng Hao becoming a teacher, and she even laughed. But at this time, she felt a little envious of those students. Feng Hao is definitely a good teacher. With his guidance, the future of those students will definitely not be bad. The two fought for a long time. Qian RENXUE's body was dripping with sweat. In the final exchange, Feng Hao put his arms around her waist and held her in front of him. "Sister Schwetter, let's stop here today." "Okay," she whispered. "Sister Schwetter, I want to see you regain your daughter's body." Feng Hao looked at her and requested. "Humph, do you dislike me being like this?" she snorted. She actually acted coquettishly towards him. Feng Hao suppressed his laughter and said, "I like Sister Schwetter no matter what, but you are the most beautiful in girl body. I'm covered in sweat. I'll come back to you after I take a shower." Qian RENXUE said shyly. "Okay. I'll wait for you, Sister Schwetter." After Feng Hao finished speaking, he kissed her forehead while she wasn't paying attention. Feng Hao was now a head taller than Qian RENXUE. He kissed her forehead gently at the right angle. "It's sweaty," she whispered. "What's wrong with sweating?" "Sister Schwetter, do you know? Your sweat carries a delicate fragrance." Feng Hao didn't mean it as a compliment, but it was true. It should be a problem with her physical condition. "Are you a pervert? Do you also smell sweat?" Qian RENXUE gave him a white look. "It was Sister Schwetter who turned me into a pervert," Feng Hao said with a smile. "Then it's my fault." "That's right. How are you going to apologize to Sister Schwetter?" Feng Hao said cautiously. "I'm good enough for you, you big-headed guy. I'm going to take a shower." She pushed him away, then turned and left. "Sister Schwetter, where should I wait for you?" Feng Hao asked. "In my study." "Okay." After Feng Hao watched her leave, he turned around and went to her study. Feng Hao was in the study, looking forward to her appearance. In 2 years, she is now 17 years old. How much can change in 2 years? During the waiting period, Feng Hao felt that time passed very long. "I wish I could fast forward as quickly as possible like a video." After waiting for a long time, finally, the study door opened. The moment the door to the study room was pushed open, a burst of fragrant wind came. There is Qian RENXUE's body fragrance and the feeling of being alone after bathing. Very fragrant. Mixed together, Feng Hao couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. He looked at Qian RENXUE who pushed the door in. Qian RENXUE was wearing a white palace dress this time, with her shoulders exposed and the waves on her chest looming. Her long hair hangs down her back and reaches her hips. Her beautiful facial features are even more charming than before. She has fair skin that can be broken by blows, rosy cherry lips, and a delicate and upturned nose. Feng Haoran was dumbfounded. This is the peerless face of the most beautiful woman in the mainland. Although Qian RENXUE was beautiful back then, she was a little immature. Today's Qian RENXUE is a little more mature and still has the innocence of a girl. With every frown and smile, there is the aloofness of a goddess and the charm of a witch. Looking at her at this time, Feng Hao couldn't help but sigh, "Sister Schwetter, you are an elf carefully crafted by heaven and earth." Chapter 20 Confession 0 RENXUE. If it were not carved by heaven and earth, how could it be so charming? It is a complete collection of the advantages that a woman should have. Seeing Feng Hao's dumbfounded look, Qian RENXUE felt very happy. A woman looks like someone who pleases herself. However, she still said, "That's not as exaggerated as you said, Hadai, your eyes will pop out." Feng Hao approached her and said, "Sister Schwetter, do you know? Seeing you like this, I suddenly don't want you to return to being a daughter in the future." "Why?" she asked curiously. "Because I don't want others to see how beautiful you are, I just want to see it alone," Feng Hao said greedily. Pfft. Brother Hao, you can make people happy by talking nonsense. Qian Rongxue felt happy at his words. Ding! Capture the heart of the goddess. Choice 1. Confess your love to Qian Rongxue and be rewarded with the third spirit ring of the three-legged golden crow, 100,000-year spirit ring. Choice 2. Only the body, not the heart, will be rewarded with the third soul ring of Tai Chi 2, a 100,000-year soul ring. Nonsense, of course, both physically and mentally. Not to mention that the rewards of the two are almost the same, even if the reward of the former is not as good as that of the latter. Feng Hao will not hesitate to confess his love to Qian Rongxue. I like her, and she is also interested in me. Why don't you confess? Feng Hao reached out and took Qian Rongxue's hand, kneeling on the ground in a proposal gesture. Brother Hao, what are you doing? Qian Rongxue didn't know what it meant. She just saw him kneeling down on one knee and thought it was weird. Sister Shuer, do you still remember what I said to you when we separated? Feng Hao asked. You've said so much, how could I know what you're talking about? Qian Rongxue said arrogantly. I said at the time that when I went to Tiandu City. That was when I confessed my love to you. Now, will you be my girlfriend? Let me take care of you and love you for the rest of my life. Feng Hao said affectionately. After speaking, he looked at Qian Rongxue, waiting for her answer. Qian Rongxue didn't expect that she would actually confess to herself. She was usually very capable, but now she was still frightened by this posture. Looking at Feng Hao's affectionate and sincere eyes, she could not imagine how sad Feng Hao would be if she refused. If Feng Hao is sad, then she feels bad too. Although she felt it was too early, she believed that there would never be another person who could make her heart beat in this life. She finally nodded heavily, her voice sounding like a mosquito. I do. Feng Hao suddenly stood up and reached out to hug Qian Rongxue. In the study room, I was as happy as a child. He hugged Qian Rongxue and spun around a few times, then looked at Qian Rongxue and kissed Qian Rongxue's pink lips. As he approached, the breath of the man she liked kept blowing in her nose, making Qian Rongxue a little confused. Qian Rongxue responded to him stiffly, and her breathing gradually became faster. The two of them kept exchanging breaths. Feng Hao's hands were not honest and he started to attack Qian Rongxue up and down. Qian Rongxue was also confused at this time and did not stop him. What's more, Feng Hao's technique made her very comfortable, and she gradually began to enjoy this feeling. Even if her reason told her that it was not good to do this in the study, she had to refuse. But her instinctive sense of comfort quickly overwhelmed her rationality. In the face of instinct, reason is vulnerable. The long kiss ended and Feng Hao separated from her. Qian Rongxue's face was as red as clouds, and her eyes were blurred. Looking at Feng Hao, he murmured, Brother Hao, it can't work here. No one here dares to disturb you. I want you right now, Sister Shuer. Others buried themselves on Qian Rongxue's white neck, kissing this natural work of art. Her hand gently caressed Qian Rongxue's big conscience, gently stroking it slowly. Brother Hao, no. Don't. Your Highness, sect leader Ning is here to see you. At this time, a servant's voice suddenly sounded outside. As soon as this voice sounded, Qian Rongxue was instantly frightened. Recovering instantly, she quickly pushed Feng Hao away and tried to calm down. She ordered her servants, you go down and receive the teacher. I'll come over after I've taken care of some things here. Yes. The servant accepted the order and quickly retreated. Qian Rongxue glanced at Feng Hao's hand that was still in her collar, and said angrily, why don't you stretch it out? I'm going to call out this dishonest hand right now. Feng Hao said and stretched out his hand very reluctantly. Qian Rongxue looked at her messy clothes and sighed, fortunately, the teacher came to me suddenly, otherwise, I would really be messing around with you here. As long as you and I are happy, so where is he? No one would see it anyway. Feng Hao said without any care. You are the only one who makes a lot of lies, so turn your head. Qian RENXUE said. Sister Shue'er, what are you going to do? Feng Hao asked curiously. I want to change clothes, do you want me to meet people like this? Qian RENXUE gave him a blank look. Okay. Feng Hao agreed readily and turned around. No peeking. Seeing how cheerful he was, Qian RENXUE knew that he would not be honest, so she warned him again. Sister Shue'er, don't worry, I won't peek. Feng Hao raised his hand and said. Qian RENXUE stared at him for a long time, making sure that he didn't turn around to peek, and then she untied Luo Shang. When Feng Hao heard the rustling sound, his heart itched unbearably. He couldn't help but glance back, and then turned around quickly. After Qian RENXUE took off her women's clothes, she put them into her soul guide, and then changed back into her Shueqinghe clothes. While she was changing and putting on her clothes, Feng Hao peeked a few more times. Her skin is like that of mutton fat jade. There is not a trace of fat on her body, nor does she look thin. A little more will make you look fatter, a little less will make you look thinner. This is the most perfect. After she put on the costume, she used the soul bones disguise soul skill to look like Shueqinghe. As she slowly arranged her hair, she said to Feng Hao, turn around. Oh! Feng Hao turned around, looked at her at this time, and had to sigh, this disguised soul skill is really powerful. It's hard to associate her now with her just now. Does it look good? Nice. Qian RENXUE asked this casually, and Feng Hao responded instinctively. After he said it, he noticed it. However, it was too late. Qian RENXUE glared at him charmingly and said, I knew you couldn't believe it. Sister Shue'er knows that I can't trust you, so she still doesn't kick me out. Feng Hao said doubtfully. It's hard for you now. Qian RENXUE looked at him with seductive eyes and said tenderly. Feng Hao felt more than uncomfortable at this moment. Coupled with the provocative look in her eyes, he felt like he was going to explode. It's so uncomfortable for you, hey? Qian RENXUE said proudly. See if I don't teach you a lesson. After Feng Hao said that, he went up to pick her up and pressed her on the desk. Chapter 21 Ning Fengzi's Gift. Although Feng Hao held down Qian RENXUE, she pushed Feng Hao and said seriously, Brother Hao, stop playing. I was hurt mentally just now. Sister Shue'er, you have to make it up to me. Feng Hao said aggrieved. You're just greedy. She said, but she still tapped Feng Hao's lips. Sister Shue'er is so sweet. Feng Hao took advantage and let Qian RENXUE go. After all, he also knows the priorities of things. It's okay to be a little skinny, but he can't really be too messy. Anyway, Qian RENXUE-CHAPTER is already his, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Brother Feng Hao, why don't you come with me to see my teacher? Qian RENXUE said. Is your teacher Ning Fengzi from the Kaibao glazed sect? Feng Hao asked. Feng Hao was still a little unhappy with Ning Fengzi who came to ruin his good deeds. If it weren't for the fact that he had a precious daughter at home, Feng Hao would be angry. Well, Brother Feng Hao, you actually know the teacher. Qian RENXUE said in surprise. You are now the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire, and many people know about your teacher. Feng Hao said. It seems that you are quite concerned about the domestic situation. Qian RENXUE said. That's for sure. After all, I want to come to Tiandu city to find you. What if I don't understand the situation here and come here and get bullied? Feng Hao said nonsense. Let's go there. Don't keep teacher waiting. Qian RENXUE said. Prince's mansion, in the living room. Ning Fengzi was drinking tea at this time, and behind him was the Bone Douluo of the Kaibao glazed sect. Ning Fengzi was very strange at this time. This student of his was usually very punctual and would never keep him waiting for long. You actually made him wait for so long this time. Did you encounter something important? After a while, Qian RENXUE and Feng Hao came here. As soon as Qian RENXUE came in, she quickly raised her hands and said, "Teacher, you have been kept waiting for a long time." "It's okay." "King He, who is this?" Ning Fengzi noticed Feng Hao immediately. After all, there were only 2 people here. If you can be brought here by Shui King He, you must be a very important friend. Moreover, when Ning Fengzi looked at Feng Hao, he also felt that his popularity was extraordinary. "This is a good brother I have made, Feng Hao." Shui King He introduced solemnly. "I've met sect leader Ning," Feng Hao said with cupped hands. After all, he still has someone else's precious daughter in his heart. He must be polite to this future father-in-law. "Hello. King He rarely makes friends. It seems that you are not simple." Ning Fengzi stretched out his hand with a smile. Feng Hao also stretched out his hand and said politely, "Zong Master Ning is so complimentary. I just have better luck and His Highness the Crown Prince likes me more." "Teacher, dear brother, please stop being polite to each other and take your seats." "Teacher, why did you come to see me today?" Shui King He asked. "We came to the auction house in Tiandu City to buy some things, so we stopped by to see you." "It's okay," Ning Fengzi said. "Then I wonder if the teacher has bought anything?" Qian RENXUE asked curiously. "Bought?" Ning Fengzi nodded. "With the financial resources of the Kaibao glazed sect, the things you want to buy can still be easily purchased." "Congratulations, teacher!" Qian RENXUE congratulated. "The things we purchased this time also include a gift for you." As Ning Fengzi spoke, he took out a small box in his hand. The box was opened and a blood-red stone was placed inside. There are several black lines on the stone. Next to the stone, there is a flower. This flower is like a rose, but its petals are black, and there is a trace of soul power flowing out. "Teacher, this is..." Qian RENXUE looked at the flower, and she was a little confused. She had never seen it before. But she can confirm that people seem to be able to absorb the soul power on this flower. "We don't know what this flower is yet, but what is certain is that people can absorb the soul power emitted by this flower. If you absorb all this flower, you can directly increase your soul power by 2 levels. Ning Fengzi explained. "Teacher, don't give such a precious flower to me, take it back to Rong." Qian RENXUE quickly declined. She was not worried about Ning Fengzi harming her. Ning Fengzi was very kind to her. Otherwise, she would not always call Ning Fengzi teacher Ning Fengzi when talking to Feng Hao in private. Moreover, after she accepted the flower, she could ask Snake Spear Douluo and the others to help her confirm if there was anything wrong with it. She just felt that she couldn't accept such an important gift. Otherwise, when I take action against the Tiandu Empire in the future, I will feel guilty for being hostile to Ning Fengzi. Ning Fengzi said very seriously at this time, "King He, when I accepted you as a student, I prepared a gift, but you confiscated it. This time, it will be regarded as the previous gift. If you don't accept it, I, as a teacher, will also I don't want to come to your house so often." In fact, Qian RENXUE hoped that he would not come here often. After all, she did many things that she did not want to be discovered. Every time Ning Fengzi comes, he either brings bone Douluo or sword Douluo. She didn't want it even more. But at this time, Feng Hao, who originally wanted to stay out of the matter, suddenly received a reminder. Ding! Ning Fengzi gave a gift to the student Qian RENXUE. What do you suggest? Choice 1. Persuade Qian RENXUE to accept it and be rewarded with the Shen Nong Pharmacopoeia. Option 2. Persuade Ning Fengzi to take it back and reward a random fairy grass. A sudden choice made Feng Hao unable to stay aside. It just so happened that he was still hesitating whether to ask for the stone inside. No need to hesitate now, just ask for it. After Feng Hao made his decision, he persuaded Qian RENXUE, "His Royal Highness is here. Since it is the good intention of sect leader Ning, you cannot be disrespectful. The right way is given by the elders, so I dare not refuse. It's a gift from an elder, and I dare not refuse. I like this. King He, listen to Feng Hao, accept it. Ning Fengzi said happily. He found that he had a liking for Feng Hao. Mainly because he liked what Feng Hao said and it felt comfortable to him. If that's the case, then I'll accept it. Qian Rongxiu indeed listened to Feng Hao. Because she believed that Feng Hao had her reasons for wanting her to accept it. That's right. Ning Fengzi said happily. Feng Hao also received a reward from the system at this time, the Shen Nong Pharmacopoeia. The moment he obtained this book, a large amount of information poured into Feng Hao's mind. This information is all about various immortal grasses and spiritual herbs. Among them, there is this black grass in front of me. This is also a fairy grass, but this fairy grass is very delicate. You need to find the correct way to use it so as not to waste it. This pharmacopoeia, coincidentally, also records the use of this herb. When Qian Rongxiu was about to put away the box, Feng Hao hurriedly stopped her and said, Your Highness, don't worry, I know this flower. I can make it last forever and keep producing soul power. Chapter 22 Douluo's Challenge. Do you know this flower? Ning Fengzi looked at Feng Hao in surprise. He had thought that Feng Hao was not simple before. Now it seems that it is really not simple. The same was true for Qian Rongxiu. She looked at Feng Hao in surprise and said, Brother Xian is really well informed. He actually knows this flower? Please tell us. This flower is called December flower, and it is a fairy grass. It is actually not black. In other words, it is not completely black. The petals of the December season will continue to change, but generally when they are fixed to black, it means that the December season is about to wither. Feng Hao told them the name of the flower. After hearing this, Ning Fengzi hurriedly asked, Then you just said that you can make it last forever. What needs to be done? After all, this is fairy grass. It would be a pity if a fairy grass was allowed to wither. It's actually not difficult to make it last forever. It just requires the harmony of yin and yang. Feng Hao said. The reconciliation of yin and yang. Ning Fengzi was a little curious, how to reconcile yin and yang. Just let it absorb the blood of a man and a woman, and it can recover. Of course, it is best if it is two people who love each other, so the effect is better. Feng Hao said. Is that so? Then take King He and let your princess recover together. Ning Fengzi said. Teacher, since this is fairy grass, I cannot accept such an important gift. Qian Rongxiu said solemnly. You accepted what I gave you, so how could you possibly return it? Ning Fengzi said sternly. This is. Qian Rongxiu just thinks that this fairy grass is too heavy. How will she deal with Ning Fengzi in the future? But no, it's really not good to continue to return it. Ning Fengzi looked at Feng Hao at this time and asked, Feng Hao, I wonder who you are training with? A young hero like you has never heard of your name before. I'm just practicing on my own and groping blindly. I know this December season just because I was lucky. I once read a book and there are records in it. Feng Hao continued his nonsense. You are truly a hero. I would like to ask, what is your martial spirit? Ning Fengzi asked curiously. Three-legged golden crow. Feng Hao said. Three-legged golden crow? What kind of martial spirit is this? Ning Fengzi found that in front of Feng Hao, he seemed particularly ignorant. The sun in the sky is the three-legged golden crow. Feng Hao explained. The sun? Can that also become a martial spirit? The world is really huge and full of wonders. Ning Fengzi has really learned a lot. Is the sun a martial spirit? Little friend Feng Hao, I want to see your martial spirit, is it okay? Douluo asked at this time. Senior, is this appropriate? Feng Hao didn't expect that it would actually arouse Douluo's interest. He was reluctant because he had just obtained his third soul ring, 100,000-year soul ring. It was so dazzling that he drove these people crazy. "Don't worry, I will suppress my soul power to be the same as yours," Douluo said solemnly. At this time, Feng Hao suddenly received a prompt from the system. Ding! Douluo challenges you, will you? Choice 1, reject Douluo's challenge and be rewarded with an armor to defend against Soul Douluo. Option 2, accept Douluo's challenge and be rewarded with TNG pupil. The rewards of the former seem very intuitive. Being able to defend against Contra is extremely valuable. The latter's TNG pupil has no idea what it is at all. This word of secret seems to be not simple, he can choose to take a gamble. This is the first time that he is a little entangled in what to choose. The reward for the former is already very good. The reward for the latter is uncertain, and it also requires exposing one's soul ring. Feng Hao hesitated for a long time, and thought to himself, expose it. You can't just sit there and not use your soul rings all the time. So what's the point of getting these soul rings? Seeing his delay in answering, Douluo asked, do you think there is any inconvenience? If so, forget it. It's not that there is anything inconvenient, but I suggest that you, senior, improve your soul power to 10 levels higher than mine. Feng Hao said seriously. After he accepted the challenge from Douluo, he subsequently received the reward from the system. TNG pupil, the highest ability is to spy on the secrets of the world, to see into other people's movements, to identify treasures, and to see through disguises. His current soul power cannot be used to spy on the secrets of heaven. However, it can be used to assist in combat. Identifying treasures, seeing through disguises, etc. are all very powerful auxiliary functions. Would you like to raise 10 levels? Young people are really confident. Let's do this. As long as you have the ability, I will use my stronger soul power to fight you. Senior Douluo, dear brother, if you want to fight, please go outside. We can't fight here. Qian RENXUE suggested. She was also very curious about what Feng Hao's martial spirit looked like. Although Feng Hao saved her last time, she did not see Feng Hao use martial arts at that time. I just remember Feng Hao's terrifying flames. Good. Feng Hao and Douluo nodded and walked out first. Qian RENXUE and Ning Fengzi also went out to watch the battle. After arriving outside, Douluo first suppressed his soul power to level 30, and the 3 soul rings under his feet slowly rose. Yellow, yellow, purple. He introduced himself to Feng Hao, Gurong, Wuhan Bone Dragon, level 95 titled Douluo. Feng Hao also responded, Feng Hao, the martial soul has 3 legs, the golden crow, and is a level 30 soul master. Normally, at level 30, one does not have a 3rd soul ring and is a great soul master. After you have a soul ring, you can usually be promoted to level 31. Therefore, the soul master will not be level 30, but will be level 31 or above. When Douluo and the others were curious, they saw 3 soul rings rising slowly from Feng Hao's feet. Black, deep black, red. This. As the leader of a sect, Ning Fengzi couldn't sit still at this time. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had been deceived. Qian RENXUE covered her mouth and was extremely shocked. At this time, she had already shown her daughter-like state. However, both Ning Fengzi and Douluo were focused on Feng Hao and would not notice her at all at this time. She murmured, the first one is a 10,000-year soul ring, and the third one is 100,000 years. Is this a human being? How did he do it? Where did he hunt the soul beasts, and how did he hunt them? Countless doubts made Qian RENXUE wish she could stop fighting now. She wished she could take Feng Hao with her immediately and interrogate him. When Ning Fengzi checked again, he still looked like that. The first soul ring is 10,000 years, and the third one is directly up to 100,000 years. This is not something that has never been heard of before, it is something that is unthinkable. How can this be done? Could it be that after he reached the level of strength, the soul beast would automatically run up to it and let it kill him obediently, allowing him to absorb it? But Douluo's body was trembling at this time, 100,000-year soul ring. What he, a titled Douluo, didn't have, but Feng Hao, a level 30 person, actually had it. He also understood that he had to use level 40 Soul power and Feng Hao duel, otherwise they will lose ugly. Chapter 23 I Am the Sun. Douluo didn't know how Feng Hao got this soul ring. He also believed it, even if he asked Feng Hao, he wouldn't tell. He just wants to know now that Feng Hao has 3 such terrifying soul rings, so how strong is his martial soul? Douluo then summoned his martial spirit, and saw a huge bone dragon appearing above him. His martial spirit is a mutated bone dragon. The moment this bone dragon appeared, the entire space was filled with the terrifying aura of this bone dragon, making people breathless. But Feng Hao did not show weakness at this time and also let his 3-legged golden crow come out. There was a loud crow, and a giant bird wrapped in golden flames appeared in the sky above Feng Hao. Only if you look carefully can you see clearly that it has 3 legs. The flames on its body are golden, and the center is white. It flapped its wings, filling the air with hot wind. Ning Fengzi and Qian RENXUE also quickly used their soul power to block the scorching hot wind. And Douluo's bone dragon spirit was actually trembling at this time. The divine power on the 3-legged golden crow made even the bone dragon, which was originally the top martial spirit in the mainland, tremble. As the master of Wuhan, Douluo can also feel the same. He could sense the terrifying aura on the 3-legged golden crow. However, he cannot back down at this time. If a dignified and titled Douluo flinched in front of a soul lord, wouldn't it be a joke? Douluo didn't waste much time and directly used his first soul skill. The first soul skill, Bone Dragon Thrust. He saw the huge bone dragon gathering in front of him and sprinting towards Feng Hao. The first soul skill, Golden Crow and Fuzu. Feng Hao also used his own soul skill. This was also the first time he used this soul skill. The moment he used this soul skill, he saw a huge hibiscus tree condensed out of thin air by his soul power. On the hibiscus tree, there are 10 golden crows standing on it. I saw the golden crow above spreading its wings and sprinting directly towards the bone dragon. The bone dragon collided with a golden crow, and the true fire of the sun instantly covered the bone dragon. The 3-legged golden crow was already stronger than the bone dragon. At this time, the Douluo only used his level 40 soul power and could not withstand the tyrannical flames at all. The bone dragon was burned by the flames, making a painful roar. The skeleton fell away bit by bit under the burning flames. After the support lasted for a while, the bone dragon completely fell apart and fell to the ground, still burning with the true sun fire. 10 3-legged golden crows continued to fly over and besieged Douluo. The third soul skill, Bone Dragon Deterrence. The moment Douluo consumed his soul power to release this soul skill, he regretted it. This soul skill can definitely intimidate beast spirits. But Feng Hao's 3-legged golden crow is a god-level martial spirit, which is not comparable to this bone dragon. In front of the 3-legged golden crow, the bone dragon is just a lower-level creature. The final fact is that this bone dragon deterrence has no effect on the 3-legged golden crow that attacks him. Douluo quickly used his 4th soul skill. The 4th soul skill, Bone Prison. In an instant, huge bone spurs were seen pouring out of the ground. These bone spurs were several feet high, and the golden crow, which was not flying high, was instantly wrapped in them. The soul power exerted by Douluo instantly created 10 bone prisons, trapping each of the 10 golden crows in one. Although the 10 golden crows are constantly burning this bone prison, they will definitely not be able to get out for a while. Senior, pick up my 2nd soul skill. Feng Hao finished speaking and used his 2nd soul skill. The 2nd soul skill, Sun God Fist. I saw his figure like lightning, rushing towards Douluo in an instant, and punching in an instant. 10 punches were blasted out in an instant, and the power of one punch was stronger than the other. After the last punch, a golden crow's virtual image rushed towards Douluo. Douluo also quickly displayed his second soul skill. The second soul skill, Bone Dragon Armor. Pieces of bone dragon skeletons appeared on his body, forming armor to block Feng Hao's fierce attack. However, at the end of the last punch, he was still sent flying several meters away by Feng Hao's punch. The golden crow rushed into his body, making him feel burning pain. Douluo is a titled Douluo after all. Even if his soul power is suppressed now, the strength of his physical body is still there. So the golden crow virtual image only made him feel short-term pain. Soon, it returned to normal. Feng Hao stopped his hand and looked back, only to see fire starting to appear on the 10 bone prisons over there. 10 golden crows are about to emerge from the ground. Douluo looked at Feng Hao and said with emotion, "Feng Hao, it seems that even if I increase my soul power by 10 levels, I am still no match for you. I am shameless, I want to increase my soul power, I want to see is your third soul skill okay?" Douluo's last tone was even pleading to Feng Hao. Feng Hao is the only one in history who has such a talent. Douluo felt that it would be a pity if he could not see his third soul skill. "Senior, since you want to see me, let me see you. As for how much soul power you use, you can make your own decision after seeing it. Otherwise, I cannot be responsible for hurting you," Feng Hao said seriously. "Don't worry, I will pay attention." If someone else had said this, Douluo would have taken it as a joke. His defense is the strongest in this continent. But having just witnessed Feng Hao's first 2 martial arts skills and the domineering spirit of this martial spirit, he had to take them seriously. Wind Hao actually wanted to see how strong his third soul skill could be against someone. Think of it as an experiment. After all, he only obtained his third soul skill after confessing to Qian RENXUE today. His third soul skill is called I Am the Sunday. The name is so simple, but the power of this soul skill is quite terrifying. Moreover, this soul skill needs to be used in conjunction with the first soul skill. At this time, the 10 golden crows just broke out of the bone prison. The third soul skill, I Am the Sun. Feng Hao's soul power was consumed rapidly, and he saw the 10 golden crows flying past him and merging into his body. I saw Feng Hao's body starting to glow with golden light. The golden light shines, and at the same time there is a blazing flame. But not only will these flames not hurt him, they will not even damage his clothes. Feng Hao's body gradually rose, in the eyes of everyone. He became light. The dazzling light shone down, making Douluo feel that these lights were extremely terrifying and he did not dare to be careless. He directly upgraded his martial soul to level 60, and at the same time, he used his 5th soul skill. The 5th soul skill, Bone Dragon Phantom. I saw countless bone dragons flying out of the space, blocking the golden light. However, when this golden light hits the bone dragon, it is as easy as punching through a layer of wood. The golden light instantly made a hole in the bone dragon, and the next moment, the golden light melted the floor below. In a moment, all these bone dragons were wiped out. However, at this time, there was no golden light shining down anymore. I saw Feng Hao's body falling from the sky, and the golden light on his body slowly faded away. It's nothing else, but that his soul power has been exhausted. Before he came, he used the golden bridge fit and consumed 1/3 of his soul power. Although it recovered a little later, it can basically be ignored. It is not easy to achieve this step with 2/3 of the soul power. Chapter 24 Dinner with Zero RENXUE. When Feng Hao fell, Douluo also noticed that Feng Hao's soul power was exhausted. He put away his soul power, walked over, and praised, "Feng Hao, you really opened my eyes today. Compared to Douluo, it's still too weak," Feng Hao said. What he said made Douluo have the urge to blast him. Just now, Douluo used level 60 soul power. With level 60 soul power, he used his 5th soul skill, but was still defeated by Feng Hao's 3rd soul skill. If Feng Hao's soul power hadn't been exhausted, he would have needed to use other soul skills again to block Feng Hao's 3rd soul skill. Ning Fengzi and Qian Rongxiu also came over at this time. Looking at the destroyed slate in her home, Qian Rongxiu could not imagine what it would be like if the golden light fell on a person. I'm afraid it will be burned to ashes on the spot. This is after piercing the bone dragon, and then burning the floor. King He, it's really eye-opening for me to come to your place today. Being able to meet Feng Hao today makes this trip worthwhile. Ning Fengzi said with emotion. I only fully saw Feng Hao's true strength today. If the teacher hadn't come today, I don't know how long it would have taken for me to know. Qian Rongxiu's words were sincere. After all, she would not let Snake Spear Douluo and the others challenge Feng Hao. It was impossible for her to force Feng Hao to use all his strength. Sect Master Ning, Your Highness the Crown Prince, let's go in first. My soul power is exhausted now and I need to take a rest. Feng Hao felt uncomfortable, but he would not endure it. He now feels like his body has been hollowed out, and he just wants to find a place to lie down. Yes. Let's go in. Ning Fengzi and the others nodded, and then they quickly returned to the living room. After returning, Feng Hao leaned directly on the armchair without any image. However, because of his demeanor just now, Ning Fengzi and the others felt that he was free and easy. Ning Fengzi invited at this time, Feng Hao, whenever you have time, you can visit our 7 Treasures Glazed sect. I don't have much time recently, but I will definitely visit you in person, Sect Master Ning. I just hope you don't reject me then. Feng Hao said with a smile. He definitely doesn't want to go now. Why go to Kaibao Glazed sect now? Are you going to spar with Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo every day? He has no such interest. Ning Rongrong was still young now, so he would wait until Ning Rongrong went to Shrek Academy before looking for her. Then, find an opportunity to accompany her to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. If you come to my Kaibao Glazed sect, you are welcome at any time. Sect Master Ning said happily. King He, Feng Gao, let's go back today. Ning Fengzi said. Teacher, you stay here for 1 day and leave tomorrow. Qian Rongxiu said in an attempt to persuade him. This time she was sincere in trying to persuade him to stay. After all, Ning Fengzi just gave her a fairy grass. But Ning Fengzi still refused. I can't leave that little witch in our family for too long. Teacher, then I will send you off. Qian Rongxiu said. Then, Feng Hao was reluctantly dragged along to see Ning Fengzi off. After sending Ning Fengzi and the others away, when Feng Hao and the others were going back, Qian Rongxiu asked, should I have someone prepare some food for you? Well, Sister Shuer is still considerate of me. He was indeed a little hungry. After all, his soul power was exhausted. It would take some time to restore his soul power now. He doesn't want to go hungry to recover his soul power. What's more, only when you are full and warm can you think. Qian Rongxiu ordered someone to arrange a room for Feng Hao, and at the same time have someone bring food over. The people in the prince's mansion are very efficient with their time, and they delivered it quickly. After all the servants have withdrawn, Feng Hao began to feast, while Qian Rongxiu watched from the side. Sister Shuer doesn't want to eat yet. I'll just watch you eat. Qian Rongxiu wanted to watch him do anything. No matter when he was majestic, or when he was gobbling up food, she liked it very much. Maybe this is the so-called beauty is in the eye of the beholder. If you don't eat, I won't be able to eat by myself anymore. Come on, I'll feed you. Feng Hao said with a smile, then picked up the vegetables and handed them to Qian Rongxiu. I really don't need it. Qian Rongxiu shook her head. Moreover, she felt a little embarrassed to let Feng Hao feed her like this. I have good intentions, but Sister Shuer doesn't want her. It's so sad. Feng Hao said aggrievedly. Of course Qian Rongxiu knew that his grievances were all fake, but she still rolled her eyes at him. Then lightly opened her lips and ate the food. Then, Feng Hao picked up another French fries. He decided not to feed it like this time, but ate it by himself, biting one side, and then leaned in front of Qian Rongxiu. Sister Schwetter. He called Qian Rongxiu. Although he didn't say anything else, Qian Rongxiu already knew what this little villain was going to do. No, what are you thinking about in your head all day long? Your food won't taste good. Qian Rongxiu glared at him, but from Feng Hao's point of view, she could not feel her anger or power at all. He shook his head. Qian Rongxiu saw that he was always like this in front of her. Knowing that he didn't listen to him, he was afraid that he would remain in a stalemate. She finally blushed and said, "I should starve to death, you little rascal." After saying that, she also moved closer and bit the other side of the fries. The two of them got closer, and finally their lips came together for a passionate kiss, and then they parted. Qian Rongxiu's face seemed to be bleeding, while Feng Hao felt that the aftertaste was endless. He licked his lips and said, "Sister Schwetter, it smells so good. I just don't know if he's talking about the smell of people or the smell of food." With Feng Hao's messing around, it took an hour to eat this meal. Both of them ate a lot. After eating, they asked the servants to take away the food. After the servant left again, Qian Rongxiu took out the box given to her by Ning Fengzi. After opening it, "Take out the December quarter." She smiled and said to Feng Hao, "My princess, please offer me your blood." "Okay, Sister Schwetter, you have learned how to tease people. I will teach you a lesson tonight," Feng Hao said and picked up Qian Rongxiu. "Brother Hao, please restore this fairy grass first. I will accompany you tonight." Her last voice was almost only heard by herself. "Okay, I'll spare you for now, husband," Feng Hao said and reached out to take the December season. He stretched out his fingers in front of Qian Rongxiu and said, "Sister Schwetter, help me. What can I do for you? Bite your finger for me, I can't do it to myself. I believe you as a ghost," Qian Rongxiu said, lightly opening her lips and taking his fingers into her mouth. Then, the white teeth bite lightly. After Feng Hao's 2 years of training, his skin is not as rough as before, so he can bite it easily. After she tasted the salty smell, she pulled his fingers out with her hands. There was still Xiangjin on it, mixed with the blood beads. Under the candlelight, you can see little flashes of light. Feng Hao dripped the blood from his hand on the December season. Qian Rongxiu then bit her own finger and dripped blood on it. The moment 2 drops of blood were dropped on it, the December season bloomed with colorful light. Chapter 25 Baby Share. The December season exudes a colorful halo, and the black petals begin to fade away. Black ash began to fly out, and the black petals turned into pink. The pink petals exude wisps of soul power. When those soul powers disappear, you will find that the petals have an obvious tendency to wither. At this time, the soul power overflowed, but the petals were still bright. Qian Rongxiu looked at this flower and particularly liked it. She said happily, "This is amazing, this flower is really alive. How will it never wither in the future?" "Yet. No. You can absorb the soul power of these petals for 1 stick of incense every day. If you absorb too much, the effectiveness will decrease," Feng Hao said. "Brother Hao, let's use this December season together. After all, it's your hard work and mine that support us," Qian Rongxiu suggested. "I don't need it. It's best for 12 UG to be absorbed by 1 person. If 2 people absorb it, 12 UG can't choose the master," Feng Hao said seriously. "Can't choose a master?" Qian Rongxiu was very curious about how this flower chooses its master. "You absorb soul power through it every day, and it will choose you as its master. Once the master is chosen in December, it will attach itself to you," Feng Hao said solemnly. "Attached to the body?" Qian Rongxue became even more curious. This flower is too weird. Yes, it can be attached anywhere on the body. It is up to you to decide, and you can change the position at any time. After it possesses you, in addition to still providing you with soul power every day, it will also refill your soul power instantly when your soul power is depleted. However, in this case, it will take a month for December to recover. Feng Hao explained the most powerful effect of the December season. Qian Rongxue was also shocked after hearing this. What is the concept of replenishing martial souls at one time? This is sometimes equivalent to giving yourself a life. When you encounter a comparable opponent, you fight against him. When the soul power of both parties was exhausted, one of them suddenly replenished his soul power. There was no need to fight, it instantly became a dead end. Hadai, I think this treasure is more suitable for you. Once your martial soul and soul ring are exposed, the enemy will definitely kill you. Although I am not as strong as you, Hadai, but I still have the elders of the Spirit Hall. Protect, and the treasures of our Wuhan Palace. Qian Rongxue made this decision and handed the December season to Feng Hao. However, how could Feng Hao accept it? He put the December season back into Qian Rongxue's hands and said solemnly, Sister Shuer, I can tell you very accurately that the strength I displayed today is only a part of me. I will not be in any danger, you just accept it. Feng Hao's domain is useless today. If he emerges from the domain, his strength will increase again. Moreover, he has not used the second martial spirit yet. Although the second martial spirit and the first martial spirit both use his current soul power. But if the soul skills of the two martial souls cooperate, they will be more powerful. Moreover, if he really encounters it, he will not be able to fight against it. He can also use the first soul skill of Tai Chi 2 to escape, unless the opponent can kill him with one blow. Otherwise, no one can really stop him from escaping. Howdy, are you still hiding something? Howdy, I really can't see through you. I don't ask you how you got those soul rings of yours. I just hope that, howdy, whatever you are doing outside, be careful about everything. Remember, I will always look forward to seeing you. Qian Rongxue held his hand and said affectionately. Qian Rongxue knew that it would be difficult for her to keep Feng Hao by her side. What she is doing now makes it impossible for her to do so. She only hoped that Feng Hao would be safe and be able to visit her often. When the affairs of Wuhan Palace are completed in the future, she didn't care about anything else. Wherever Feng Hao went, she would go. I will be careful. When I am strong enough, I will solve your current problem for you. We can always be together in the future. Feng Hao promised, then gently picked up Qian Rongxue and walked towards the bed. Hadai, wait for me. She said shyly. Sister Shuer, what are you going to do? Just turn around. Oh. He probably guessed what it was, so he turned around directly. This time, he really didn't peek. Because you can take your time and see it inch by inch later. All right. Qian Rongxue's voice came and Feng Hao turned around. The moment he turned around, Feng Hao was a little excited. He murmured, Sister Shuer, Feng Hao, am so virtuous and capable that I can meet a fairy like you and win your favor. Don't talk nonsense, Brother Hao, you are the strongest person I have ever seen. You will become a legend of soul masters, a legend of this continent. Qian Rongxue said. I will not let you down, Sister Shuer. Feng Hao said firmly. Do you like it? She asked playfully. The moment Feng Hao turned around, she changed her clothes. Putting on the outfit she had shown Feng Hao before, she also put away her disguise at this time. Her hair was gently spread on both sides, slightly messy. However, this time it is more of a temptation. I like it very much. I want time to stop, to stay with you forever, and to never leave this cabin. Feng Hao's gentle voice said these words almost word for word. Be gentle to me. Qian Rongxue whispered. She understood that it would be impossible to look back today. Moreover, she never thought about looking back. Yes. Feng Hao nodded, then kissed her gently, and at the same time, slowly untied her clothes. My first taste of clouds and rain. No matter that Qian RENXUE is strong, no matter that she has a powerful martial spirit, it is also difficult to defeat Feng Hao. In Feng Hao's warm words, and under the attack of the violent wind and rain, Qian RENXUE's whole body softened. She was in a dreamlike state, and felt that she could no longer leave Feng Hao. The next day, Feng Hao kissed her forehead gently, and Qian RENXUE also opened her eyes. Good morning, Shuer baby. Good morning. Chapter December 26th Season. P.S. The previous chapter has been deleted a lot. I hope you don't blame me for the lack of details. If there are more details, it will be closed. Feng Hao and the others left the room one after another, and Qian RENXUE also changed into the Shueqinghe suit. After lunch, Feng Hao said to Qian RENXUE, Sister Shuer, can you give me the metal in the box yesterday? Do you need it? What kind of ore is this? Qian RENXUE always felt that the stone was not simple, but she didn't recognize it either. There is a metal called golden leaf in there. It will be of great use if I come here. Feng Hao said seriously. Golden leaf? What a strange name. Qian RENXUE handed the box to Feng Hao. She was curious about how the golden leaf got its name. Because once the metal inside is taken out, it will turn into a golden blade, so it got this name. I need this thing to make a weapon. Feng Hao said. Because he was too busy yesterday and he had no soul power, he could only postpone it until today. Of course, I just want this ore here today. He still needs a day of rest. Only after the soul power is completely restored can the golden leaves be extracted. So, what kind of weapons can we make? She asked doubtfully. Even if all that piece of ore is usable, it can only be used to make a dagger or something like that. What's more, this ore cannot be fully used. Who knows how much metal is inside? Sister Shuer, you will know tomorrow. Feng Hao said with a smile. Okay. Let me see tomorrow what kind of weapons you can create to open my eyes. Qian RENXUE still believed in her abilities. During this day, Feng Hao spent most of his time recovering his soul power. Qian RENXUE also has some things to deal with. On this night, the two of them were like a newlywed couple, and passion was naturally indispensable. Another night. The next day, Feng Hao was finally able to refine the golden leaves. In the prince's mansion, the blacksmith room. The blacksmith from the prince's residence lives here. However, because Feng Hao and the others came here, these blacksmiths retreated first. Only Feng Hao, Qian RENXUE, and Agatha Douluo were left. Although Douluo had just met Feng Hao, after knowing Feng Hao's identity, he did not dare to neglect him. Of course, he was also curious about how Feng Hao would refine the ore in front of him. I am also looking forward to the next weapons. After Feng Hao put down the ore, he summoned the hammer he used for forging from the Simur ring. I saw him holding a hammer in one hand and flames coming out of the other. The true fire of the sun flew towards the ore and began to burn it. This ore is very extraordinary. Even if it is burned by the true fire of the sun, many of it will succumb instantly. After a while, I saw it turned red. Feng Hao kept watching, waiting for it to turn red and white. Swinging the hammer suddenly, his hammering technique was so fast that only the shadow of the hammer could be seen. In the hidden weapon spectrum he obtained before, there are methods for making hidden weapons, and naturally there are related identifications of ores and metals, as well as hammering methods for smelting. After he obtained the books, the knowledge was instilled in him. Those hammering techniques were as if he had practiced them thousands of times. Under his hammer, the ore was reduced little by little. About half an hour passed. In the raging flames, all that was left was a small piece of golden metal. It's like a gold nugget, but there are some red dots on it. Qian RENXUE looked at the gold nugget and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Hao, didn't you say that after this comes out, it will turn into a leaf?" Under normal circumstances, this is indeed the case. However, when wrapped in some powerful flames, it can maintain the appearance of a gold nugget. Feng Hao explained. In the hidden weapon spectrum, a total of 64 types of flames were recorded that can keep the metal in the shape of a metal block. Among them, of course, there is the overbearing Sun Zhenhuo. It is also necessary to have this fire so that he can continue to refine the gold nugget and make it what he wants. And it will not turn into leaves later. Feng Hao later used his soul power to attach himself to the hammer. Only in this way could the hammer be preserved in the true fire of the sun. Otherwise, the hammer will melt when it comes into contact with the real fire of the sun, and there is no point in forging a weapon. Under Feng Hao's hammer blow, the metal block began to be divided into many small pieces. After they separated, they beat each other again. Some turned into the shape of petals, and some were hammered into a thicker, harder wire. He then summoned his other tools from his samurai ring and began to carve these things carefully. Qian RENXUE looked a little crazy at his serious look at this moment. Men at work also have a unique charm. On the other hand, Galileo Douluo looked at Feng Hao's things curiously. He was very doubtful. Is this thing really useful? Is it really a weapon? It's not a flower, used to make girls happy? After a few hours, with the real sun fire in hand, he assembled the parts one by one. After it was assembled, it really looked like a flower. It looks like a rose flower, a golden rose flower. Those little red dots are now at the stamens. Feng Hao pulled his hand, and in an instant, the rose flowers started to be taken care of. A metal strip is formed at the head, as thick as a thumb. Like a bud, the flame gradually dissipated. When the flames completely dissipated, this thing was still the same as before. He came over with this thing and said, "This weapon is ready." "Is this thing really a weapon?" Douluo asked in disbelief. "Senior, how about this? You defend and I use this thing to attack." Feng Hao said with a smile. "How much soul power should I use?" asked by Guda Douluo. "Try it with level 80. Feng Hao said. "Level 80? It seems you are very confident in this weapon of yours." Douluo flew to the side and exerted his soul power. The powerful pressure made Feng Hao and the others feel a little uncomfortable. "Senior, be careful." After Feng Hao said that, the soul power in his hand was injected into the flower pole in his hand. The next moment, it flew into the air. It bloomed little by little in the air, and the golden petals began to fall everywhere. Looking at the falling petals, Galway Douluo felt a little strange. So, he used his soul power to be careful. However, the pieces of golden petals fell, nothing seemed to happen. Just when he was wondering, a red light spot suddenly burst out from the stamen in the center of the flower. Those red spots of light quickly approached the aged Douluo with lightning speed. The Douluo happened to be a little careless at this time. And he hurriedly raised his soul power to resist the sudden red dot. But the soul power is only 80% raised. 80% of level 80. A small part of those red dots were blocked, but most of them were absorbed into his body. "Ah!" he exclaimed in pain, and then felt a little dizzy. He seemed to be exhausted and fell to the ground. "Feng Hao, get this ghost out of here quickly," Galileo Douluo said quickly. "Senior, don't worry, I'll be here right away." I saw Feng Hao's soul power injected into the flower pole in the air. In an instant, metal petals from the ground flew up one after another and caught on the flower pole. This rose flower flew in front of the aged Douluo, and then, many red dots were seen flying out of his body. These red dots returned to the stamens. Then, the red dots that had been scattered on the ground and could not be seen without paying attention also flew over. "What kind of weapon is this?" Qian RENXUE came over and asked. This power really scared her. "This weapon is a hidden weapon. As for its separate name, I decided to name it after the December season. Chapter 27 being targeted by Bibi Dong. December season. The reason why Feng Hao chose this name is because this ore is associated with the December season. The flower he made also looks like a rose, so he named it that way. This is a type of hidden weapon in the hidden weapon spectrum, which can be any form of flower. Mainly by utilizing the characteristics of this type of metal, after shaping them, they can be recovered even if they fly far away. When using and retrieving, you need to use a little soul power. Other times, you just let the hidden weapon attack on its own. This hidden weapon has a very high lower limit, but not a high upper limit. Its lower limit is basically the upper limit. Because it does not rely on soul power, even if you use it as a titled Douluo, it can only hurt soul masters below Contra. The leaves in December are just a cover-up. The real threat is those red dots. These red spots are a special kind of toxin accumulated in the metal of gold leaf over millions of years. Even if you are a soul saint, this red dot entered your body. It will also become weak in a short period of time, and the soul power will be dispersed little by little. When Feng Hao was putting this thing away, a Ray Douluo came over and asked, "Feng Hao, this weapon is too perverted. Anyone below Contra will be hit if you are careless. As long as you are the first, if you use it once on the opponent, no one will think of how it works together." Yes, but it's a pity that December G can't use his soul power to make it more destructive. Feng Hao sighed. "Brother Hao, this is just useful for you now," Qian RENXUE said. She didn't think Feng Hao could fight against Soul Saint now. Although his martial soul and soul ring are very abnormal, they are still far behind in level. Now with this, Feng Hao's safety is greatly guaranteed. Well, it's quite useful for now. Feng Hao also planned to keep it for himself. Qian RENXUE would basically be protected by a titled Douluo, so naturally he wouldn't need to give her such a hidden weapon that was useless to her. Brother Hao, you are not only talented in cultivation, but also have strong combat skills. In terms of your ability to make weapons, you are probably on par with those master craftsmen. Qian RENXUE praised. I'm just playing around. I can't compare with those master craftsmen who have been immersed in the art of weapon refining all their lives. Feng Hao's words were not modest. In many details, he definitely couldn't compare with those people. Although his skills are more sophisticated, he can also create many hidden weapons. But he doesn't practice every day. In terms of chain quenching skills, it's hard to compare with those people. However, for him, he can catch up. It's just a matter of time. After Feng Hao created the December season, he stayed in the prince's mansion for 2 more days. Finally, I reluctantly left. When leaving, not only Qian RENXUE came to see her off, but also the crown princess came to see her off. After all, Qian RENXUE is pretending to be a prince. People in this era get married early, especially among the royal family. So the royal family asked Shui Qinghe to choose the so-called crown princess. And this princess is actually a subordinate arranged by Qian RENXUE from the Wuhan Palace. She can also be regarded as a maid of Qian RENXUE. The maid knew that Qian RENXUE and Feng Hao had been in love with each other these past few days. They seemed to be together at night, and she understood that Feng Hao might live in Wuhan Hall in the future. So, we came together to see each other off. After Feng Hao left the prince's mansion, he prepared to leave Tiandu City and then go to Notting City. But as soon as he walked a while, he felt that he was being watched. He looked back, but couldn't see anyone. He is a master. A very strong master. I don't know who it is. Why don't you show up? Young master is indeed a heroic young man, he can actually sense my existence. A voice with a male duck voice came. Feng Hao looked to the left and saw a figure flashing in front of him. Zhu Douluo. Looking at this person, Feng Hao was stunned. He didn't expect that Zhu Douluo would come over right now. Zhu Douluo came to find him, which meant that he was Bibi Dong was targeted. I just don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. You know me? Douluo was stunned, but he didn't expect Feng Hao to recognize him at a glance. Douluo is a popular figure around the Pope. He is famous. How could I not recognize him? Feng Hao boasted. His words greatly benefited Douluo. He spread his arms and said, I won't beat around the bush with you. I came here this time to give you something under the orders of the Pope. After Douluo said that, he threw a small box directly towards Feng Hao. Feng Hao reached out and took it, feeling that there seemed to be something quite heavy in the small box. He opened the box and took a look, only to see a token inside. Looking at the token, the others were stunned. Douluo, what does the Pope mean? Isn't there a letter inside? You will know after you read it yourself. Douluo said. Feng Hao picked up the token, and sure enough, there was a letter underneath it. He opened the letter and quickly scanned it. After reading this letter, Feng Hao frowned. The content of this letter is to let him make a choice. Seeing his troubled look, Douluo also said at this time, Young master, you must think carefully before making a decision. Otherwise, you will be in danger, and you will hurt the young master's heart. I promised His Majesty the Pope, but I don't have time to go to the Pope's palace now, so I hope you'll forgive me. Feng Hao gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter. There will be plenty of time in the future. If you agree to His Majesty the Pope, then we will all be our own people. Douluo said with narrowed eyes. Douluo, I'll take my leave then. Feng Hao said, cupping his fists. Yeah. Douluo nodded, and then he disappeared. Feng Hao picked up the award token and murmured to himself, the Elder's order is really interesting. Am I now the youngest elder of Wuhan Palace? Yu Xiaogang said before that I was from Wuhan Palace, but he can what a great prophet. The content of the letter is very simple. Feng Hao and Qian Rongxiu can be happy with each other, and Bibi Dong has no objection. However, Bibi Dong did not want Feng Hao to become the enemy of Wuhan Palace. Therefore, he must be made a member of the Wuhan Palace. People like Snake Spear Douluo, although they are responsible for protecting Qian Rongxiu, they will definitely report everything they encounter to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong knew Feng Hao's talent, so he gave him such high treatment. He directly gave him a piece of Yu Xiaogang's elder order of the same style. Feng Hao is not a pedantic person, and he does not want to go against the people of Wuhan Palace now. What's more, this elder's order must have many benefits for him. After he left Tiandu city, he came outside, in a deserted land. Directly use the Tai Chi figure martial soul to display the first soul skill. The golden bridge appeared, connecting to the way of heaven. He stepped into the golden bridge and disappeared from here in an instant. At the same time, somewhere in Tiandu city, Douluo stood on a roof. He murmured, the breath has disappeared? You can't feel it at all. This method is really weird. Chapter 28 Cute Xiao Wu. In Nodding City, Feng Hao teleported directly and accurately to the courtyard of his home. As long as it is the place where he has been, it can be accurately located. The last time I went to Tiandu city was my first time, so I could only teleport outside the city. The next time he goes, he can teleport directly to Qian Rongxiu's mansion. In the courtyard. When Feng Hao appeared, Xiao Wu sat in front of the threshold, holding her chin in her hands, staring blankly ahead. The moment she saw Feng Hao, she was in a trance. I thought I was hallucinating. The next second, instantly rushed to Feng Hao's body. She jumped up directly, strangled Feng Hao's neck with her hands, and strangled Feng Hao's waist with her legs. Feng Hao has long been used to this action of hers. Feng Hao even wondered if her surname was Tijian. Brother Feng Hao, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Xiao Wu's nose felt sore, and a layer of mist suddenly appeared in her eyes. Xiao Wu is the eldest sister in front of others in the academy. However, in front of Feng Hao, she will always be a fragile little girl. Looking at her tearful eyes, Feng Hao stretched out his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes. My Xiaowu is so cute, how could I not want you? Stop crying. If you cry, you will turn into a cat. Brother Feng Hao, I'm hungry. Have you not gone to dinner today? Well, I don't want to go alone. Then let's go there now. Although Feng Hao doesn't want to eat now, how can he make his little baby hungry? Xiaowu is the one who has spent the longest time with him in this world, and he is the only person she relies on. Of course he deserves to be pampered. Brother Feng Hao, I want you to carry me on your back. Xiaowu said coquettishly. She felt very uncomfortable during the past few days when Feng Hao was away. Because she was used to having Feng Hao accompany her to eat every day, and have someone to hold her when she slept. These days, she has been looking forward to Feng Hao's return. Feng Hao finally came today, so naturally she had to act like a baby. Good. Feng Hao naturally agreed without hesitation. He asked Xiaowu to get down first while he squatted down. Xiaowu jumped directly on his back and let him carry her. Feng Hao carried Xiaowu out of the hospital and headed towards a nearby restaurant. Along the way, there were many people looking at Xiaowu. After all, she is quite a young girl, so if someone carries her like this, she will it's certainly eye-catching. But Xiaowu didn't care about the looks of these people. She leaned happily on Feng Hao's broad shoulders, feeling very comfortable. When they were about to arrive at the hotel, Feng Hao happened to meet two people. Tang San, and Grandmaster. The moment he saw Feng Hao carrying Xiaowu on his back, Tang San stepped forward in embarrassment. Xiang Feng Hao saluted and said, Teacher, where are you and Xiaowu going? We're going to eat, do you want to come together? Feng Hao asked with a smile. Thank you teacher, I just had it not long ago. Tang San quickly refused. Where are you and master going? Where are you coming from? Feng Hao was still smiling, but it made Tang San feel great pressure. He quickly explained, I was going outside to exercise, and I happened to meet the master buying something from outside. We both live in the college, so we happened to be together. After all, Tang San had an adult mentality, so when he lied, his face did not turn red and his heart did not beat. Yes. Yu Xiaogang also stepped forward and echoed. That's it. Train well, let's go first. Feng Hao didn't want to talk nonsense with them here and starve his baby. Yes. Teacher, walk slowly. Tang San bowed and saluted. Feng Hao then carried Xiaowu away from here. After he walked away, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang looked at each other. Tang San said to Yu Xiaogang somewhat strangely, Teacher, what is the relationship between Feng Hao and Xiaowu as siblings? Why does it feel a little weird? A wise observer knows the truth. Tang San in the original work is a player in the game, so naturally he doesn't know. Now he is just a bystander, and he can naturally see that Xiaowu's attachment to Feng Hao is not like a simple attachment to his brother. They are definitely not brothers and sisters. As for their relationship, don't think about it. There is no need to let these things affect your practice. Practice well. When you graduate from Notting College, you will explain your relationship to Feng Hao. I will take you to a more suitable place. Practice where you practice. Yu Xiaogang said seriously. Yes, master. Tang San said respectfully. Looking at Tang San, Yu Xiaogang thought to himself, I hope you can call me teacher in 4 years. He was determined that Tang San would definitely become a famous figure on the mainland in the future. Only by becoming Tang San's teacher could he make the world believe in his theory. Only then can he truly become famous all over the world. In the hotel. While waiting, Xiaowu said, Brother Feng Hao, that Tang San must be training with that master. I have often seen them together these days. I know. They can't do anything. Feng Hao sneered. With him here, Tang San will no longer be as powerful as before in this life. His strength is not comparable to that of the original Tang San. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were just two tools he kept to complete quests. Brother Feng Hao, where have you been these past few days? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Tiandu City. Feng Hao said. Tiandu City? So far away? Brother Feng Hao, how did you do it? She said in shock. When I get the chance, I'll take you to experience it. Feng Hao said with a smile. Okay. Xiao Wu said expectantly. The two didn't wait long before the waiter served the food. Both of them were regular customers. The waiter handed it over with a smile and said, Master Feng, you don't know, the little dancing girl didn't eat much in the past few days when you were away. Every time she comes, she eats a little and then leaves. The little dancing girl looks much happier today. Yet, Feng Hao could only respond casually. He felt quite embarrassed when the waiter said this. Moreover, he felt very guilty towards Xiao Wu. He shouldn't have stayed there for so long. He should come back as soon as possible. Anyway, if he wants to go over now, it will only take him a moment. After all, Xiao Wu is still young, so it would not be good for him to be alone here. Today, Feng Hao is here, and Xiao Wu's appetite has greatly increased. When they left, looking at the clean dishes, the waiter smiled happily. After all, who could not like a cute little girl like Xiao Wu? Who doesn't want a little girl like this to be happy every day? For some people who are depressed at work, looking at a smile from a lovely person will make them feel healed. Since Feng Hao came back, in addition to spending time practicing on his own every day, he also coaches Xiao Wu. Occasionally go out to the market that sells various ores to see if you can find some good stuff. He would also go to Qian RENXUE's side from time to time. The trip lasted 10 days or half a month, and I only stayed there for 1 day before returning. Time flies by, and 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Today is also the day of the graduation ceremony for the students of Notting College. Chapter 29 Graduation Ceremony. Graduation day will also be the time when Feng Hao leaves school. Notting College was extremely sad to see Feng Hao leave. But Notting College also knew that Feng Hao was teaching here just for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu has graduated now, so he will definitely leave. Those students were also reluctant to leave. On this day, many students were preparing to see Feng Hao off. However, except for those who are preparing to see them off, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang are also planning something. Looking at those people who were preparing to see Feng Hao off, Yu Xiaogang sneered in his heart, I'll let you be happy for a while, and you will suffer later. The school graduation ceremony naturally includes a speech by the principal, blessing the students before process these links. After this session, the principal said to everyone, in addition to all the graduates leaving the school today, there is also a young teacher who has been with you for 6 years. We wish Teacher Feng a bright future. Now, please, the student representatives came to give a speech to thank Teacher Feng for his education over the past few years. Ba bang bang. After the principal finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out from below. When the students were about to go on stage, a discordant voice suddenly came out. Wait. The principal looked towards the position of the voice and found that it was his friend, Yu Xiaogang. Master, do you have any questions? The principal asked. Principal, can I come up and say a few words? Yu Xiaogang asked. Master, please, the principal asked. Yu Xiaogang walked up and said to Tang San below, Xiao San, come up too. Tang San quickly trotted up. Seeing Tang San come up at this time, the students and teachers in the audience were dumbfounded. Isn't Tang San Feng Hao's disciple? After these 6 years, people can also see it. Feng Hao and Yu Xiaogang did not deal with them. Tang San had always respected Feng Hao very much, but why did he come up to him obediently when Yu Xiaogang shouted like this today? After Tang San came up, Yu Xiaogang said to everyone, Everyone, we have been deceived in the past 6 years. Have you ever thought about why Feng Hao is so strong at such a young age? Because he is from Wuhan Palace and was cultivated by others. It turns out that he is from Wuhan Palace, and this matter has nothing to do with us. But, this man is very vicious. His purpose is to harm others. Tang San is his student, everyone has always thought so. But what's the truth? He just wanted to harm Tang San. Over the years, not only did he not give guidance to Tang San, but he secretly harmed Tang San many times. If Tang San hadn't been careful enough, he would have been tricked long ago. In the past 6 years, I have only helped Tang San secretly. I don't dare to offend him, because he is from the Spirit Hall. However, not long ago, I noticed a problem. This person was about to leave, but he put poison in Nodding College and prepared to harm everyone. Today, I have to stand up with Tang San. Even if we offend Wuhandian, we will speak out and save everyone's lives. My mistress has also decided to officially terminate the apprenticeship relationship with Feng Hao today. Yu Xiaogong's indignant speech instantly made the people below nervous. One by one, they asked nervously, "Master, are you telling the truth?" "The mistress can testify." Yu Xiaogang said. "Tang San, is this true?" The people below asked again. "It's true. I saw him poisoning the well water in the academy yesterday. You can go get the well water and verify whether it is poisonous, and you will know." Tang San said seriously. "Feng Hao below. Sit on your seat." He looked at Tang San on the stage with a smile on his face, not panicking at all. Tang San caught a glimpse of him and hurriedly avoided, not daring to look at him. "Feng Hao, come out and speak. Don't be dumb there." Yu Xiaogang scolded sharply at this time. "Yu Xiaogang, you fart. My brother Feng Hao cannot be from Wuhan Palace, let alone do this kind of poisoning and harming people." Before Feng Hao could speak, Xiao Wu stood up and cursed angrily. Sister Xiao Wu said it well. "When I saw Yu Xiaogang, he was just farting. What kind of bullshit master, did he teach any good students?" Over the years, Xiao Wu has had many younger brothers at Nodding College. At this time, she was completely responding to one call. The eldest sister is scolding her, how can she not follow her? Many people also graduated today, and they are not afraid of Yu Xiaogang. At this time, Yu Xiaogang sneered and said, "Brother Feng Hao? As a young couple, of course you will defend him. Can you prove your words?" Then, he turned to the principal and said, "Principal, Feng Hao is not worthy of being a teacher at all." 6 years ago, Xiao Wu was only 6 years old. But this beast raised Xiao Wu in his own home, and they were not relatives. Brother and sister. In the past few years, Xiao Wu has been distorted by him and has completely become a puppet who is dependent on him and obeys his orders. Can such a person be a teacher? How many students will this poison? Yu Xiaogang, don't make a fool of yourself here. Do you have evidence for slandering teacher Feng and Xiao Wu like this? Xiao Wu's younger brothers scolded angrily. Evidence? Tang San is the evidence. As Feng Hao's disciple, he discovered that Xiao Wu has been sleeping with Feng Hao since he was 6 years old. Yu Xiaogang said. What? Now, those younger disciples were also stupid. Did the eldest sister sleep with Feng Hao since she was 6 years old? If this is true, could it be said that? They dare not imagine it. At this time, Tang San also spoke. What the master said is true. I can testify to this. Ding! The betrayal event is triggered. Choice 1, prove your innocence, kill Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, and be rewarded with the third soul ring of Tai Chi 2, 100,000-year soul ring. Choice 2, prove your innocence, expel Tang San's sect, and reward the fourth spirit ring of the three-legged golden crow, a 150,000-year spirit ring. Feng Hao stood up slowly at this time. When he stood up, the principal asked, Teacher Feng, Do you have anything to say about what they said? Step by step. Since both Yu Xiaogang and Tang San said that I was poisoned, let's follow what they said and check the well water first. Feng Hao said calmly. He turned around and looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was very angry at this time. Because the words Yu Xiaogang said were insulting to her and Feng Hao, how could she not be angry? Seeing her angry look, Feng Hao held her hand. He said gently, "Don't worry, let me handle it." After these 4 years, Xiao Wu's height is now about 1.72 meters. She is already a tall and graceful girl, and now she is of course very concerned about her reputation. What Xiao Wu cares most about is that Feng Hao was slandered by that good-for-nothing Yu Xiaogang. In the past 6 years, did she not know if Feng Hao had done anything to her? Chapter 30 Yu Xiaogang, please explain to me. Okay, let's get some well water to verify. Seeing that Feng Hao had said this himself, the principal decided to verify the well water problem first. In order to prevent anyone from causing any problems, let's go there together. Feng Hao suggested. Okay, some teachers, come with us. You and I will go to the well. The principal said to the teachers sitting below. The principal, Yu Xiaogang, Tang San, Feng Hao, Xiao Wu, 8 teachers, and a group of students. When we arrived at the well, the principal went to fetch water himself. After he drained the well water, Feng Hao said, "Is this water poisonous? I can't tell. Master, please prove it to everyone. Get the silver needle first." Yu Xiaogang said. "Master, I have it here." Tang San said, summoning a silver needle from his belt. Under everyone's gaze, Tang San gently inserted the silver needle. The silver needle has not changed at all. The principal looked at Tang San and asked, "Is this poisonous?" No, maybe this poison is better concealed. I'll use other methods to check." Tang San said, taking out a jar of wine in his hand. He said to the principal, "Principal, if the water turns yellow later, it means that the water has been poisoned. Teacher Feng, what do you think?" The principal decided to take a look at Feng Hao's thoughts. After all, this method always sounded unreliable to him. "It doesn't matter, just do as he said," Feng Hao said calmly. Tang San listened and poured the wine directly. After a while, the water was as clear as ever. Except for the smell of alcohol, there is nothing unusual about it. "Tang San," the principal yelled angrily. This is impossible, this is impossible." Tang San looked at the water in front of him and murmured. At this time, Yu Xiaogang also looked at Tang San and asked hurriedly, "Xiao San, what's going on? Is it the wrong way?" "Yes, it should be the wrong way. I'm thinking about it." Tang San was in a panic because he didn't know what to do. He obviously put poison in it, why is there no poison at all now? "Principal, let me say a few words," Feng Hao asked at this time. "Okay," said the principal. Feng Hao looked at Tang San at this time and said with a regretful expression, "Xiao San, don't you understand why the poison is gone? The poison you put there is gone. What nonsense are you talking about? What poison did I put in it?" Tang San said with a red face. "You are so anxious, but your city is still not enough. I don't know what Yu Xiaogang said to you to make you hate me so much. I even wanted to poison the school to ruin my reputation. I saw you poisoning last night. How could I not know about your poisonous methods? I was the one who cured the poison. I hope this matter can be settled like this. Graduation is today. If you go elsewhere to study, I will take Xiaohu to another place. But, you still want to kill me today. Xiaosan, do you know? My teacher is very heartbroken right now. From today on, you, Tang San, are no longer my Feng Hao's disciple. If you want to die with this loser Yu Xiaogang, that's up to you." After Feng Hao said these words heartbrokenly, he finally expelled Tang San. After he finished speaking, he also obtained the fourth soul ring of Sun True Fire. After obtaining this soul ring, his level was directly upgraded to level 43. In the past 4 years, he has actually reached level 40 long ago. However, there is no task triggered after level 40. Since he didn't get the soul ring, he didn't want to look for the rubbish soul ring, so he continued to drag it. But the cultivation is also continuing, so now after absorbing the soul ring, the cultivation level has been improved by 3 levels. After listening to these words, people around were dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Tang San and asked, "Tang San, was it really you who poisoned me? Tang San, why are you doing this? Is it because Teacher Feng isn't good enough to you? Tang San, it's no wonder that we thought you were a good student all these years, but we didn't expect you to be such a person who deceives your master and destroys your ancestors." Under the angry scolding of everyone, Tang San finally broke out. He looked at everyone with blood-red eyes and said, "Yes, that's right, it was me, Tang San, who put the poison. But, do you know why I poisoned you? He, Feng Hao, is from Wuhan Palace, and he wants to kill me. Because of my father's grudge against Wuhan Palace. Because of his arrival, my father had to leave. I don't know where he is now. How can I not hate him? The poison I gave is not very harmful. It will give you abdominal pain for a few days at most. I'm sorry for you. Tang San, will still be handled by you today." Seeing Tang San admitting it at this time, Feng Hao sighed in his heart. He was not completely broken yet. "At least, I dare to admit it now." Faced with his words, some people questioned, "Who is your father? He still has a grudge against Wuhan Palace? Will the people from Wuhan Palace come to harm you?" People who question it are actually more disdainful. Before Tang San could speak, Feng Hao spoke. "His father is Tang Hao, also known as Haoshan Douluo. It is precisely because of this that I want to accept him as a disciple and teach him well. Who knows? I actually think that I'm from Wuhan Palace." Haoshan Douluo. The older people here all looked at Tang San in horror. Tang Hao's reputation is too great. After all, he was the one who killed the previous pope. "You are not from the spirit hall, how can you get a 10,000-year spirit ring in the first spirit ring?" Tang San asked. Tang San, don't you know that everyone's opportunities are different? You also have your own opportunities. Do you think you are the protagonist of this world? Does the whole world have to revolve around you?" Feng Hao reprimanded that Tang San was indeed the protagonist before, but now that Feng Hao is here, he is no longer the protagonist. Is it a chance? It's impossible for a normal person to reach this level. Yu Xiaogang shouted coldly. Then, "Master, why can't I have a 10,000-year soul ring even though I am a member of the Wuhan Palace?" Feng Hao asked. "You are the test subject of Wuhan Palace. Wuhan Palace has been studying how to increase the number of years for the first soul ring. I have learned about this before," the master said confidently. Ba bang bang. Feng Hao clapped his hands and said with narrowed eyes, "Wonderful, really wonderful. Then master, I would like to ask you to explain to me my remaining soul ring." "Let me see your remaining soul ring first," Yu Xiaogang said. "This is natural," Feng Hao said, and said to the principal and others, "Principal, please step back a little." Yet, although the principal and the others didn't understand why he wanted to retreat, they still retreated. "Xiao Wu, you go over there first, and I'll teach this loser a lesson for you later," Feng Hao said to Xiao Wu gently. "Yes, brother Feng Hao." Xiao Wu nodded and stepped aside. Feng Hao mobilized his soul power and unfolded his soul ring. I saw soul rings rising from my feet one by one. The first soul ring, black. The second soul ring, deep black. The third soul ring, red. The fourth soul ring, red. 4 soul rings appeared, and everyone in the audience felt Feng Hao's pressure. The golden crow martial soul flew out from above his head, making everyone want to worship him. Yu Xiaogang, please explain to me now, will the Pope give a test subject 100,000-year soul ring, 100,000 soul ring? Feng Hao shouted and asked. The powerful momentum pressed towards Yu Xiaogang, who immediately stepped back and fell to the ground in embarrassment. This is impossible, this is impossible. P.S. The author has seen that many people are reading this book on WeChat. If it is useful to you, I hope you can come and vote for it. It is also free to read here. The more votes you get, the better your results will be, and you will be more motivated to update, and your hair loss will also cause you to lose your temper. Chapter 31 Yu Xiaogang's egg is broken. Bibi Dong's 9th spirit ring is 100,000-year spirit ring. Is it possible to give the precious 100,000-year spirit ring to the test subject? What's more, people can easily judge Feng Hao's 4th soul ring by looking at its color. The age must be above the 3rd soul ring, but how much longer, people don't know. I thought that the people here had never seen 100,000-year soul ring in this life. I just know that it is red. A soul beast that is hundreds of thousands of years old. How many masters are needed to besiege it before it can be taken down? For a test subject? Is it possible? Feng Hao looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was about to go crazy, and said coldly, "What? You can't explain it to me now, can you? Aren't you very capable of distorting facts? Tell me." Feng Hao kept approaching, and Yu Xiaogang kept moving back on the ground. He murmured, "You monster, don't come here. You loser, others respect you as a master. Nodding college keeps you here, what about you? Is this how you slander the students of the college?" Feng Hao reprimanded, and at the same time, he turned around and said to everyone, "Tang San is a man who is full of lies. Can you believe what he just said? Do not believe." Those students in the college were the first to respond. "We don't believe it either." The teachers also expressed their opinions one after another. In the past 6 years, they had never seen Feng Hao use his martial spirit, nor had they seen Feng Hao be very strong. Now, I have seen such a terrifying soul ring with my own eyes. As long as they are not mentally ill, they should know who they need to favor. With these 4 soul rings that Feng Hao now has, he is destined to become a legend throughout the continent in the future. As for Yu Xiaogang, a master in name only. Feng Hao looked at Yu Xiaogang's unwilling appearance on the ground. He walked up directly and stepped on it. Stepping on his chest, Feng Hao looked down at him. He said in a cold voice, "You and I are not in conflict with each other, but you have always wanted to commit suicide. Today, it is necessary to give you a memory." After Feng Hao finished speaking, he released his foot and kicked it out. He directly kicked Yu Xiaogang towards the edge of the well and hit the edge of the well, causing his head to break and bleed. He let out a painful groan, and Feng Hao walked past again. A few more kicks on his shoulders and knees. Several joints have been replaced. It's not that they can't be recovered, but it will take some time to recover. Moreover, he will suffer from this process. After Feng Hao finished beating him up, he turned around and walked over to the principal and said, "Principal, for your sake, I will spare his life. Teacher Feng, they want to harm you like this today. Even if you kill them, they will still deserve their death," the principal said. Although he and Yu Xiaogang were friends, what happened today was obviously a problem between Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. The most important thing is that Feng Hao is too strong. The principal didn't dare to offend him. How dare he say a kind word for Yu Xiaogang? Feng Hao then collected his soul ring and martial soul, came to Xiao Wu's side, and asked, "Xiao Wu, is it enough to beat that good-for-nothing like that?" "That's enough," Xiao Wu whispered. Yu Xiaogang looked half dead at this moment, and Xiao Wu didn't want to teach him a lesson for fear of getting her hands dirty. "Sister Xiaowu, let us teach him a lesson for you." If he dares to slander Sister Xiaowu, I think he is asking for death. The graduating students stood up one after another and walked towards Yu Xiaogang. Originally, Yu Xiaogang's strength must be able to abuse these people at will. But now he has been crippled by Feng Hao, and he can only watch helplessly as these people come up to beat him. These people don't care about martial ethics at all, they just attack important parts. There was not much sound at first, but Yu Xiaogang screamed loudly again. No! No! The egg was broken, and his heart was broken. Everyone, please save his life, don't let him die. Feng Hao reminded at this time. Yu Xiaogang's last dignity as a man is gone, and he will be extremely humiliated while living in the world. Feng Hao felt more comfortable letting him live than letting him die. Yes. These people stopped and stepped back. Everyone, let's go back and continue the ceremony. Feng Hao suggested. Okay. In addition, Tang San did something to deceive his master and destroy his ancestors. Tang San will not be a graduate of our school, but will be expelled. The principal said solemnly. After he said this, he said to Tang San, you leave here. For your father's sake, we will not punish you. But if you don't learn well in the future, you will regret it one day. Everyone left here, and Tang San stood there blankly, looking at Yu Xiaogang, who was covered in blood and flesh. He felt very complicated at this time. First, he was shocked by Feng Hao's soul rings, which was something he had never thought about. Looking at the educated Yu Xiaogang over there, he was secretly glad. Fortunately, he was not the one who was beaten. Otherwise, he might not be qualified to be a man now. Just thinking about it made him feel extremely painful. Looking at Yu Xiaogang, he had to take him away. Because the college he was going to later was introduced to him by Yu Xiaogang. He must cure Yu Xiaogang first. Now that he has been expelled by Feng Hao, he can only ask Yu Xiaogang for advice in his future practice. He had hatred for Feng Hao in his heart and wished he could cut Feng Hao into pieces right away. However, compared to this hatred, there is more powerlessness. When Feng Hao showed the 4 soul rings, he understood the huge gap between them. He couldn't think of how to close the distance. He just complained in his heart at this time. Isn't his father Haoshan Douluo? Isn't he the one who killed the previous pope? Why? Why don't you come and kill Feng Hao and strangle this terrible monster in its cradle? Feng Hao and the others went back to hold the graduation ceremony. He took Xiaowu out of school and sold the small courtyard where he had lived for 6 years. Get ready to leave here. The place they were going to was none other than Soto City in the kingdom of Barak. They rode in a carriage, and the coachman drove them outside. The 2 of them were in the car, Xiaowu clinging to Feng Hao's side. She looked at Feng Hao and asked, Brother Feng Hao, how did you get those soul rings? That is related to my cultivation. My soul ring was not obtained from the soul beast. Feng Hao said to Xiaowu gently. Can you get a soul ring without getting it from a soul beast? She asked in surprise. If everyone could be like Feng Hao, could the war between soul beasts and humans be avoided? My method can only be used by myself and cannot be popularized. Feng Hao said. If you like Douluo, capturing the goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 32 The choice to join Shrek Academy. Soto City is much larger and more prosperous than Notting City. Feng Hao brought Xiaowu here, and his purpose was naturally to go to Shrek Academy. Feng Hao's current age has already passed Shrek Academy's standards. It is definitely impossible to go in and be a student. Of course, he has no interest in becoming a student. His idea is to come here to apply for a job as a teacher. Although he is only a soul sect, he only needs to show his strength, and it should be no problem to apply. The time he comes now is definitely earlier than the time Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and others came to apprentice. In Soto City, Xiaowu bought a lot of clothes along the way. She has many pairs of stockings and so on. Feng Hao never thinks that her clothes are a waste. I would wear it for myself in the future, so of course he would be happy to pay for it. These things were all placed in Feng Hao's samurai ring. After that, Feng Hao took Xiaowu to Flanders' shop. When they got here, luckily, the door was open, and Flanders was lying inside. "Brother Feng Hao, there are a lot of soul tools here, do you want to buy them?" Xiaowu asked curiously. In the past 6 years, she had seen Feng Hao's forging skills. After seeing the magical weapons he created, he should look down on the weapons here. "If you don't want to buy it, go in and take a look," Feng Hao said. The purpose of his coming here is, of course, to make the plate crystals inside become golden. He can also use dragon beard needles and other things. He naturally had no reason to keep such good things for Tang San. The moment he saw them walking in, Flanders looked up. He was somewhat attracted by the temperament of these two people. Feng Hao was over 1.85 meters tall, while Xiaowu was about 1.73 meters tall. When the two of them walk together, it can be said that they are quite a match. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. They are simply the best interpretation of the couple of gods and immortals. Of course, for Flanders, the most important thing is that the strength of these two young people is not simple. Among peers, it is not simple. However, he just glanced at it and continued to rock the chair with his eyes closed. Feng Hao quickly found a head-sized crystal inside. He reached out to pick it up, walked to Flanders, and asked, "Boss, how do you sell this thing?" Flanders opened his eyes, took a look, and said, 100 gold soul coins. The price given to Tang San by Flanders is the same as the original price. This broken crystal costs 100 gold soul coins. Why don't you go and grab it? Xiaowu said angrily. She felt that she had encountered a profiteer. Feng Hao stretched out his hand to comfort Xiaowu, and then said to Flanders, "Boss, how about you give this to me? Give it to me, and I will give you a month's worth of work." "Hey!" Flanders was stunned. Good guy, this is the first time he has seen such a bargain. He sat up, looked at Feng Hao, and asked, "Do you think I need employees here? He is just fishing here, so he still needs to spend money to find someone to fish with him? Of course you don't need it here, but you need it elsewhere." Feng Hao said with a smile. "Somewhere else? Interesting, tell me where it is." Flanders asked. "In the academy," Feng Hao said briefly. The playful smile suddenly faded from Flanders' face. And he adjusted his glasses. He asked with a serious face, "I wonder what you call me?" "Down here, Feng Hao." "How did the young master know my identity?" Flanders asked. "It's hard for me not to recognize the famous four-eyed cat eagle," Feng Hao said. "You said you want to work for me, what do you mean? Our Shrek Academy doesn't accept any employees," Flanders said. "Are we hiring teachers?" Feng Hao asked. "Teacher? Our college has very high requirements for accepting teachers. How old are you? What level of soul power do you have?" Flanders asked. 18 years old, level 43. Feng Hao said. 18 years old, level 43 soul power. I can make an exception and accept you as a student of Shrek Academy. As for a teacher, I'm afraid it's not suitable," Flanders said seriously. Ding! Trigger the event and join Shrek. Choice 1, join Shrek Academy as a student, rewarded with God-level body skills, and double your training speed before graduation. Option 2, join Shrek Academy as a teacher and be rewarded with the third soul ring of Tai Chi and a copy of The Way of the Holy Master. The rewards for the former are indeed very rich, but Feng Hao's current situation is not about leveling up. It was about obtaining the soul ring, so of course he chose the latter. "Dean friend, being a student is really not suitable for me. I know that the lowest ranked teachers in your academy are soul emperors. Why don't you and I go to Shrek Academy? If I can defeat the teachers of your college, I will join your college as a teacher. If I lose, how about joining as a student? Feng Hao was repeating his old tricks. This was how he joined Notting College in the first place. After all, the best thing to talk about in this world is actually the fist. If your fist is big enough, you have the right to speak. It seems that I underestimate you, a young man. Come with me. Flanders was very happy, because this was indeed a genius. If he loses, if he joins Shrek Academy, he will have one more outstanding student. As for teachers who are better than those in the academy, Flanders didn't believe it, although he was very optimistic about Feng Hao's confidence. But the huge gap in soul power cannot be made up by self-confidence. Dean Flanders, I will temporarily accept this crystal. Feng Hao said. As long as you join our academy, this crystal will be given to you. Fran morality. The dean is very generous. Feng Hao was a little surprised that Flanders, who had always been searching, could be so generous. Afterwards, with Flanders leading the way, they headed to Shrek together. At this time, Xiao Wu could probably guess it. The academy that Feng Hao wanted to take her to was Shrek Academy. She is now a little curious about what kind of academy this Shrek Academy is. From this brief contact, she could feel that this profiteer dean was very strong. With such a strong dean, this college should be pretty good. Why doesn't it have any reputation? They followed Flanders away from here, walked out of the city, and walked south for a long time before arriving at a small village. Here in this small village, I finally saw that small sign. Shrek Academy. This is Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu looked at the small village in front of her. There was a huge gap between this and the academy she imagined. Not to mention comparing it with anything else, it is incomparable with Notting College where she just graduated. Yes. This is our Shrek Academy. Flanders said. Brother Feng Hao, do you really want to join this academy? Xiao Wu looked at Feng Hao and asked. Well, believe me, Shrek Academy will not let you down. Feng Hao said. If you like Douluo, capturing the goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 33 Defeat Li Yuzong first, then fight Zhao Wuji. Xiao Wu believed in Feng Hao, so she followed Feng Hao into Shrek Academy. When they entered, Shrek's teachers and students were all doing their own things. Of course, there are currently 3 students of Shrek. Oscar, Ma Heng-jun, Dai Mubai. However, the only ones here are Oscar and Ma Heng-jun. As for Dai Mubai, he is not here now. He may have gone to sleep with a woman in that hotel. Everyone, come here, I have something to inform you. Flanders said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, several teachers from the college came over quickly. Ma Heng-jun and Oscar also came over. When they came over, they all looked at Feng Hao and Xiao Wu with curiosity. Especially the appearance of Xiao Wu, the 2 people who did not have any female classmates were immediately shocked. But I saw Xiao Wu standing close to Feng Hao and being intimate with Feng Hao. Look at Feng Hao's appearance, and then look at their appearance. There is still self-knowledge. Dean, what's the matter? Zhao Wuji and others asked. Someone is coming to join our academy today. Flanders said. Dean, isn't it time to recruit students yet? Zhao Wuji asked. It's not enrollment. His name is Feng Hao. He wants to apply for a teacher in our college. He said he can challenge the teachers in our college. Li Yuzong, come and compete with him. Flanders ordered. Applying for a job as a teacher? Him? He's not very old, right? Zhao Wuji looked at Feng Hao and said in disbelief. Hello, Teacher Zhao, I am 18 this year. Feng Hao said with a genuine smile. You know me? Zhao Wuji was quite surprised. Of course I know the famous Fudo Minggu. Feng Hao said with a smile. You are very knowledgeable. However, Lao Li is a level 63 power attack Soul Emperor. Zhao Wuji said. It doesn't matter, you won't know until you fight whether you are an opponent or not. Feng Hao said, walked up and said to Li Yuzong, Teacher Li, please. The others quickly retreated at this time, and after everyone retreated, Li Yuzong exerted his soul power, and the remaining 6 soul rings began to appear. White, yellow, purple, 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 black. A long stick with countless fine lines appeared in his hand. He solemnly said to Feng Hao, Li Yuzong, Level 63 Attack Weapon Soul Emperor, Martial Soul Dragon Pattern Stick. Feng Hao also mobilized his soul power at this time, and the 4 soul rings under his feet began to appear one by one. Black, black, red, red. The moment the 4 soul rings came out, the whole place seemed to be suffocated. Above him, there was a huge golden crow, flapping its wings. The temperature of the entire venue suddenly rose a lot. Feng Hao also formally introduced himself at this time. Feng Hao, Level 43 Soul Sect, Martial Soul 3-legged Golden Crow. Oh my god! I saw that right! Xiao Ao, please pinch me, I'm not dreaming. Ah! Damn, you are so pinched. Isn't this asking you to help me see if I'm dreaming? Ma Hongjun and Oscar were already crazy at this time. They could feel Feng Hao's extraordinary power just now. However, they never expected that Feng Hao would be so defiant. Their Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, so they can be considered monsters. But, in front of Feng Hao, what kind of monsters are they? They are simply mediocre people. More than that, they, Flanders and Zhao Wuji, the 2 strongest men in the academy, have seen the world. At this time, the person stayed where he was. Flanders was so grateful that he had brought the person over. Such a monster would not join Shrek Academy. Then their Shrek Academy will be a huge loss. As Feng Hao's opponent, Li Yuzong was already frozen in place. He just felt that it was a little difficult for him to move. He, the mighty Soul Emperor, was actually suppressed by a soul sect. However, he didn't feel ashamed at all. With just those 4 spirit rings, there was no shame in him being suppressed. Looking at Li Yuzong's appearance, Feng Hao smiled and said, Teacher Li, cheer up, let's fight between you and me. Ah, oh. He was reminded by Feng Hao, and then he recovered. After he recovered, he used his stick technique and attacked Feng Hao directly. Be careful. The moment he attacked, Feng Hao went towards Li Yuzong. He directly used his second soul skill, Sun God Fist. 10 punches came out, and his fist collided with Li Yuzong's dragon pattern stick. The huge force collided, and the 2 of them each took a few steps back. However, the golden crow shadow attacked Li Yuzong and sank into his body. Li Yuzong felt as if his whole body was on fire. He quickly mobilized his soul power to suppress the burning painful feeling. His soul power was being consumed rapidly, and his forehead was covered with sweat. He couldn't be distracted from fighting at this time. If it was a fight to the death and Feng Hao took action now, he would die. At this time, Feng Hao looked back at Flanders over there and said, Dean, is it okay now? Okay, from now on, you will be a teacher at my Shrek Academy. You are the real monster. Flanders nodded repeatedly. Dean, I would like to ask Feng Hao for advice, is it okay? Zhao Wuji requested at this time. Zhao Wuji saw Feng Hao defeat Li Yuzong with one move, and he knew that Feng Hao was very strong. The destructive power of the martial spirit seems to be particularly strong. His martial soul's defense was extremely strong, and he wanted to see how strong Feng Hao's offense was. This still depends on Feng Hao himself. Feng Hao, are you willing? Flanders asked. I've unleashed my martial spirit and haven't had a good fight yet. Since Teacher Zhao is willing to compete with me, I'm extremely happy. Feng Hao readily agreed because he wanted to test how effective his 4th soul skill could be in front of Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was also overjoyed to see him agree so readily. He stepped forward and used his soul power. His 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, appeared one by one. He is a standard equipment in the world of soul masters, and his powerful Vajra bear martial soul appears. With the martial spirit attached to his body, his whole body was covered with thick brown hair, and his height soared to about 2.5 meters. The muscles all over his body were bulging, and his brown eyes exuded a domineering aura. Feng Hao's 3-legged golden crow is also a beast martial spirit, a god-level beast martial spirit. However, there is no need to be possessed by a martial spirit to strengthen oneself. This is also a special feature of his god-level martial spirit. Teacher Zhao, be careful. Feng Hao said and directly used his first soul skill. The first soul skill, the golden crow emerges from the fusing. His soul power condensed into a hibiscus tree. And 10 golden crows on the tree instantly spread their wings and flew towards Zhao Wuji. Looking at the 10 golden crows flying over, Zhao Wuji could also feel the powerful destructive power and blazing temperature. With his soul power fully activated, he also used his first soul skill. The first soul skill, Immovable King Body. I saw him burst out with intense golden light in an instant. When the 10 golden crows rushed over, they were all bounced back by him. The light on the 10 golden crows seemed to be much dimmed. If you like Douluo, capturing the goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 34 The fourth soul skill, Divine Light Shines. Sure enough, the power of Soul Saint cannot be underestimated. Feng Hao's expression became serious when he saw that Zhao Wuji's first soul skill easily blocked his own first soul skill. Feng Hao did not plan to use the second soul skill to attack. The second soul skill was definitely useless. He directly recalled the 10 golden crows and flew them to the hibiscus tree. After the 10 golden crows returned to the hibiscus tree, they recovered rapidly. After he was almost recovered, Feng Hao directly used his third soul skill. 10 golden crows gathered in an instant and floated towards Feng Hao. Seeing the 10 golden crows quickly joining together, Flanders quickly said to everyone, "Everyone, stay away." Flanders is so nervous, everyone naturally understands the degree of danger involved. They retreated one after another, leaving a wide enough distance for Feng Hao and Zhao Wuji. When the 10 golden crows were completely fused together, Feng Hao was seen like a scorching sun. The third soul skill, I am the sun. He rose into the sky, waved his hand, and in an instant, countless golden lights descended, shining down on Zhao Wuji below. Looking at the golden light pointing downwards, Zhao Wuji was still using his first soul skill. The first soul skill, Immovable King Body. Feng Hao's golden light met the golden light bursting out from Zhao Wuji's body instantly. This time, Zhao Wuji failed to rely on this soul skill to bounce the golden light. His first soul skill was broken instantly, and the golden light shone on Zhao Wuji's body. Zhao Wuji felt that his hands were instantly red. He quickly flew out, and he did not dare to let the golden light shine on himself anymore. After he distanced himself, he instantly used his third soul skill. The third soul skill. Gravity increases. His purpose is simple, that is to pull Feng Hao down from the air. At this time, Feng Hao instantly felt the huge pressure in the air. He understood what Zhao Wuji was thinking, which was to suppress him and then turn defense into offense. The huge gravity made Feng Hao's shoulders feel a little heavy. If his third soul skill hadn't been given by 100,000-year soul ring, he would have fallen instantly. A normal 100,000-year soul ring can obtain 2 soul skills. However, Feng Hao is not normal. His soul ring does not come from any soul beast, so naturally it does not have the effects of those regular soul rings. However, that doesn't mean that his 100,000-year soul ring is inferior to the regular 100,000-year soul ring. On the contrary, his soul ring can be said to be stronger. Because while giving Feng Hao a single skill, he also maximized Feng Hao's skills at this point. The flying ability of the 10 golden crows can ease a lot when facing this heavy pressure. He just took 2 steps down and then stabilized. Zhao Wuji saw that Feng Hao was not suppressed by his third soul skill, and then used his fifth soul skill. The fifth soul skill, Gravity squeeze. In an instant, Feng Hao felt heavy pressure from all directions, pressing towards the middle. This point seems to be trying to compress Feng Hao into a point. If Feng Hao didn't have the fourth soul skill, he might choose to continue using the third soul skill. The range that the golden light of his third soul skill can illuminate is not that simple at all. As long as he wanted to, he would not let Zhao Wuji hide. All he can do is to continue to resist. However, the purpose of his fight with Zhao Wuji was to try out his fourth soul skill. At this time, it is just suitable. The golden light on Feng Hao's body dissipated instantly, and he directly used his fourth soul skill. The fourth soul skill, divine light, shines everywhere. As soon as Feng Hao finished speaking, his entire body turned into light. The next moment, it exploded and turned into dots of light scattered from the sky. "Brother Feng Hao!" Xiao Wu shouted loudly when she saw Feng Hao explode. At this time, Flanders suddenly pulled her and said, "Don't be nervous, he is fine. The tree over there is still there, it was transformed by his soul power. The tree is still there, that means he is fine." After Flanders' explanation, Xiao Wu was relieved. But he was still very worried about Feng Hao. After all, he was facing a soul saint, and Feng Hao's soul power was only level 43. The gap of more than 30 levels is not easy to make up for. She looked intently at the falling sunlight, her eyes full of worry. "I saw those divine lights descending, and the next moment, Zhao Wuji froze on the spot. Zhao Wuji seemed to have turned into a statue. They didn't know what happened to Zhao Wuji. However, at this time, Zhao Wuji found himself in a strange space. It was an empty main hall. Around the main hall, firelight was flowing, and black and gold three-legged golden crows kept flying past and crowing. He took a step forward and instantly saw several golden lights shining towards him in the hall. Zhao Wuji looked at the incoming golden light and quickly dodged to avoid it. After dodging 2 or 3 attacks in a row, there was one that he couldn't block. The golden light hit his shoulder, and even though he had strong soul power to block it, a red spot still appeared, just like a burn. He was injured in the hall, and he was injured outside. Flanders and the others saw red burn scars appearing on Zhao Wuji's body. Looking at the scar, Flanders frowned slightly, because now he found that he could not feel where Feng Hao was. Feng Hao seemed to have disappeared into this world. Zhao Wuji in the main hall covered his arms and shouted loudly, "Feng Hao, come out! Teacher Zhao, are you scared?" I saw a golden light gathering in front of Zhao Wuji. Feng Haoran appeared here and looked at him with a smile. "What is this place?" Zhao Wuji looked at the environment here and asked curiously. "Sun Temple, Teacher Zhao, you haven't used your martial soul avatar yet. I want to see if you can block my attack after using your martial soul avatar," Feng Hao said seriously. After Zhao Wuji uses his martial soul avatar, his previous soul skills will be greatly improved. Therefore, Feng Hao wanted to know whether he could hurt him after he used his martial soul avatar. "Do you want me to use my martial spirit avatar?" "As you wish." After Zhao Wuji said that, he directly used his 7th soul skill. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Form. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click collect below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 34, the 4th soul skill, Divine Light, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Douluo, Capturing the Goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 35, in the Temple of the Sun, Zhao Wuji admits defeat. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Form. A huge virtual image of a powerful Vajra bear appeared behind Zhao Wuji, and the virtual image merged into his body. I saw that his figure became more burly, and his upper body was almost the same as a powerful diamond bear except for his head. The aura on his body skyrocketed. Under this soul skill of his, the power of his first 6 soul skills increased by 150%, and his defense increased by 200%. He looked at Feng Hao at this time and shouted, "Come on, let's see how strong your 100,000-year soul skill is." As you wish. Feng Hao said, and with a wave of his hand, he saw golden light all over his sleeves. And his whole person became a little unreal in the air. Those golden lights were shining towards Zhao Wuji one after another, but this time, Zhao Wuji did not hide. He stood there and used his first soul skill. The first soul skill, Immovable King Body. The golden light kept attacking his body, and red dots appeared one after another on his body. But it's just a red dot. If it's just like this, it's not enough. Zhao Wuji shouted. Of course it's more than that. As soon as Feng Hao finished speaking, countless flames instantly surged out of the entire hall. These flames were like a tide, approaching Zhao Wuji in an instant. These flames were constantly being bounced off, and they were constantly being attacked. Zhao Wuji felt like he was trapped in a big furnace. With the continuous attacks of flames and divine light, Zhao Wuji finally felt the pressure. However, this is not his limit. Moreover, he could still concentrate on dealing with Feng Hao at this time. He looked at Feng Hao in the air and directly used his third soul skill on him. The third soul skill, Enhanced Gravity. However, Feng Haoran looked at it very indifferently. Feng Hao said calmly, Teacher Zhao, it's better not to use your third and fifth soul skills here. It's meaningless. Any soul skills with negative effects are useless to me here. After hearing this, Zhao Wuji was shocked. He sighed, what a perverted soul skill. Since this was a discussion between Feng Hao and him, Feng Hao told him. If Feng Hao is fighting him to the death, don't tell him the effect. He spent a lot of soul power on Feng Hao and wasted a lot of soul power doing useless work. This is a very dangerous thing. He immediately stopped using other soul skills and said to Feng Hao, if you can break through my first soul skill, you win. Because he has no other good means now. Now they can only attack with spears and shields. Good. Feng Hao nodded with a big finger. In an instant, the entire Sun Temple lit up. Countless divine lights shone from the wall. Looking at so many divine lights, Zhao Wuji felt that he could not stop sweating from his forehead. It was not because I was sweating because of the heat, but because I was frightened by the divine light. He struggled to hold on, while Feng Hao looked leisurely in the air. Feng Hao doesn't need to do anything now, he just needs to provide soul power. What he is competing for now is the purest soul power. This is also a problem that he needs to face when he jumps to a higher level challenge. That means the opponent has more soul power than you. If you can't defeat it as soon as possible, once your soul power is exhausted, you will lose. Each of his soul skills is stronger than the last. But the price is that one consumes more soul power than the other. He has been staring at Zhao Wuji now, watching how long he can last. Anyway, his soul power can last for about 10 minutes at most. And Zhao Wuji also understood this, so he kept holding on there. He knew that the only way for him to win was to exhaust Feng Hao's soul power. After getting out of Feng Hao's soul skill, he can defeat Feng Hao. However, the power of those divine lights cannot be underestimated. Zhao Wuji found that his defenses were constantly being removed, and his body seemed to be roasted. Zhao Wuji remained idle for a few more minutes, and his first soul skill gradually gave out. He felt that his first soul skill could last for 2 or 3 minutes at most. Once his first soul skill was broken, he estimated that he would be riddled with holes by those golden lights. He didn't want to do that, and he didn't dare to bet that Feng Hao's soul power could end within a minute or two. Because Feng Hao is in the air now, with an illusory existence. He finally gritted his teeth and said to Feng Hao, Feng Hao, please stop. I give up. Okay. Feng Hao said and quickly ended the fourth soul skill. His current soul power really only has more than a minute left. However, he finally understands. By relying on these few soul skills alone, I can at least compete with Zhao Wuji fought to a close. If he uses others, his strength can be further improved. The reason why he wanted to test his strength so eagerly was to prevent Tang Hao. In the original work, Tang Hao gave Zhao Wuji a lesson when Tang San came to be his disciple. Then will Tang Hao take action against him now? This is really hard to say, especially since I have taught Tang San a lesson. After Feng Hao finished his fourth soul skill, Flanders and the others saw golden light appearing in the sky again. The golden light gathered together, and Feng Hao appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Zhao Wuji also recovered from the state of the statue. Flanders hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Feng Hao, tell me how you fought just now. Did you suddenly disappear just now?" While they were looking at Zhao Wuji's statue just now, they used the martial spirit avatar. Moreover, they saw scars constantly appearing on Zhao Wuji's body. This level of weirdness was something they had never seen before. "That's my fourth soul skill. We fought in the space created by my fourth soul skill," Feng Hao said. "Your fourth soul skill also has space ability," Flanders said in surprise. "After all, the power of space is a very powerful existence." "That's right," Feng Hao said. "How is the battle going?" Flanders asked. "Dean, I give up," Zhao Wuji said awkwardly. After all, he is a soul sage, challenging an 18-year-old young man, a level 43 soul sect. It must be a bit embarrassing for me to lose my face. Lost. Not only Flanders, Oscar, and others over there were even more unbelievable. Soul Saint actually lost, so if Feng Hao's strength reaches that of Soul Saint in the future, how strong will he be? At that time, even the titled Douluo would be beaten by him. Just thinking about it, they couldn't help but tremble. The gap between people is really too big. "Yes, I lost. Dean, I'm going to recuperate first." Although Zhao Wuji was not seriously injured, he still needed to recover. The most important thing is that he used the martial spirit avatar today. It takes 7 days to recover and you need to take a good rest. If you like Douluo, Capturing the Goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 36 The Way of the Holy Master and Two Visions. After Zhao Wuji left, Flanders and others welcomed him. "Feng Hao, welcome to join Shrek Academy." "Dean, how long will it take for you to start enrollment?" Feng Hao asked. He wanted to know the enrollment time so that he could estimate when Zhu Zuqing and the others would arrive. "In 5 days, registration will begin," Flanders said. 5 days? Dean, let Xiaowu take part in your college's assessment then," Feng Hao said. "If Xiaowu wants to join Shrek Academy, just join directly. There is no need to take the assessment," Flanders said. "Dean, there is no need to open a back door for us. Xiaowu has the ability to join Shrek Academy," Feng Hao said confidently. Xiaowu's strength is the same as in the original work, which is also level 29. There is no problem if she wants to join Shrek Academy. "That's okay. I'll listen to you." Flanders stopped trying to persuade him. Feng Hao showed such a strong talent today. He believed that Xiaowu, who came with Feng Hao, would be good too. Then, Flanders asked Li Yuzong and others to arrange accommodation for Feng Hao and others. Shrek Academy was renovated from a third of the village, so there are also small courtyards here. As a teacher, Feng Hao naturally has his own separate room. As for Xiaowu, there are no other girls in the academy now. There was no female dormitory prepared yet. Because she was so close to Feng Hao, she was placed next to Feng Hao. After Feng Hao checked in, he first checked the rewards he had received for his choices today. The first is the third soul ring of Tai Chi 2, the 100,000-year soul ring. Another one is the book The Way of the Holy Master. The content of this book is quite worthy of the word Holy Master. There are various literary and artistic abilities such as piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, etc. There are also methods for using swords, guns, swords, and halberds, as well as methods for relaxing muscles and activating blood circulation, etc. It can be said that there are all methods that can make students stronger. Those literary and artistic abilities can enable people to understand and make breakthroughs. This Tao of the Holy Master can be said to require him to become a true Holy Master. Feng Hao was naturally very happy about this. Since he became a teacher at Shrek Academy, he must have some real skills in teaching students. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a shame to Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and the others? He does not need to learn this Saint Master Dao. After obtaining it, he can directly reach the full level as before. After Xiao Wu's place was set up, she ran to Feng Hao and took Feng Hao to the college cafeteria to eat. Shrek Academy has Xiao Xian, a food department sole master, and the food in the cafeteria is quite delicious. While they were eating, Feng Hao saw Ma Hongjun and Oscar coming over. When Oscar came this time, he had already shaved off his beard. From an old man to a young man. When they saw Feng Hao and Xiao Wu sitting together, they walked over and saluted Feng Hao. "Teacher Feng, my name is Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and I am a student of this college." "Well, let's sit together," Feng Hao said, pointing to the seat next to him. After they sat down, Ma Hongjun gave Feng Hao a thumbs up and said, "Teacher Feng, your strength is really terrifying. Even the deputy dean is no match for you. It's so perverted." "That's just Teacher Zhao's own carelessness." Feng Hao himself knew that if Zhao Wuji had persisted for a little longer, he would have been the loser. "But Teacher Feng, you are only level 43. When your level increases, you will not be able to deal with it casually," Ma Hongjun praised. "Teacher Feng, how did you practice so fast and still get such a powerful soul ring? When we saw it today, we thought we were dreaming." Oscar asked curiously. "It's just good luck," Feng Hao said vaguely, and then asked casually, "What is your martial spirit?" Although he knew it, he still had to pretend not to know. Only in this way can the topic be discussed. After eating this meal, they got to know each other briefly. On the way back, Xiao Wu said to Feng Hao, "Brother Feng Hao, this Shrek Academy is really good. Those two students are quite powerful in terms of martial arts and soul power levels." "That's for sure. The academy I brought here is certainly not bad," Feng Hao said with a smile. "I can't sleep with brother Feng Hao from now on," Xiao Wu suddenly said, a little disappointed. In the past 6 years, she had been resting with Feng Hao. Now that she came to Shrek Academy and lived in the academy, she also knew that it would not be good for her and Feng Hao to sleep together. After all, she can no longer care as completely as before. There will be opportunities in the future. Feng Hao held her hand and said with a bad smile. In the past 6 years, things have been going well in the past. At that time, Xiao Wu was still young, and others were not beasts, so naturally they would not have any thoughts. But in the next 2 years, Xiao Wu began to grow up, growing up in all aspects. He suffered a little. In the next 2 years, he spent a lot more time looking for Qian RENXUE. After all, she was often made angry, so Xiao Wu at that age still couldn't do anything, so she had to go and work hard for Qian RENXUE. "Brother Feng Hao, I'm going back to rest first." He let go of his hand, waved to him, and walked towards his room. After Feng Hao watched her enter the house, he also returned to his room. After arriving in the room, Feng Hao decided to try his third soul skill in Tai Chi. The third soul skill of Tai Chi 2, Liang Yi Vision. Liang Yi Vision expands a field and can completely understand everything in this field. Above this field, there will also be a Liang Yi Heavenly Eye. The Liang Yi Heavenly Eye has 2 functions. One is to allow Feng Hao to teleport within the Liang Yi Vision, and the other is to send down heavenly punishment. In Feng Hao's place, there is one of the Liang Yi Heavenly Eyes, and there is another one that can move quickly within the Liang Yi Vision. Feng Hao now discovered that although his Taijita Wuhan was a weapon soul, it seemed to be more auxiliary. Of course, it can also attack and defend. He sat down quietly and directly used his third soul skill. I saw a black and white light spreading from his body instantly. The next moment, he felt that from here to the outside, every plant and tree was in his eyes. Even the little ants crawling in the soil will be clearly sensed by him. Moreover, the scope is spreading outward rapidly. This range is wider than he imagined. The scope of Lianji vision soon exceeded the scope of Nodding City. By the time it ends, the scope will be larger than that of Tiandu City. If he improves his soul power in the future, this range can be even larger. However, he didn't have time to think about anything else now. He just wanted to save people now. In Lianji vision, he saw Daimyo Bai fighting with a beautiful woman in a hotel. And in a more distant place, a girl is being hunted. In order to facilitate reading next time, you can click collect below to record this reading record, Chapter 36 The Way of the Holy Master and the Vision of Two Instruments, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Douluo, Capturing the Goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 37 Save the Kitten Zhu Zuqing. In the original work, when Zhu Zuqing came to find Daimyo Bai, he only knew that she was being hunted. But where did the opponent pursue him? The specific details are not very clear. Feng Hao did not expect that he would find Zhu Zuqing, who was being hunted not far from here. She is here now, and it seems that she has spent some time recovering from her injuries. Looking at the killers chasing her behind, Feng Hao stood up immediately. A black light appeared above him, and under the black light, he disappeared from the room. In a forest outside Soto City, Zhu Zuqing looked at the people chasing her behind her, with some tears in her determined eyes. She now wishes that someone could help her. Especially that person, it would be great if that person could help me. Sometimes she always wonders why he didn't take her with him when he left. Does he look down upon himself so much? The people chasing her behind were not very strong, otherwise she would have died. It didn't kill her, but she suffered many minor injuries. She didn't understand why the other party sent such a person to hunt her down. But she understood that as long as she worked harder, she would be safe after escaping to Soto City. She ran all the way, fell, and stood up immediately. She was not in the mood to look at the injuries on her body, so she had to grit her teeth and keep running. She didn't know that the person she wanted to find was enjoying the warmth of other women. Kill her quickly. If you escape to Soto City, you won't have a chance. The killer behind shouted, and quickly shot arrows one by one. The arrow passed through the forest and hit Zhu Zuqing. At this moment, a white light descended from the sky. The white light fell, and Feng Hao stood on a blue stone slab. Under the night wind, hunting in white clothes. Under the moonlight, it's like a god descending to earth. Zhu Zuqing was dumbfounded for a moment. She even forgot that she was still being hunted. She murmured, "Is he a god?" Whoosh whoosh. The arrow flew over, Feng Hao waved his hand, and a cluster of true sun fire spurted out. The flames spurted out instantly turned the flying arrows into ashes. Feng Hao just had a thought, and saw a big eye with white light appearing in the sky above the forest. In those eyes, thunder and lightning descended one after another, bombarding the killers. Those killers all died under lightning. After solving the killer, Feng Hao looked at Zhu Zuqing at this time. Are you a god?" Zhu Zuqing looked at him and murmured. "The man who fell from the sky and his magical means. This is simply the fairy that people imagined when they were children. This is also a great hero that girls can hallucinate. I'm not a god, I'm just a teacher from a college. I found someone bullying a weak girl here, so I came to help. My name is Feng Hao, what's your name?" Feng Hao said. Although gods sound mysterious, how can gods fall in love with mortals? A man was saved by the gods. You may respect that god for the rest of your life, but you probably won't fall in love with him. But if it is saved by one person, then the possibility of falling in love is extremely high. Of course, the most important thing is to look extraordinary. The handsome man saved the beautiful woman, but the little girl had nothing to repay but offered herself to him. The ugly man saved the beautiful woman. The little girl has nothing to repay. In the next life, she will work as a cow or a horse to repay your kindness. The present world is so cruel. When Zhu Zuqing heard that this was the teacher, he couldn't help but look at Feng Hao carefully. She felt that Feng Hao was very young. How could such a young person be a teacher? My name is Zhu Zuqing. Thank you for saving me, Teacher Feng. Zhu Zuqing bowed. I'm not a few years older than you, so you can just call me Brother Feng. You're not from our college, so you don't need to call me teacher. Feng Hao said. Brother Feng. Zhu Zuqing immediately changed his title without thinking too much. Let's get out of here first. Feng Hao said. Yet. Zhu Zuqing nodded, and then just took a few steps, and suddenly fell down. Feng Hao had quick eyes and quick hands and quickly stepped forward to hold her up. Feng Hao took a look and found that she must have injured her foot while escaping before. In order to survive before, I didn't care about this at all. But now that the enemy has been dealt with, the wound has been noticed, and the feeling of pain has come up. Feng Hao picked her up and felt Zhu Zuqing's plump and elastic buttocks, which was indeed very exciting. But Feng Hao also knew that he had to stop her injuries first. The Shen Nong's pharmacopoeia he obtained before contained methods for healing injuries. Zhu Zuqing's injury was not serious, so it would be no problem even without medicine. Zhu Zuqing blushed when she was held up like this. This was the first time she was held by a man like this. This was a man she had just met. She felt the mature masculinity of Feng Hao, and she couldn't bear to push him away. She always felt that the man in front of her was much more responsible than the man who left her alone and ran away. Feng Hao looked at his blushing face and explained very seriously, "Young men, don't worry about this. I will carry you over there and heal the injury on your leg." Yet. Zhu Zuqing responded softly. Feng Hao carried her to a white stone slab, sat her down, and took off her shoes. Looking at the scratched stockings, Feng Hao said, "Zuqing, I'm offended." After he said that, he gently took off her stockings. After taking off her stockings, Feng Hao's fair and tender skin was revealed. Although there were wounds and blood stains that ruined this perfect jade leg. But it still makes people love it endlessly. Feng Hao first eradicated the techniques in Shen Nong's pharmacopoeia and quickly stopped her bleeding. Then, according to the method of operating the soul power, Zhu Zuqing stopped the pain. After she stopped, Feng Hao picked her up and said, "I'll take you to the stream and clean up the blood to avoid affecting the wound." Feng Hao hugged her and let her carry her shoes and stockings by herself. Feng Hao had already known the environment here by relying on Lianji vision. Soon I found the stream. I put Zhu Zuqing down beside the stream and gently treated the blood stains for Zhu Zuqing. After the treatment, Feng Hao washed her torn stockings. Then, he took some medicine from his samurai ring. Applied it on the wound, and then bandaged it with stockings. This medicine can cure your injury without leaving any scars. You don't have to worry. Feng Hao said gently after bandaging it. "Thank you, Brother Feng." Zhu Zuqing said sincerely. "You're welcome. Helping others has always been my hobby. I'll take you to live in the city first. You need to rest for a few days." Feng Hao said. "Yet." Zhu Zuqing nodded. "I'll put on your shoes." Feng Hao then knelt down and put her shoes on, and then picked her up. "Brother Feng, my legs don't hurt anymore. Let me walk by myself." Zhu Zuqing said softly. "Although it doesn't hurt anymore, walking at this time can easily leave old illnesses." After Feng Hao said that, he hugged her and continued walking, not letting her get down. Zhu Zuqing also gradually reached out and hugged Feng Hao's shoulders, which made her feel more secure. If you like Douluo, Capturing the Goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 38 Sad Zhu Zuqing. Feng Hao took Zhu Zuqing directly into Soto City and headed to the Rose Hotel. The Rose Hotel is called this because its shape is like a rose. In the original work, Xiao Wu and the others also met Dai Mubai here. When they first met Dai Mubai brought a pair of twins here to rent a room. How much suffering did Zhu Zuqing suffer along the way to find him? And he is very cool here. In the original work, Ma Hongjun also said, Dai Mubai likes to show off to them how many women he has played with. Although Feng Hao considers himself not a good person, he will not let his woman suffer. He brought Zhu Zuqing here today just because Dai Mubai is here now. When entering the hotel waiter quickly came forward and asked, Sir, do you need to book a room? Yeah. Get a room for us. Feng Hao said. Yes. The waiter has long been used to people coming here. Most of them are couples or people who come here to play. Let alone 2 people, even if 5 or 6 people come together, they will all get a room. Soon, the waiter took a list and asked Feng Hao, Sir, which room do you want to choose? Just 204. Feng Hao looked at it and made a decision seemingly casually. Of course he didn't make a random decision. He chose 204 because in 203, Dai Mubai and that woman were there. The purpose of Feng Hao's coming here is to hope that Zhu Zuqing will see Dai Mubai clearly and leave a bad influence on her. Okay, sir. The waiter summoned the key very smoothly and handed it to Feng Hao. After Feng Hao paid the money, he carried Zhu Zuqing up. When going up the stairs, Zhu Zuqing said to Feng Hao, Brother Feng, go rent another hotel. Although I am very grateful to you for saving me, but... Before she finished speaking, Feng Hao said, Zuqing, are you worried about what I will do to you? Have you forgotten? I am a teacher and I have my own place to live. It is not convenient for me to take you there. So, I'll bring you here and take you to the hotel. Just have a good rest. I'm going back to school soon. Feng Hao's words made Zhu Zuqing feel extremely guilty. Her nose was a little sore. She looked at Feng Hao and said, Brother Feng, I'm sorry, I thought you were that kind of person. It's okay, I understand. You are being hunted, and of course you are afraid of walking out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth again. Feng Hao reached out and stroked her hair, comforting her. At this time, Zhu Zuqing also lowered his guard against Feng Hao, without a trace of conflict. Thank you. She replied softly. Feng Hao carried her to the door of room 204, and then opened the door for her. After entering, Feng Hao gently placed her on the bed and said, Zuqing, why are you being chased? Because of some family reasons. She said. Is it because of the family? Are you not from here? No. Then what are you doing here? Find someone. Who are you looking for? Zhu Zuqing remained silent. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Just have a good rest. I'm leaving. I'll pay for your hotel these days. They'll also bring you food. After Feng Hao finished speaking, he was about to leave in unison. Zhu Zuqing could travel thousands of miles to find Dai Mubai and want to change her all at once, which was impossible. Brother Feng, I can just pay the money myself. Zhu Zuqing said. The expenses here are not small. If you come here alone, you don't know when you will find the person you are looking for. Just save your own money. Feng Hao said, got up and left. Brother Feng, which college are you in? Zhu Zuqing asked. No need to ask, if we are destined to meet again, we will meet again. Feng Hao waved to her with his back and left casually. Feng Hao went out and closed the door for her. At this time, Feng Hao summoned his own invisibility cloak in his hand. Using the invisibility cloak, he instantly transformed into a playboy. Still looking like he was drained by alcohol and sex, he walked to room 203 and banged on the door. Dai Mubai's angry voice suddenly came from inside. He had just finished fighting and was preparing to take a good rest. Being disturbed at this time is the most offensive. Who? Master Dai, it's me. Feng Hao said in a different voice. Who are you? Why don't I know you? Dai Mubai didn't want to open the door when he heard that he didn't know you. At this time, Zhu Zuqing, who was next door, couldn't help but start to listen attentively when he heard the sound. Because she knew that Daimyo Bai was at Shrek Academy, not far from here, she would naturally have some reaction. As she listened, she heard the voice outside again. Young masters and noble people tend to forget things, so of course they don't know me. But I know you, Master Daimyo Bai, right? I'm pretty good. If you have something to say, say it quickly. If you have something to say it quickly. Daimyo Bai said angrily. The girl that the young master brought today is pretty good. I know a pair of twin sisters, they are pretty. Their family has encountered some problems, and they hope to have some money to support the family. If the young master is willing, the sisters are also willing to give their lives to her, to repay the kindness of the young master. Is this true? When Daimyo Bai heard about the twin sisters, he immediately stopped feeling sleepy. Of course, Master, if you are willing, I will come here to see you tomorrow. Master, please prepare the money. Okay, you'd better bring them here tomorrow. Daimyo Bai said. Okay, then I won't disturb the young master's rest. Go. Listening to this conversation, Zhu Zuqing sat on the bed and curled up. Looking at her injuries, tears flowed down her face. In order to find him, she was not afraid of being chased. But what's the result? He is being hunted, and he is playing with women here. I also want sisters. Nausea. Extremely disgusting. When I have a good rest, I will go to Shrek Academy, find him, cancel the engagement, and then leave here. Zhu Zuqing secretly made a decision in his heart. She doesn't want to stay in Shrek Academy any longer. As for where to go in the future? She didn't know, she just needed to leave the person she hated first. She was lying on the bed, and those injuries didn't hurt because of Feng Hao's treatment. But it was heartbreaking, she felt that she was so ridiculous. What kind of fiancé are you looking for? This is just a political marriage in the family. I don't even know who the other person is, so am I worthy of it? Feng Hao walked downstairs and returned to his own appearance. Then he paid the waiter and asked him to deliver 3 meals a day to Zhu Zuqing in the past few days. After Feng Hao dealt with this, he left here and directly used the third soul skill of Tai Chi to return to his room. When he came back, he found someone lying on his bed. This person is none other than Xiao Wu. If you like Douluo, capturing the goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 39 Resolving the Knot with Xiao Wu. Brother Feng Hao, where have you been? Xiao Wu suddenly jumped up from the bed and rushed towards Feng Hao. She hugged Feng Hao and sniffed, then pouted and said, "You have a different smell. You are not the same woman as before." Xiao Wu looked very unhappy, which made Feng Hao blush. He quickly explained, "I just noticed that someone was being chased in the forest, so I went to save him. After saving that person, I came back." "Really?" Xiao Wu asked in disbelief. "Real? Is the other party a female?" Xiao Wu asked again. "Yet." Feng Hao didn't deny it. "Playboy," Xiao Wu said and went back to the bed to lie down. "Why don't you rest in your room? Come to me. What are you doing here?" Feng Hao asked. "On the first day here, I was scared." Her voice was very low at the end, because saying such words would really undermine her status as the eldest sister of Notting College. "Pfft! My baby Xiaowu is still scared at such a big age." Feng Hao couldn't help laughing. He also walked to the bed and lay down. Xiao Wu gave him a pink punch as he lay down. "You're not allowed to laugh, but you still laugh." She hammered for a while, and then she leaned on Feng Hao's chest as if she was tired. Feng Hao also reached out and hugged her in his arms. This was very natural for them after living together for several years. It can be said that Xiao Wu was raised by him. From when she was a pink little Lolita to the tall and graceful girl she is now. When Feng Hao held her, perhaps because he had watched her grow up, he had no evil thoughts. and Xiao Wu cuddled up against him. He said softly, "Brother Feng Hao, I have grown up." "Yet." "I know." Feng Hao responded. "Brother Feng Hao, you don't have to go find that woman. I can give it to you." At the end of her words, her voice was inaudible and her face was red and dripping with blood. Feng Hao looked at her at this time and said seriously, "Xiao Wu, this is a major event that will determine your life. Have you decided?" "I have decided that apart from Brother Feng Hao, I will not tolerate anyone else in my heart in this life. Moreover, I am afraid that when I want to give to Brother Feng Hao in the future, Brother Feng Hao will not want me." When she said this, there were tears in her eyes. "How could it be? I'm just afraid of hurting my little baby Xiaowu. Whenever you are willing to give it to me, I'll be happy to do so." After Feng Hao finished speaking, he kissed her pink lips. This was the first time Feng Hao kissed her lips, and she responded to Feng Hao very unfamiliarly. Under Feng Hao's guidance, the two lasted for a long time before they separated. After they separated, Xiao Wu murmured, "Brother Feng Hao, if one day you find that I am different from what you think, will you dislike me? Are you saying that you are a soul beast?" Feng Hao knew what she was worried about. Since she had to give it to him, it was necessary for him to stop her from worrying and being afraid every day. "Ah, Brother Feng Hao, you know." She looked at Feng Hao with disbelief in her eyes. "I knew it when we first met. Do you still remember what I said to you at that time? Both humans and spirit beasts have good and bad qualities. So what if you are a soul beast? You are kind-hearted, and I love you and care for you just as much, so that you will never be bullied in this life." Feng Hao said softly. Tears of excitement burst out of Xiao Wu's eyes. She had always been afraid. She was afraid that one day, Feng Hao would abandon her after knowing that she was a soul beast. Today, she can finally feel relieved. Seeing her tearful eyes, Feng Hao approached the corners of her eyes, kissed her gently, and licked away her tears. "Brother Feng Hao, what are you doing?" she said shyly. After all, the corners of people's eyes are also very sensitive. Being licked like this made her feel a little itchy. "Taste my baby's tears, hey? It's a bit salty," Feng Hao said. "Poof." She was laughing through tears, but the tears were still on her face. Feng Hao stopped teasing her at this time and stretched out his hand to wipe it off for her. "Brother Feng Hao, how did you know that at that time?" she asked curiously. "I have a special ability to sense soul beasts." Feng Hao said nonsense. After all, he couldn't say that he knew the plot. "Brother Feng Hao, I will have powerful enemies in the future. If those enemies come to me and you are not their opponent, what will you do?" Xiao Wu said worriedly. "How powerful can they be?" "Don't worry, I know who the enemy you are worried about is. Wuhan Palace, right? I can handle it, and I will help you," Feng Hao said seriously. "Brother Feng Hao, do you know all this?" Xiao Wu was completely stunned at this time, feeling that Feng Hao was an omnipotent and omniscient person. "I have been in contact with Wuhan Palace, and I know that people from Wuhan Palace once hunted a soul beast in the Star Do Forest. If my guess is correct, it must be your relative," Feng Hao said. "Brother Feng Hao, have you sneaked into the spirit hall?" Xiao Wu realized at this moment that she still knew too little about Feng Hao in the past 6 years. "Well, Xiao Wu, your relatives actually have a chance to be resurrected. But I'm still looking for a way now. I believe I will find it in the future," Feng Hao comforted. "Really?" Xiao Wu asked happily. After all, she had dreamed of her mother many times. "Yet?" Feng Hao nodded. "Brother Feng Hao, are you in danger over there at the Wuhan Hall?" she asked worriedly. After all, in Xiao Wu's heart, Wuhan Hall is a demon-like existence. Working as an undercover agent for the devil, isn't that very dangerous? "Don't worry, I won't be in danger. You just need to study here with peace of mind." After I practice for a few years, I will be able to deal with even titled Douluo, and then I can take you anywhere. Feng Hao said seriously. Before he had enough strength, he really could only let Xiao Wu stay here. Brother Feng Hao, thank you. Xiao Wu said 1,000 words at this time, but in the end they turned into a simple thank you. And she herself understood that she had finally found someone she could trust in her life. This person is Feng Hao. What he has done for himself is worth it. Your own trust. Originally, this night was a chance for them to mingle, because after talking about these things, they ended up just sleeping together. Without doing anything, Xiao Wu leaned in Feng Hao's arms, feeling very comfortable. The next day, Feng Hao and the others also met Dai Mubai. However, he just said a simple hello to Feng Hao and the others before leaving. After all, he was anxious to go to the Rose Hotel to see the twins the man talked about yesterday. And this time Tian Feng Gao started to knock out those plate crystals at home. Of course, on Zhu Zuking's side, he also used Lianji vision to pay attention. Although it consumes some soul power, it is necessary to keep a close eye on her these days. If you like Douluo, capturing the goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 40 Shrek Academy Registration. The next day Xiao Wu got up very early and went to her room. Therefore, no one else found her resting at Feng Hao's side. Of course, there is also a possibility. Someone discovered it and didn't expose it. After Tian Feng Gao obtained the dragon needle, he began to pay attention to Dai Mubai at the Rose Hotel. When Dai Mubai went there, he didn't see the person who brought him the sister's flowers. After waiting for a long time, he left. After Dai Mubai left, Zhu Zuking walked out of the room. She looked at Dai Mubai's leaving figure coldly, her eyes full of disgust. Although she didn't know why the person she made an appointment with Dai Mubai yesterday didn't come, but the important thing was that Dai Mubai came. This shows that he really wants to get the sisters that the person calls. She rested for a day, and now she feels much better and can eat something by herself. For the next 2 days, she stayed at the Rose Hotel. At noon that day, when she went downstairs to eat, I happened to see someone arguing downstairs. One of the people arguing was Dai Mubai. She hurriedly stepped back a little. At this moment, she discovered that Dai Mubai was bringing a beautiful woman over today. Looking at each other's appearance, they seemed to be 2 sisters. He went looking for it himself. Thinking of this, she felt even more disgusted with Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was holding those 2 people in his arms, confronting a 1.7 meter 7 boy. The person confronting Dai Mubai was none other than Tang San. In the original work, it was Xiao Wu who told him that he came here. But now, Tang San came in by accident. He didn't expect that. When I came in, I actually encountered someone competing for a room. There is only one room left, and Dai Mubai and the others also want this room. So, the 2 started to discuss things here. Zhu Zuking watched the 2 fighting from above. She only walked down after the fighting was over. Looking at the slightly embarrassed Dai Mubai, she just glanced at him with disgust, then went to ask the waiter to prepare lunch for her. The moment Dai Mubai saw her, he felt that this person's martial spirit matched his own very well, giving him a very comfortable feeling. In the original work, Dai Mubai did not recognize Zhu Zuking when he first met him. He only found out about Zhu Zuking after hearing her name. If you think about it, you can understand that he is from the royal family, and the Zhu Zuking family is also a big family. Although they have an engagement, the other party definitely doesn't know about the other party. That is, just knowing the other party's name. Zhu Zuking may have met Dai Mubai before. After all, he is a prince. When he is in the country, he must show his face a lot. Seeing Dai Mubai's eyes following Zhu Zuking, the 2 sisters beside him complained, "Master, aren't you looking at us? Let's go." He gritted his teeth and decided to leave here first. He just lost, and there is no place for him to stand here. It is obviously inappropriate to go and get to know Zhu Zuqing at this time. Dai Mubai originally planned to go out and indulge himself today as the last day before registering for the academy. After the academy starts classes, he will practice hard. Dai Mubai is so strong, so naturally he can't just play with women every day. He still worked very hard when he was supposed to be in class. The next day, early in the morning, Feng Hao was notified that he would personally test the fourth test today. When Zhao Wuji handed over the task to him, he received a reminder. Ding! Shrek Academy's fourth test event is triggered. Choice 1, agree to the Academy's request, test the new students, and reward the fourth soul ring of Tai Chi 2, a 150,000 year soul ring. Option 2, reject the Academy's request, let Dai Mubai handle it, and be rewarded with 2 10,000 year soul bones. Feng Hao has one principle for choosing now, which is to give priority to soul rings. After all, obtaining the soul ring is more important to him. As for things like soul bones, when you are strong enough in the future, you can go deep into the Star Do forest. Go find Gu Yuina and the others. They have a lot of soul bones. He chose to agree to the former, but the reward seemed to have to wait until he finished the test before he could get it. Of course, he is not in a hurry. When the academy started to register, Feng Hao also walked over with Xiao Wu. He said before that he asked Xiao Wu to also sign up. When he brought Xiao Wu over, there were already quite a few people here. Xiao Wu, you sign up here. I'll wait for you at the academy. Feng Hao said. Yet. Brother Feng Hao. Xiao Wu has become familiar with the teachers at Shrek Academy in the past few days, so she doesn't need Feng Hao to accompany her all the time. Soon after Feng Hao left, Zhu Zuqing and the others came one after another. Tang San is also here. In the end, they all successfully passed the first few levels of the academy. Zhu Zuqing originally planned to show off his cards to Dai Mubai when he passed the previous test. However, when she heard that there was a fourth level test, she continued with curiosity. When entering, Tang San asked curiously, "How is this fourth test?" "The fourth level is for a teacher from our college to personally test your strength," Dai Mubai said. "A teacher? Is this teacher also a soul emperor?" Tang San asked. Because when he signed up, he saw Li Yuzong's strength. Although he saw Xiao Wu at this time, he did not expect that this teacher would be Feng Hao. "I don't know, it's a new teacher." Dai Mubai shook his head. He was seizing the last few days of his vacation and wandering around outside without even trying to understand Feng Hao's situation. "New here." Tang San stopped immediately. He was startled, looked at Xiao Wu again, and murmured, "Could it be that it's Feng Hao?" When he thought of this, he felt extremely nervous. He thought that when he came to this place, he would be able to get rid of Feng Hao's shadow. If this was really Feng Hao, it would be hard for him to imagine how he would live in this academy in the future. "New teacher, what are the criteria for recruiting teachers in your college?" Ning Rongrong also asked curiously at this time. Generally, people below the Soul Emperor level are not allowed to join the academy. By the way, if you want to know, you might as well ask Xiao Wu directly. Dai Mubai said. Xiao Wu knows. Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Wu doubtfully. Didn't Xiao Wu come to sign up just like them? Dai Mubai, a student in this college, doesn't know about it, so how could she know? You'll know when it's over later, Xiao Wu said with a smile. And Tang San had already confirmed that the teacher waiting to give them the fourth test was Feng Hao. He suddenly became taciturn and his mood was extremely bad. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were even more curious about this mysterious new teacher. Dai Mubai first took them to check their soul power levels, and then took them to where Feng Hao was waiting for them. If you like Douluo, Capturing the Goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 41 Feng Hao's Test. Feng Hao leaned back on his chair leisurely on the field waiting for the test. When Dai Mubai brought everyone over, he said to him, "Teacher Feng, we have already brought them here." "Oh!" Feng Hao stretched and stood up. The moment he stood up, several people had different ideas. Tang San had thought it was Feng Hao before. But seeing it with their own eyes, others still couldn't help but shudder. He murmured in his heart, "It's over, what will we do in Shrek Academy in the future?" The moment Zhu Zuqing looked at Feng Hao, he was extremely excited. The moment she saw Feng Hao, she seemed to see a little light in the darkness. She originally planned to leave, but now she doesn't have to. My savior is in this academy, so he must practice here. It seems like it's fate. I don't know if he has a girlfriend. If not, I must seize this opportunity. As for Dai Mubai, that irresponsible man, I will propose to him to break off the engagement once the assessment is over. Zhu Zuqing made a decision secretly in his heart, and looked at Feng Hao with a trace of love in his eyes. As for Ning Rongrong, she was very curious at this time. Is this actually a teacher from the college? Isn't he too young, and he's so handsome? I wonder how strong this teacher is, and what will be his assessment? Ning Rongrong thought to himself. Feng Hao glanced at the people at this time, focusing on Ning Rongrong, the little witch. After all, he had already seen and hugged Zhu Zuqing. Ning Rongrong gives people the feeling of Xiajiabiu. She looks like a Jiangnan beauty in Feng Hao's impression. She compares to Zhu, the clear bamboo shows its classical beauty. The chest is also much smaller than that of Zhu Zuqing, but it is not an airport. It can only be said to be a small pigeon. The way Feng Hao looked at him made Ning Rongrong feel strange. Why does this teacher feel so unruly? Is he really capable? Ning Rongrong thought to himself. She felt very uncomfortable being stared at by Feng Hao. If she hadn't been thinking about the assessment, she would have probably had a seizure. How could she, the majestic little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, allow others to look at her like this? Feng Hao quickly averted his eyes and said, "It seems that the world is really small, and we are just a few acquaintances. You are going to join the academy today. The test of the 4th level is very simple. You must hold on to a stick of incense under my hand." "That's fine. I will use the same soul power as you, and I won't use soul skills." As Feng Hao spoke, a cluster of flames burst out from his fingertips. With a wave of his hand, the flame flew to the incense he had prepared and lit it. After lighting it, he said to several people, "Now, please introduce yourselves." "Brother Feng Hao, I don't need it," Xiao Wu said with a smile. "Yet." Feng Hao nodded. The conversation between Feng Hao and Xiao Wu made both Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong stunned. Especially Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu calls her so affectionately. When Feng Hao looked at Xiao Wu, his eyes were so doting. Somehow, she just felt jealous in her heart. "Teacher Feng, I didn't expect to meet you here again, so I don't need to." Tang San said bravely. "You should introduce me. Just introduce it to the other 2 classmates," Feng Hao said calmly. At this moment, he was thinking, after he tortured Tang San today, would Tang Hao come to him? However, Feng Hao soon relaxed. He is different from Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was in front of Tang Hao, and he couldn't beat him or run away. But if he doesn't want to fight Tang Hao really can't do anything to him. Tang San, he should be tortured when he should be tortured. Previously at Notting College, I had only beaten Yu Xiao Gang. Hasn't Tang San been beaten yet? It just so happens that this is a very good opportunity. Tang San, level 29, martial spirit blue silver grass. Tang San introduced himself. Although Ning Rongrong and the others knew just now that Tang San had level 29 soul power, they still didn't know Tang San's martial spirit. Now that they know it, they are all surprised. How can a martial spirit like Lan Yinko be able to cultivate so quickly? But Zhu Zuqing did not ask Feng Hao if he needed an introduction. After Tang San finished his introduction, she introduced herself. "Zhu Zuqing, Level 27, Martial Spirit Ghost Cat. The moment Zhu Zuqing finished introducing himself, Dai Mubai thought to himself, that's bad. No wonder she looks at me with such disgust. If it were just the name, he could still say whether it was a coincidence or not. But Wuhan is also a ghost civet, which means it can't be a coincidence. He knew that this was his fiancée whom he had never met. I must apologize to her and explain to her properly when I have the chance. Her martial spirit matches mine very well, and I must get her forgiveness. Dai Mubai decided in his heart. After Zhu Zuqing's introduction, Ning Rongrong also introduced herself. Ning Rongrong, Level 26, Martial Spirit 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda? Are they from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect? Tang San and the others were shocked. They never expected that people from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect would actually come here to practice. He thought to himself, it seems that the master was right to ask me to come here to practice. The Kaibao Glazed sect is the best auxiliary spirit in the world. The Kaibao Glazed sect is one of the top 3 sects, and everyone from the sect comes here to practice, which shows that it is worth it. Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai also knew the reputation of the Kaibao Glazed sect. Dai Mubai secretly sighed in his heart, fearing that when the dean came back, he would go crazy with joy. After all, the 4 people who came this time can be regarded as proper little monsters. I am Feng Hao, Level 43, with a martial spirit of 3 legs and a golden crow. I am a teacher who has recently joined the academy. Today the Vice Dean asked me to assess you. I hope you can show your full strength. Feng Hao also introduced himself very seriously. After he finished introducing himself, Dai Mubai beside him was already dumbfounded. What is this? The college actually accepts people with level 43 as teachers? He even felt ashamed when he thought about the way he had bowed respectfully to Feng Hao just now. How can I be so respectful to a level 43 person? His current strength is level 37, and Feng Hao is 6 levels higher than him. He actually wants to be his teacher? But Zhu Zuqing was a little surprised. Feng Hao showed so much strength that day, was he only at level 43 soul power? But then she felt normal again. Because Feng Hao is not very old, he has level 43 soul power, which is already considered very strong. However, she was curious about how Feng Hao became such a college teacher. After all, the requirements of this college are so high, so the teacher's requirements should not be low. Ning Rongrong also had the same idea as Zhu Zuqing, but what she wanted to confirm now was more. Teacher Feng, do you really not need soul skills when you fight with us? Douluo, Kong Qinren read the full text of Snow Begins to Capture the Goddess at https:// If you like Douluo, Capturing the Goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 42 Unilateral Crushing. Teacher Feng, you really don't need soul skills to fight with us. As soon as Ning Rongrong's question came out, Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai were equally curious. Although Dai Mubai did not participate in the test, he wanted to know how Feng Hao could fight against Tang San and the others if he didn't use soul skills. He had fought with Tang San before and knew Tang San's strength. He always felt that if Feng Hao didn't use soul skills and just used all his soul power, he wouldn't be a match for Tang San and the others. Of course, I am a teacher who is assessing you freshmen and still needs soul power. Isn't it just bullying the younger ones? Feng Hao said confidently. Tang San and Xiao Wu knew very well that Feng Hao's strength did not require the use of any soul skills. If soul skills are used, they will have no chance to resist. Brother Feng Hao, you're welcome. After Xiao Wu said that, he took the lead in launching a surprise attack. The first soul skill, Waist Bow. She instantly approached behind Feng Hao and kicked towards Feng Hao with lightning speed. Xiao Wu is very aware of Feng Hao's strength, so she is not worried that she will hurt Feng Hao. After all, even such a powerful soul saint as Zhao Wuji was defeated by Feng Hao. When her legs kicked over, Feng Hao's hands instantly grabbed her ankles at extremely fast speeds. Feng Hao just exerted force with his hand, and with a slight push, she was instantly bounced away by Feng Hao. The first soul skill, Entanglement. At this time, Tang San also quickly displayed his first spirit skill. I saw blue-silver grass emerging from the ground and heading towards Feng Hao. But Feng Hao was extremely fast, tossing and turning among his blue-silver grass, and the blue-silver grass couldn't get close at all. At this time, when Zhu Zuqing saw Feng Hao dodge Tang San's soul skill, he quickly used his first soul skill to attack him. The first soul skill. Netherworld Thrust. The cat claws on her hand stretched out instantly, her speed increased dramatically, and she quickly approached Feng Hao. Feng Hao did not avoid it. When her hand came closer, he held her wrist faster. Holding this soft hand, people couldn't bear to let her go. However, at this time Xiao Wu struck again. Feng Hao then slapped her on the shoulder and pushed her out. The moment Xiao Wu kicked over again, Ning Rongrong from behind also started to use her soul skills. The 7 treasures turn out to be glass. The 7 treasures have names. One is Power. She blessed Xiao Wu's body with power, making Xiao Wu's attack even more powerful. Feng Hao suppressed this soul power to fight with them, so the moment Xiao Wu's waist bow hit him, this power was not weak to the current Feng Hao. However, the fighting skills he learned in the way of the Holy Master have the power to resolve them. Therefore, he easily resolved it again, and after resolving it, he defeated Xiao Wu again. While Xiao Wu was retreating, she used her second soul skill. The second soul skill, Charm. The charming light in her eyes flashed towards Feng Hao. And Feng Hao was momentarily distracted. Even without using any soul skills, this soul skill is still effective for him. But this effect is very short-lived. The reason is his 2 martial spirits, 2 god-level martial spirits. This makes his own divinity extremely strong, so God is naturally not so easily tempted. However, in this short period of time, Zhu Zuqing attacked again. Ning Rongrong saw that Zhu Zuqing was of the agility attack system, so he quickly used his second soul skill. The 7 treasures turn out to be glass. The 7 treasures have names. The second one is Speed. The moment the second soul skill was applied to Zhu Zuqing's speed increased sharply again. Zhu Zuqing first approached Feng Hao with his nether thrust. After getting close to Feng Hao, he used his second soul skill. The second soul skill, 100 Claws of the Netherworld. When Feng Hao recovered from the charm, he dealt with it calmly. After repelling Zhu Zuqing, he looked at Ning Rongrong over there and said, "Rongrong, I'm going to take action against you." When soul masters fight, the auxiliary soul master will definitely be given priority. Especially the soul masters of the Kai Bao glazed sect, they are the ones who need to be dealt with all their strength first. He didn't take action immediately, he just wanted to see how Ning Rongrong's martial spirit increased. Now that she has seen both soul skills, it's time for her to use her fighting power. Feng Hao reminded her that he wanted to give Tang San and Zhu Zuqing a chance. Let them protect Ning Rongrong. Whether they can protect her or not depends on their abilities. As soon as Feng Hao finished speaking, people saw Feng Hao approaching Ning Rongrong like a ghost. Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu also understand the importance of assisting soul masters. At the same time, they attacked this side in an attempt to stop Feng Hao. But Feng Hao knocked them aside with one palm. However, Tang San could keep up with his speed, and he quickly arrived in front of Feng Hao. He first cast the ghost shadow trace. After stopping Feng Hao, he used Xuanyu hand again, and then controlled the crane and captured the dragon. He knew that Feng Hao was very strong, so he didn't dare to neglect him at all. This was also the first time that Feng Hao had fought against Tang San's Kung Fu, but there were quite a lot of Kung Fu in his Sun Scripture and Saint Master's Way. Tang San's mysterious jade hands were as solid as rocks and could hold weapons. However, there is a skill in his Sun Scripture. Master the Sun and Moon. To be precise, the one recorded in the sun scripture should be only one. Because he can only hold the sun, but not the moon. He used to master the sun and moon and saw a blazing sun appear in his palm, facing Tang San's palm. Tang San was instantly knocked back more than a dozen steps, and he only felt a burning pain in his hand. Looking down, I found that there were still some flames attached to my hands. He quickly used his soul power to dispel it, but this was the true fire of the sun, and the dispersal speed was extremely slow. By the time he finished dispersing, his hand was already seriously injured. And Feng Hao had already ducked in front of Ning Rongrong. When Feng Hao approached her, Ning Rongrong felt the hot breath on Feng Hao's body. And his burning eyes, she was very nervous. The auxiliary soul master who was approached was just a little sheep. Feng Hao took a look at her delicate face, white neck, and smelled the fragrance of her hair. Feng Hao had to sigh, Ning Rongrong was indeed the best among the best. However, he cannot go too far at this time. He just chose to hit him on the shoulder with a knife. After letting her pass out, Feng Hao turned to look at Xiao Wu and the others. "Brother Feng Hao, can I admit defeat?" Xiao Wu said, sticking out her tongue. She now knows very well that all of them are no match for Feng Hao. "Of course not, come again," Feng Hao said, taking the initiative to attack them. He attacked like a tease, and when he fought against Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, he often took advantage of them. Although Xiao Wu usually hugs him whenever he wants, this feels different. As for Zhu Zuqing, being here in front of Dai Mubai would not be very satisfying. When the two of them had sore backs and could no longer fight, Feng Hao looked at Tang San and said, "There is still a part of Xiong left, do you want to continue to persevere? If you like Douluo, capturing the goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 43 Taiyan Scripture. Are you still fighting?" Tang San looked at his burning hands. His mysterious jade hand was easily broken. "If you are fighting, you only have your own hidden weapons." However, when he first arrived here, he didn't want to expose his hidden weapon. Especially since Feng Hao is still a teacher here, he doesn't know if Feng Hao will deal with him in the future. While he was hesitating, Feng Hao said, "Let me see your hidden weapons." Tang San was frightened when he heard this. He looked at Feng Hao warily and said, "How did you know? Do you think you can hide those things of yours from me? Although I have expelled you from the school, if you can persist for the remaining time, I will let you stay in Shrek Academy regardless of the past grudges." "Yes," Feng Hao said with narrowed eyes. Tang San was silent for a few breaths, and finally said seriously, "Okay, then I'll ask Teacher Feng for advice." After saying that, he used the purple demon eyes, and his eyes glowed with purple light. He quickly summoned the hidden weapon he had built over the years from the 24 bridges under the moonlit night. Then, he quickly threw out his hands, and countless hidden weapons flew towards Feng Hao. I saw Feng Hao's eyes instantly glowing with golden light. This was the Tianji pupil he had obtained before. Tang San's hidden weapons seemed very slow in his eyes when they flew over. At this time, Feng Hao also quickly summoned the hidden weapons in the Sumer ring, and threw these hidden weapons with his hand. Ding! 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 With crisp collision sounds, pieces of hidden weapons fell to the ground. Tang San's hidden weapons were all shot down by Feng Hao. In fact, if he had more hidden weapons, it can seriously injure Tang San or even kill Tang San. But it is impossible for him to kill Tang San now. After all, there is still Tang Hao who may appear at any time. Although he defeated Zhao Wuji, he still couldn't let it go. The gap between him and a titled Douluo was still huge, let alone a titled Douluo like Tang Hao. However, he didn't kill Tang San, but scared Tang San to death. Because Tang San not only saw that he had the same weird eye skills, but also saw his method of using hidden weapons. Tang San actually felt stronger than himself. How could he not be afraid of this? This fear was even more frightening than when I saw Feng Hao's 100,000-year soul ring before. because he always believed that this was his unique ability. And he and Feng Hao he can wait until the second spirit ring to make up for the gap in spirit rings. But now Feng Hao can do it as well. Not only can it be used, but it is even more powerful than what he used. This made him heartbroken. Looking at him standing there blankly, Feng Hao could guess why he was like this. Feng Hao said directly, "What? Seeing that you thought your unique skills were defeated, your mentality collapsed? With such a bad mentality, it is only normal that you were deceived in the first place. How can you know this?" Tang San said helplessly. "It's just a hidden weapon. It's not unusual. It's just been lost in other people's possessions, but I have it well organized here. You have a good talent for hidden weapons. I originally thought about establishing a hidden weapon in the future. The sect, it's a pity that you should be the young sect leader," Feng Hao said with regret. Now he suddenly thought of what if he could establish a sect similar to the Tang sect in this world. Then resurrect Ayin, let Ayin be the wife of the sect leader, and let Tang San be the young sect leader. It would be best to let Ayin and himself give him another younger brother and sister. As soon as Feng Hao thought about it, he suddenly felt that it would be better if he could turn Tang San around. At this time, a prompt sound suddenly came. Ding! The sect incident is triggered. Choice 1, establish your own hidden weapon sect and be rewarded with the Qian manual. Option 2, choose any sect to join, and you will be rewarded with all the secrets of that section. Good guy, can you still trigger a choice like this? Feng Hao was overjoyed and immediately chose the first one without hesitation. There is no need to join other sects. Not to mention rewards, he will be restricted from joining other people's sects. That would make him very uncomfortable. As for all the secret skills of the other sect, Feng Hao really looked down upon them. If all the contents of his son's scripture were published, it would definitely bring shame to any sect on the mainland. Moreover, he had a premonition. That is, if you obtain the Qian manual, you might be able to have some kind of good reaction with the Taiyang manual you already have. As soon as he chose the former, he was rewarded. This is making a choice. As long as the choice is made, his reward will be obtained. He can slowly establish the sect in the future. However, after making the decision, he will definitely not be able to join any sect in the future. Like the fact that he has obtained the Elder Order of Wuhan Palace, this does not count as joining the sect. After all, he would not listen to the orders of the people of Wuhan Palace, but he could use this Elder Order to dispatch some of the subordinates of Wuhan Palace. The moment he obtained the Qian manual, Feng Hao was overjoyed. He originally thought that this technique was for the disciples of the established sect to learn. This is the reward for establishing a sect. How could he have thought that this was actually a dual cultivation technique that matched the Sun scripture? This technique is for women to practice. They can practice it alone or together with him. Of course, this dual cultivation is not entirely like that. Even if it is simple, if a practitioner of the Qian manual and a practitioner of the Qian manual practice separately in the same room, it can have miraculous effects. Both of them can improve extremely quickly. This is the abnormality of this technique. If the dual cultivation method can blend with each other, the improvement will be even greater. However, this kind of dual cultivation is not without limitations. Users of the Qian manual can only use it once a month. From now on, the techniques that Xiaowu and the others will practice can be considered settled. As for the techniques for establishing a sect in the future, they will figure it out later. He now possesses the Qian Sutra and Qian Sutra, so it is not difficult to create a technique. He was immersed in the joy of obtaining this technique, while Tang San was sitting there feeling dejected. His biggest support was also crushed by Feng Hao. Can he only rely on the clear sky hammer for his future? But, he didn't know why. He had a bad premonition that his twin soul rings might not be anything unusual among Feng Hao's. In the end, Tang San just looked at Feng Hao, gritted his teeth and said, "Teacher Feng, I lost. I still can't survive the remaining time under your hands." At this time, there were still about 5 centimeters left on the stick of incense. How would he be beaten in this little time? And Feng Hao has just received this reward and is in a good mood. He said directly, "That's it. You have already performed very well. I will treat this test as if it is passed for you. If you like Douluo, capturing the goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 44 Daimyo Bai decides to change his ways. Because he was in a good mood, he didn't intend to abuse him anymore. Tang San. After he let everyone pass, Tai Chi 2's 4th soul ring was finally obtained. After obtaining the 4th soul ring, the soul skills corresponding to the 4th soul ring were finally obtained. The 4th soul skill, Prophecy of the Great Road. Thousands of rays of sunshine and thousands of auspicious colors rise around the Tai Chi diagram. What is wrapped in the Tai Chi diagram is a prophecy, and the words are followed. The more powerful the decree, the more soul power it consumes. If the several soul skills in front of Tai Chi 2 seem to be auxiliary, then this soul skill is definitely offensive. As Tai Chi 2 is the most precious treasure of Taishang Lejun, how can it be used to assist? This is simply an all-purpose treasure. He then said to Xiao Wu, take Zuking and Rong over to the girls' dormitory. Daimyo Bai, wait until Tang San picks up all the hidden weapons here, and then take him to the boys' dormitory. Yes. Brother Feng Hao. Yes, Teacher Feng. Xiao Wu was in a good mood today. After all, 2 girls came to the academy. This way she doesn't have to worry about being bored alone in the girls' dormitory. One bad thing is that it will be inconvenient to go to Brother Feng Hao by yourself in the future. As for Daimyo Bai, he originally looked down on Feng Hao. The battle just now convinced him. Teacher Feng, what about your hidden weapons? Daimyo Bai asked. I'll take it away right now. After Feng Hao said that, he saw his hidden weapons on the ground flying up one after another. It flew towards him and disappeared into his Sumura ring. His Sumura ring is not comparable to those simple space soul guides. As long as it's something he's put inside. When you want to take it back, all you need is a thought. It can be retrieved quickly even when the distance is not particularly far. Seeing Feng Hao take back his hidden weapons so easily, Tang San felt very envious. He also hopes to be able to take it back easily like Feng Hao. It's a pity that his 24 bridges on a bright moon night is not that powerful. Because of the exhausting battle today, Zhu Zuking did not tell Daimyo Bai about the idea of breaking off the engagement for the time being. Go and rest first. Let's talk to him more formally tomorrow. After all, he is also the prince of a country, so give him some face. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuking took the unconscious Ning Rong away, while Daimyo Bai was waiting for Tang San here. After Feng Hao left, Tang San asked Daimyo Bai, when did Teacher Feng come here? A few days ago. Daimyo Bai said. Do you know how he joined the academy? Tang San asked again. I spend a lot of time outside these days, so I know this. However, Xiao Ao and Ma Hongjun know. I'll ask them later. Daimyo Bai said. Are Xiao Ao and Ma Hongjun students from the academy? Tang San asked. Well, I'll take you to see it later. Daimyo Bai said. Because of Feng Hao's arrival, a lot of things have changed. So when Tang San and the others came in today, they didn't see Xiao Ao selling sausages. Thank you. Tang San thanked him while using his Xian Jade hand to start collecting hidden weapons. Daimyo Bai asked curiously at this time, I think you and Teacher Feng seem to know each other. Yet. We knew each other before. Tang San said somewhat bitterly. He now had a hunch in his heart that he seemed to have been deceived by the master. However, the master's kindness to him is not fake. This left him wondering how to face Feng Hao. He looks young, why is he so powerful? Daimyo Bai asked curiously. Teacher Feng is indeed young, but he is very mysterious and cannot be guessed by ordinary people. Tang San didn't dare to speak ill of Feng Hao now, for fear of being judged later. Boss Dai, what are you doing here? Ma Hongjun and Xiao Ao ran over at this time. I'm waiting for Tang San. What's wrong with you coming over? Tang San? Is he a new student in the academy? Ma Hongjun and Xiao Ao both looked at this new student Tang San very curiously. Well, besides him and Xiao Wu, there are 2 other freshmen. However, Xiao Wu and I went to the girls' dormitory. Dai Mubai said. What? So, they are all girls. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Ao's eyes suddenly lit up. Especially Xiao Ao, he is alone. When I heard there was a girl, I naturally became excited. Xiao Wu came before, but looking at the relationship between Xiao Wu and Feng Hao, he didn't want to be cremated by Feng Hao. As for Ma Hongjun, he has not broken up with Qiwa yet, he is just lustful. Fat man, I'm telling you, don't take Zhu Zuking's attention away from you. Be careful, I beat you into a fool. Dai Mubai immediately threatened. Damn it, Boss Dai, you're going too far. You change girls every day, can't we even think about it? Ma Hongjun complained. From now on, I will change my ways. Don't mention those things in the past in front of Zuking, otherwise, don't blame my brother for being rude. Dai Mubai's serious look at this moment was something Ma Hongjun had never seen before. So, Ma Hongjun said quickly, okay, just don't try to get her idea. Don't even think about the other one. He's from the Kaibao glazed sect. Have you ever thought about it? Are you worthy of him? Dai Mubai reminded. People from the Kaibao glazed sect? People from the upper 3 sects actually come to our academy. Awesome! Ma Hongjun and the others boasted. By the way, you haven't said what you are here for. Dai Mubai asked. I heard it was teacher Feng Hao was responsible for testing them, so we came over to take a look out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, it ended so quickly. Oscar said with regret. I thought I could come here to see Feng Hao show off his power, but I didn't expect it was already over. By the way, were you all there when Teacher Feng joined the academy? Do you know how Teacher Feng came in? I originally planned to tell you before that you don't go back to the dormitory every day. So I don't have time to tell you. Let me tell you, Teacher Feng is a monster. The name of our college is tailor-made for him. The assessment for him to enter the academy is. Ma Hongjun told Dai Mubai and the others what he saw that day. After Dai Mubai and Tang San heard this, they were both dumbfounded. Although Tang San knew that Feng Hao had 100,000-year soul ring, he must be very strong. However, he never thought that it would be so strong. Defeated the Soul Emperor and the Soul Saint with one move. If Ma Hongjun hadn't said this, they wouldn't have believed it. It seems that I will take more classes from teacher Feng Hao in the future. I should be able to learn a lot from him. Dai Mubai said solemnly. No. We have decided that teacher Feng Hao will be very energetic in future classes. The 3 of them were very happy today, only Tang San was feeling very depressed. He now regrets why he plotted against Feng Hao with Yu Xiaogang in the first place. If Feng Hao hadn't been expelled from his school and he was still Feng Hao's disciple, then he should be able to learn a lot. If you like Douluo, capturing the goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 45 Haoshan Douluo is a good man. After Feng Hao returned to the room, he was wondering when Tang Hao would come. Therefore, he has never closed the 2-dimensional vision. He wanted to know if he could find out when Tang Hao entered the Lianji vision. At the same time, Tang Hao himself will discover the 2-dimensional vision. Time passed little by little, and it was night in a blink of an eye. Feng Hao felt that there was an aura of a titled Douluo in this village. Holy shit! You've been here all this time? Didn't you pay attention before? It seems like you can't underestimate titled Douluo. Feng Hao was shocked because Tang Hao was not someone who could teleport. He had hidden his aura before, but Feng Hao's two-dimensional vision also discovered him. But they just treat him as an ordinary person. Do you think he is a commoner? Now he acted quickly, and when the aura of the titled Douluo was released, Feng Hao noticed that it was him. Soon, Feng Hao came outside his house. Come out and let's talk. Tang Hao's voice was neither sad nor happy, and it was impossible to tell what his emotions were at this time. It was naturally impossible for Feng Hao to retreat at this time. He directly used Lianji vision to teleport to Tang Hao's side. The reason why Feng Hao used this method was to let Tang Hao understand that he wanted to do something to him and he had to avoid it. If Tang Hao was a smart man, he would consider not taking action because of this. After all, the dignified Haoshan Douluo attacked a soul sect, but was run away by a soul sect. He couldn't afford to lose this person. After Tang Hao finished talking to Feng Hao, he quickly rushed towards the forest outside the village. However, when he arrived, Feng Hao was already beside him. When Feng Hao was in front of him instantly, Tang Hao was really shocked. He could clearly feel the fluctuations in space, which was an instantaneous movement. Feng Hao teleported directly from home to his place. This method was really unpredictable. Haoshan Douluo still cares about his son. Wherever he goes, you follow him. Feng Hao said with a smile. I don't care about him, and I don't trust you. If you can get rid of Yu Xiaogang, maybe the next time you get rid of Xiao San will be the time. Tang Hao said coldly. This voice carries a bit of murderous intent. But Feng Hao knew that as long as he didn't really attack Tang San, his murderous intention would not be unleashed on him. Yu Xiaogang slandered me, so of course he deserves to be destroyed. Tang San is ignorant. What's more, we still had the relationship of master and disciple for a few years. How could I destroy him? I still hope that he can change his view of me. With the means I have here, he is the most suitable candidate in this world. Feng Hao's words seemed so sincere. People who don't know his inner thoughts will be impressed by his righteousness. Tang Hao was also stunned for a moment. He suddenly didn't know whether what Feng Hao said was true or false. After he paused for a while, he said, I believe you are not from the spirit hall. Tang Hao's words seemed inexplicable, but Feng Hao knew that he wanted Feng Hao to help Tang San. What if I really am? Feng Hao said with a smile. Although he has not joined Wuhan Palace, it is not bad if he is from Wuhan Palace. After all, he has the token of Wuhan Palace. He has eaten one of the women in Wuhan Palace and is still thinking about two. Martial Spirit Hall cannot cultivate talents like you. If that were the case, Spirit Hall would have unified the continent long ago. Tang Hao said. It seems that you have seen a lot of information about me. Feng Hao said. I saw your soul rings when we were in Notting City. I don't know how you obtained those soul rings, and I don't care. I just hope that in the future at Shrek Academy, you can treat Xiaosan and him equally. Tang Hao said. I have no problem treating him equally, but I'm afraid that he won't be able to treat me as a teacher. Besides, he's here. Yu Xiaogang should be here soon. As soon as Yu Xiaogang arrives, at Tang San's place, his words carry a lot of weight, Feng Hao said. I will tell Tang San personally about this, Tang Hao said. That's good, I still like to teach geniuses. Feng Hao said with a smile. If he killed Tang San, wouldn't there be no one to call him dad after resurrecting a Yin in the future? That would be a lot less fun. Dean Flanders, aren't you coming down yet? Tang Hao looked at a tree in the distance and said. Flender quickly flew down from there. After he landed, he stepped forward and bowed, saying, I've seen Haoshan my Angxia. Dean Flanders, I hope you can help take care of my mistress at Shrek Academy from now on. Tang Hao said seriously. Haoshan Mian, don't worry, this is for sure. If Flanders dares to disobey, this is Haoshan Douluo. He had also met Tang San before. After seeing Tang San's 24 bridges on a moonlit night, he knew that Tang San might be Yu Xiaogang's disciple. At that time, he decided to pay close attention to this new student. Now that we know he is Tang Hao's son, we need to pay more attention to him. That is, he just listened to the conversation between Feng Hao and Tang Hao. Tang San used to be Feng Hao's disciple. Yu Xiaogang and Feng Hao seemed to have some conflicts, which made him a little worried. One is a genius who has recently joined the academy, and the other is his good brother. However, these entanglements are not what I thought about at this time. Now I still have to deal with the great god Tang Hao first. And if Yu Xiaogang comes here in the future and he has a conflict with Feng Hao, you should think more about it. Over the years, he has become a bit crazy. I was deceived by him last time. I hope you can be careful. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he left first. The location he went to was outside Tang San's bedroom. Feng Hao knew that Tang Hao must have gone to send a message to Tang San. Feng Hao had to sigh, what Tang Hao did today, he really wanted to send Tang Hao a good guy card. This is also a vaccination for Flanders, so it will be much easier for him to drive a wedge between Yu Xiaogang and Flanders in the future. Feng Hao also sympathized with Flanders. Among the three, to be honest, his strength is definitely more worthy of Lu Erlong than Yu Xiaogang. However, Lu Erlong looked down upon him. Later, the relationship between Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong was exposed, and he actually remained an honest person. If it was Feng Hao, he would have stalked Lu Erlong by then and tried to find a way to capture her first. Flanders is a money addict and a very profiteer. However, when it comes to relationships, he is a completely honest person. For such an honest person, Feng Hao, as a teacher in his college, will definitely protect him. In the future, he will not be harmed by bad women. Lu Erlong and Feng Hao will take care of him. He will not let him be deceived by villains, he will let Flanders and Yu Xiaogang draw a clear line. If you like Douluo, capturing the goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 46 Zhu Zuqing breaks off the engagement. It's night, in Tang San's dormitory. Xiao Ao was sleeping very soundly, when suddenly a note flew in from outside. Tang San stood up suddenly and grabbed the note that flew in. He quickly chased after him, only to find that there was no one outside. He took the note and murmured, "Dad, why don't you help me? You guys are here, why don't you help me kill the person who threatens me the most? Aren't you a titled Douluo?" No one responded to his words. In the end, he had no choice but to walk back to his bedroom. He opened the note that Tang Hao threw in and looked at the content on the note. His eyes gradually turned red, and he finally reached out and crumpled the note into a ball. He murmured, "Why? Aren't you Haoshan Douluo? Aren't you someone who can kill the Pope? If you don't kill him, are you still going to let him ride on my head?" The 6 years since Tang San met Feng Hao. Even though he has been under Feng Hao's shadow, Tang San has long been unable to has the same character as the original work. When he thought about his father clearly being a titled Douluo but not coming to help him, he felt even more resentful. In the past, he could comfort himself that Tang Hao had something to do and was quite busy. However, Tang Hao's people came here today, and he did not attack Feng Hao. He also told Tang San to study hard with Feng Hao, saying that Feng Hao was not from Wuhan Palace and it was a misunderstanding before. Of course he now knows that Feng Hao is not from Wuhan Palace. But the question is not whether he is from Wuhan Palace, but that he is a terrifyingly powerful genius. If he is not destroyed, he will always be under Feng Hao's shadow for the rest of his life. He is not willing to give in. He is a time traveler, has memories of previous lives, and has many unique skills of the Tang sect. The results of it can't actually beat a local native. Tang San himself didn't notice that he had already developed hatred for Tang Hao unconsciously. And Tang Hao himself didn't expect that his thought of helping Tang San would actually have the opposite effect. Feng Hao, who had returned to his room, could clearly see the situation in Tang San's dormitory. "It seems that I can only keep you to continue completing tasks," Feng Hao murmured. Feng Hao could actually understand Tang San's changes. After all, he is the protagonist. Now that all the limelight has been stolen by him, it is natural to be particularly unwilling to live in his shadow. If Tang San himself knew that he was the original protagonist, then he would probably be even more angry. After tonight, Feng Hao can practice with peace of mind for a few years. In a short period of time, there is no need to worry about Tang Hao. As long as he doesn't kill Tang San at this time, Tang Hao can't do anything no matter what. After one night. The next morning. The entrance to the cafeteria. Dai Mubai and others were walking over to eat when they saw Xiao Wu and others walking over not far away. Xiao Ao, Ma Hongjun, and others were stunned. Wow! There are 3 beauties in our school this time. Even if we can't chase them, they can at least be eye-catching. Ma Hongjun said with emotion. Boss Dai, they seem to be coming towards us. Oscar seemed to see Zhu Zuqing and the others walking towards him at this time. Boss Dai, I think classmate Zhu Zuqing is looking at you. Could it be that she is also interested in you? Boss Dai, you are really attractive to me. Ma Hongjun said enviously. He has always envied Dai Mubai and Oscar's looks. Especially Dai Mubai, he is good-looking, rich, and strong. What woman wouldn't be fascinated by such a person? Brothers, keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Dai Mubai said with a smile. He is naturally very satisfied. Zhu Zuqing is his fiancé, so of course she will look after him. Although it was a bit embarrassing that he was hit by Zhu Zuqing that day, this kind of thing is not unusual for people in the royal family. He believed that as long as he corrected his evil ways for a period of time, he would be able to make Zhu Zuqing obedient to him. Because they saw that Zhu Zuqing and the others were walking towards them, Dai Mubai and others decided to stop and wait for Zhu Zuqing. Tang San always felt empty in his heart as he listened and watched others discuss these. He felt like he was missing something. Woman? Looking at the 3 beautiful people, he couldn't help but wonder to himself, if Feng Hao wasn't around, how many beauties could he attract with his talent? It's all because of Feng Hao, because of Feng Hao's existence, making him look like a clown. The more he thought about it, the more he hated Feng Hao. The more he hated him, the more irritated he became. Because the most uncomfortable thing is undoubtedly that the person you hate is living well in front of you, or even living better than yourself. Soon, Zhu Zuqing and the other 3 came to their side. Dai Mubai tidied his hair and looked at the people who came over coquettishly. Take Xing. Dai Mubai greeted him very eagerly. 3rd Prince, please call me by my full name. This is the divorce agreement I prepared, and I hope the 3rd Prince can fulfill it. Zhu Zuqing said coldly, handing an agreement to Dai Mubai. What? A divorce agreement? Dai Mubai only felt that he had heard wrongly. Seeing that he refused to accept it for a long time, Zhu Zuqing said, please accept it, 3rd Prince. Why? Because of what happened that day. Dai Mubai asked reluctantly. We are not suitable, so we hope that the prince will make it possible. Zhu Zuqing said. Are we not suitable? Zuqing, this marriage contract was made by the elders, we can't make the decision. Give me a chance. I will never mess around again from now on. Dai Mubai promised. What the elders have ordered, we can't be the master. I don't know if you can be your master. But I, Zhu Zuqing, can be my master. I've given you the agreement. It's up to you whether you want to sign it or not, but we have nothing to do with it from now on. I hope you won't disturb me. After Zhu Zuqing finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the cafeteria. Dai Mubai held the agreement in his hand and stood there blankly. Paralyzed, why did it become like this? Dai Mubai was still extremely happy before, but now his face suddenly dropped. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Tang San were also dumbfounded. Dai Mubai, who was still high-spirited a second ago, suddenly lost his temper. They also didn't expect that Dai Mubai was actually engaged to Zhu Zuqing. No wonder Dai Mubai was ready to calm down. Moreover, just now they heard Zhu Zuqing calling the third prince Dai Mubai. I just don't know which country Dai Mubai is the prince of. However, it was difficult for them to ask about Dai Mubai's situation at this time. At this time, Feng Hao also came over. When he came over and saw the four people here, he asked, "What's going on with you? Why are you standing here in a daze if you don't go in?" "Nothing, let's go in now." Dai Mubai put the agreement away and tried to calm himself down. When Feng Hao entered the cafeteria, Xiao Wu waved to him and said, "Brother Feng Hao, come here quickly." The three beauties on their side were sitting together, leaving just one seat for Feng Hao. If you like Douluo, capturing the goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 47 Photographing Ning Rongrong pp. Naturally, Feng Hao would not refuse Xiao Wu's invitation. Of course he was willing to go over and sit with the three beauties. Instead of being crowded together with Dai Mubai and others, or sitting alone. Seeing him being invited over, Oscar and Ma Hongjun felt envious. As for Dai Mubai, he is in a very low mood now and has no intention of thinking about that at all. After Feng Hao came over and sat down, Xiao Wu was on the left, Zhu Zuqing was on the right, and Ning Rongrong was opposite. Surrounded by three beauties, it must be said that people's meals will taste more delicious and have more appetite. "Teacher Feng, we meet again." Zhu Zuqing was the first to speak. "It's quite fate. I didn't expect you to come to our small college." Feng Hao said. "Have you known each other before?" Xiao Wu asked in surprise. "Well, that night, the person I went out to rescue was Zuqing." Feng Hao said. "That's Zuqing. Zuqing, why are you being hunted down?" Xiao Wu didn't understand, who could be so cruel and wanted to hunt down a little beauty like Zhu Zuqing. "It should be someone from our family." Zhu Zuqing said. "Why do your family members want to kill you?" Xiao Wu couldn't understand. "It's just family competition. However, the people sent to assassinate her are not very strong. The family should have considered it. If he is really assassinated by those people, it means that he is not strong enough. If he can escape, it has been greatly improved." Feng Hao said at this time. "The person who sent someone to kill me should be my sister." Zhu Zuqing said with a bitter smile. The struggle between big families is already fierce, and the two sisters are also involved in the struggle between the royal family. Don't think about the past. Study hard in the academy. As for your family, if you don't want to go back, then there's no need to go back." Feng Hao comforted. "Yet." Zhu Zuqing nodded. "Of course she won't go back. After all, she just wants to stay here and get to know Feng Hao better." "Teacher Feng, you knocked me out so ruthlessly yesterday, but you didn't knock them out. Is it because you and I don't know each other? How heartless!" Ning Rongrong muttered and complained. "You are an auxiliary soul master. Didn't your father tell you that auxiliary soul masters are the most dangerous when fighting enemies?" Feng Hao said seriously. Ning Rongrong's own talent is very high, but because her environment is too comfortable. This caused her to not study so seriously, let alone do any hard work. As a teacher, he will naturally teach Ning Rongrong well from now on. "I can't help it. Teacher, you are too powerful and they can't protect me," Ning Rongrong said playfully, sticking out her pink tongue. Seeing her look like this, Feng Hao also understood that she couldn't be in a hurry. Only a little bit changed her. The four of them were talking and laughing, while Ma Hongjun and the others immersed themselves in the meal and then left quickly. After all, if they continue to stay in this cafeteria, they feel that they will go crazy with jealousy. Today's first lesson, Flanders, was given to Feng Hao. He wanted to see Feng Hao's ability in class. Feng Hao called them over. After gathering them, he said to Dai Mubai, "Come here." "Yes, Teacher Feng." Dai Mubai stepped forward. Not knowing what Feng Hao was going to do, Feng Hao pointed directly at him, and Dai Mubai felt himself go weak. The next moment, all the soul power in his body could not be mobilized. Teacher, this... Dai Mubai was dumbfounded. What is he going to do? I will seal your soul power now and let you practice it. I will take you there later. Feng Hao said seriously. Yes. After hearing the explanation, Dai Mubai stepped aside and waited. After Dai Mubai, several other people also came up one after another. Feng Hao sealed their soul power one by one. When Ning Rongrong waited, she looked at Feng Hao pitifully and said, Teacher Feng, I am just an auxiliary soul master, and my body cannot compare with them. Can you not seal my soul power? It is precisely because you are an auxiliary soul master that you need more training. After Feng Hao said that, he didn't bother to discuss it with her and just pointed at her. Sealed her soul power. You stinky Feng Gao, how dare you do this to me? Ning Rongrong complained extremely in her heart, but she didn't say it out loud, she just retreated angrily. After all, we still don't know what Feng Hao wants them to exercise. If you haven't suffered yet, you won't curse out loud. After all of them had their cultivation levels sealed, Feng Hao said to the 7 of them, Now, come with me. After Feng Hao said that, he disappeared here and appeared not far ahead. Run! Feng Hao ordered. Yes. Dai Mubai and others responded and immediately ran up to follow. In the courtyard, Flanders and Zhao Wuji watched from a distance as Feng Hao led them away. Zhao Wuji said worriedly, Dean, do you want him to train like this? Well, give him a few days to look at it first. You have to believe that a genius must have his own unique method. Flanders said confidently. Feng Hao could still be so calm when facing Tang Hao. With this alone, Flanders can be convinced by Feng Hao. Feng Hao led them out of the hospital and rushed towards Soto City. It was okay at the beginning, but after running for a while, Ning Rongrong was the first to be unable to run. She was panting behind, and after holding on for a few more steps, she chose to find a clean stone and sit down. Feng Hao let the others run slowly in front, while he arrived at Ning Rongrong's side. When she came over, Ning Rongrong looked at him and said, We in the Kaibao glazed sect don't need this kind of training method at all. This kind of training method is suitable for other people, but it may not be suitable for me. This is Shrek Academy, not the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Feng Hao said. Shrek Academy is amazing? Is our 7 Treasures glazed sect or the 3rd sect? Ning Rongrong said angrily. Then you're still here. I like to come, do you care about me? Ning Rongrong raised her head and looked at Feng Hao. She, the little princess of the Kaibao glazed sect, must not let up on her momentum. I'm your teacher now, you say I don't care about you. Feng Hao said. I won't run away. I'm going to rest here for a while. I want to meet the academy. Ning Rongrong said. Feng Hao slowly approached her and said, Are you sure? Watching Feng Hao approach step by step, she said nervously, what do you want to do? Do you understand that disobedient children will be punished? Feng Hao said. How dare you, Feng Hao? Ning Rongrong said angrily. There is nothing in this world that we dare not do. Feng Hao said. Stepping forward, holding her waist with one hand, and lifted her up from the stone. Then he stretched out his hand on her sexy little vagina and slapped her twice. Feng Hao, you stinking gangster, how dare you? Ba bang bang. I want to sue the dean, I. Ba bang bang. If you don't obey, I won't be polite. Although Feng Hao had a serious look on his face, he was feeling Ning Rongrong's cock at this moment. I have to say that the little princess of the Kaibao glazed sect was raised delicately, and the hand feels really good. If you like Douluo, capturing the goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 48 RENXUE assists breakthrough. Feng Hao didn't strike hard, but for Ning Rongrong, it was extremely humiliating. You know, she is in the Kaibao glazed sect, and she is the little princess that everyone loves. Now that she was being beaten like this by a man she had just met, how could she not be humiliated and angry? But her anger and threats could not affect Feng Hao at all. She was disobedient, and Feng Hao still took advantage of her ruthlessly. Finally, she compromised. Angrily, she ran again to keep up with Xiao Wu and the others, cursing Feng Hao as she ran. Stinky Feng Hao, dead Feng Hao. When I have a chance, I will let Grandpa Qian and Grandpa Bone teach you a lesson. Feng Hao was not far from her, and he could clearly hear her whispering curses. Feng Hao didn't care at all. He and Bone Douluo and the others were considered old friends. Even if they see them, they won't do anything to him. After they ran to Soto City, Feng Hao said to them, "You guys wait for me here for a while." "Yes, Teacher Feng." Dai Mubai and the others were very honest. Xiao Wu asked curiously, "Brother Feng Hao, what are you going to buy?" "Go buy some musical instruments," Feng Hao said. His book The Way of the Holy Master contains many pieces of music and how to play many musical instruments. Those songs are helpful for their cultivation. Some songs can focus their minds, some can help them understand, and some can heal their wounds. However, he didn't have any musical instrument in his hand. Even if he wanted to play, it would be difficult for a clever woman to make a meal without straw. Buying musical instruments? "Brother Feng Hao, I'll go with you," Xiao Wu said with great interest. "You have to run back later, so you should rest for a while," Feng Hao said seriously. Although Xiao Wu is the transformed form of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, her physique is definitely much better than that of ordinary humans. But after all, without the support of soul power, it will still be very tiring. "It's okay, I'm not tired," Xiao Wu said nonchalantly. "Okay, then come with me." Feng Hao no longer refused her kindness and took her away from here. Watching Xiao Wu and Feng Hao leave, Zhu Zuqing felt envious. Seeing Xiao Wu calling Feng Hao brother, she thought too. She didn't want to just call him teacher. As for Ning Rongrong, she was still cursing Feng Hao in her heart. In her eyes, Feng Hao is a devil and a gangster. She didn't understand why Xiao Wu relied on him so much. If you follow such a devil, won't you be taken advantage of every day? Feng Hao and the others left here and soon found a musical instrument store. Feng Hao went in and scanned around. The boss asked, "Sir, is there anything you like? Give me one of the same things," Feng Hao said in an understatement. "All?" the boss said in shock. "Yeah. All of them." Feng Hao nodded. "Okay." The boss was overjoyed. He didn't expect to encounter such a big business today. After the boss brought them all and calculated the price, Feng Hao put them all into the samurai ring. After paying the money, he took Xiao Wu and left. When going out, Xiao Wu asked curiously, "Brother Feng Hao, can you use these instruments?" "Well, when I return to the academy, I can play it for you. It will be miraculous," Feng Hao said. "Brother Feng Hao is so awesome," Xiao Wu said with admiration. She couldn't even imagine that there was anything Feng Hao couldn't do. "Let's go buy something for you," Feng Hao said. "No need, they are still waiting for us." Xiao Wu shook her head and felt bad about letting others wait. "It's okay, it won't take much time anyway." "Oh well." Xiao Wu finally went to visit some other places with him and bought some things for Xiao Wu. When they went back, they were leaning against the wall waiting for Feng Hao and the others. When Feng Hao and the others arrived, they hurried over. Instead of feeling that the waiting time was long, they felt that it was too short. Because if Feng Hao and the others arrived later, they would be able to rest more. "Run back now," Feng Hao said. Then, Feng Hao teleported a certain distance every once in a while. Watch them running under the scorching sun. When they returned to the academy, everyone was exhausted. They each found a lawn and fell directly on it. Not far away, Zhao Wuji and the others looked at them. Seeing their appearance at this time, Zhao Wuji murmured, if they practice in this state, the effect of their practice will definitely be much better than usual. Yes, this training method is also effective. Just how big the effect is, we need to wait and see. Flanders said. At this time, Feng Hao walked up to them one by one and released their soul power suppression. After untying it, Feng Hao said to everyone, you should meditate now. Although everyone was curious, they still listened to his arrangements honestly. After everyone meditated, Feng Hao summoned a flute in his hand. He began to raise his soul power, and then began to play. The moment the flute sounded, the 7 people suddenly felt their hearts calm down. That feeling is like not thinking about anything and letting go of everything. As the melodious sound of the flute came, they felt as if their soul power was about to break through. The sound of the flute gave them an epiphany, and their original shackles of cultivation were suddenly broken through. In the end, Xiao Wu, Tang San, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar all directly broke through the first level. As for Dai Mubai, his level has probably been improved by half a level. Although there is no breakthrough yet, the speed is very fast. By the time Feng Hao finished playing a song, a tree not far from him was already filled with densely packed birds. These little birds seemed to be listening to the lesson. Even if Feng Hao stopped playing, they were still interested and reluctant to leave. Zhao Wuji and Flanders, who were in the distance, had just realized something from the music. They also saw the breakthrough made by Xiao Wu and others. Flanders boasted at this time, he is indeed a little monster. Not only is his own strength a monster, but his ability to teach others is also a monster. I'm convinced, Dean. I think he will mainly take care of these students from now on. After all, there are not many students, so he should be able to take care of them. Zhao Wuji said. This is indeed possible. I will talk to him later. Flanders said. On Feng Hao's side, after collecting the flute, he said to everyone, today you will practice on your own and gain enlightenment. Whether there are other classes depends on how other teachers arrange them. Yes. Teacher Feng. Several people have been promoted, and naturally they respect Feng Hao's attitude very much. Even Ning Rongrong gave up cursing Feng Hao in his heart. After all, his soul power was suddenly increased by 1 level. This is really delicious. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click collect below to record this reading record, Chapter 48, One Song Helps Breakthrough, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Douluo, Capturing the Goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 49 The 100,000-year-old Ancestral Phoenix Soul Bone. Of course, Feng Hao's music doesn't always have this effect. This is the first time to use it, and since they are about to break through, the effect is naturally remarkable. Afterwards, the effect will not be so good. But it has also been greatly improved. When Feng Hao asked them to practice on their own, Flanders came to find Feng Hao. Feng Hao, I want to discuss something with you. Flanders said. Dean, what's the matter? Feng Hao asked. I just watched it with Zhao Wuqi. Your teaching is very suitable for the students. In the future, these 7 students will be left to you. Do you think it's okay? Flanders said seriously. Ding! The teaching event is triggered, please choose. Choice 1, agree to the Dean's request and be rewarded with a 100,000-year-old head soul bone. Option 2, reject the Dean's request and be rewarded with level 10 soul power. Of these 2 rewards, if he had powerful enemies now, he would definitely choose the latter. After all, this is a 10-level increase in soul power. For him, it will be a huge improvement in strength. However, his most dangerous enemy recently is Tang Hao. This has been dealt with. When there are powerful enemies later, he can already deal with them by himself. Therefore, Feng Hao chose the former without hesitation. He said righteously and solemnly, "Dean, the day I came to the academy was to teach some geniuses so that they can achieve great success in the future. Since you can trust me, I will definitely do it without any hesitation." "Okay, I knew I was right about you." Flanders patted his shoulder and said happily. At this time, Feng Hao received the 100,000-year-old head soul bone. This head soul bone is very suitable for his first martial soul. However, it is not a matter of integrating directly after receiving it. He still needs to absorb it slowly. That night, Feng Hao sat in his home and took out the soul bone. This soul bone is an ancestral phoenix soul bone. After absorption, it can increase his mental power and increase the power of his true sun fire by 50%. At the same time, this ancestral phoenix soul bone also has a soul skill, that is Feng Ming. Xia Feng is the first phoenix born in chaos. A phoenix cry is an existence that can sweep away everything. This phoenix roar will also carry the phoenix flame. If combined with his true sun fire, it can have unexpected effects. Moreover, this ancestral phoenix soul bone can also give him a certain amount of phoenix bloodline. Feng Hao took out the ancestor phoenix soul bone and began to try to absorb it. After the soul bone gradually integrated into his eyebrows, a phoenix shadow appeared in the sky above him. This phoenix shadow was very repulsive to him and seemed not to want to be absorbed by him. He activated his martial spirit at this time, and the moment the three-legged golden crow appeared, the phantom of the ancestral phoenix screamed, seemingly with joy. It seems that it has found an organization and will no longer interfere with Feng Hao. However, even the soul bone does not reject him. When he absorbed it again, it took him a long time to absorb it because the soul bone contained so much soul power. At the end of the absorption, Feng Hao's soul power level was directly raised from level 43 to level 45. While improving his soul power, he also gained a new understanding of this soul bone. This soul bone is said to be 100,000 years old, but in fact, it is not 100,000 years old. Xia Feng's time is so long, this is a soul bone that can increase the lifespan. As for the way to increase his lifespan, it is simple, it has to do with his soul power. That is, every time the soul power increases by 10 levels, the life of this soul bone will increase by 1 generation. This promotion to level 10 does not mean that the next promotion will be to level 55. But it will be improved at level 50. At level 50, this soul bone can evolve into a 200,000-year-old soul bone. At level 60, this soul bone can evolve into a 400,000-year-old soul bone. Level 70, 800,000 years. Level 80, 1.6 million years. Level 90, 3.2 million years. Level 100, 6.4 million years. He was glad that he had not been tempted by temporary strength. Compared with this level 10 soul power, he was simply a younger brother within a younger brother. When he absorbed the soul bone of the ancestral phoenix, he was in Ma Hongjun's dormitory. Ma Hongjun suddenly sat up. He had just felt a very close aura, and he seemed to feel that someone who could save him was about to appear. That seems to be the aura of the phoenix. Could it be that someone with the phoenix spirit came nearby? Ma Hongjun murmured to himself. He was very happy, at least he saw hope. If he hadn't been burdened by the evil fire, his current soul power would never have been so low, even one level lower than Xiaowu and the others. After Feng Hao absorbed the soul bone, he was not in a hurry to go to sleep. He couldn't sleep now, so he prepared some pen and paper and started copying a book of exercises. The exercises he copied were none other than the Taiyin Sutra. He must give this technique to Xiaowu and the others as soon as possible. Lian, in addition to Xiaowu, can now also be given to Zhu Zuqing. Wait a few days and then go to Tiandu City to give Qian RENXUE. As for Ning Rongrong, let's wait for some time. The content of this book is not much. Feng Hao copied it in just one night. The next day, after training them, Feng Hao called Xiaowu over alone. "Brother Feng Hao, what's the matter? Xiao Wu asked curiously after coming over. Feng Hao handed the book to her and said, Xiao Wu, I have a technique here that is suitable for you to practice. With this technique, you will practice faster than you do now. Really? Thank you, brother Feng Hao. Xiao Wu reached out to take the book and kissed Feng Hao on the face. Then she started to open the book and check it out. As she was flipping through it, she found that the scent of ink was still very strong. Brother Feng Hao, you just wrote this, right? Xiao Wu asked. Yeah. I wrote it last night. The original copy of this book was destroyed by me before, but I still remembered the content, so I copied it down. Feng Hao said. Brother Feng Hao, I'll take it back and look at it carefully. Xiao Wu said. Well. Go ahead. Feng Hao waved his hand. This afternoon, there was no class at this time, and those students went to do whatever they were supposed to do. Feng Hao, on the other hand, specifically searched for Ma Hongjun. After searching for a while, he found that Ma Hongjun was breaking up with Qiwa. Feng Hao walked directly over there to save his students, it was his duty to do so. After all, he didn't want his students to be unable to take Bai Chenxiang to the God realm in the future and watch her die on the mainland, feeling sad. He specifically looked for Ma Hongjun today because the ancestral phoenix soul bone allowed him to remove the evil fire from Ma Hongjun. As long as Ma Hongjun's evil fire is removed, his own cultivation will not be affected. At the same time, I can also fall in love with Qiwa. What a good girl, what a good couple, how could he allow them to be torn apart by this damn evil fire? For the convenience of reading next time, you can click collect below to record this reading record, Chapter 49, The Soul Bone of the 100,000 Years Ancestral Phoenix, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Douluo, Capturing the Goddess from Qian RENXUE. Chapter 50 Do Good Things and Do Good Deeds. When Feng Hao came here, the two people who were arguing immediately stopped quarreling. Teacher Feng, why are you here? Ma Hongjun said quickly and respectfully. Teacher Feng. Qiwa glanced at Feng Hao in surprise. This is too young. This is actually Ma Hongjun's college teacher. This is too exaggerated. Seeing how noisy you guys are here, I came over to see what's going on. Feng Hao asked, pretending not to know. As soon as Feng Hao said these words, Ma Hongjun was suddenly embarrassed. As for Qiwa, it goes without saying. She was so embarrassed that she just wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. After all, they had a quarrel as a young couple, but the teacher at the college found out about it. They were really embarrassed. Teacher Feng, can we not talk about this? Ma Hongjun said with some embarrassment. Just say what you say and stop giving me nonsense. Feng Hao said sternly. Yes. Ma Hongjun said feebly, and had no choice but to tell him and Qiwa one by one. His evil fire was too strong, Qiwa couldn't bear him, and now she had to break up. Of course Ma Hongjun is not willing, not to mention whether he will be able to find one after they break up. Just talking about his relationship with Qiwa, it's not something that can be divided immediately. Moreover, the two of them have been together for some time, and they have a very good understanding. He really doesn't want to break up. After listening to his story, Feng Hao asked seriously, do you like Qiwa? I like it. Ma Hongjun said in a low voice. He admitted that at the beginning, he had some intention of using his identity as a soul master to deceive Qiwa. At that time, his purpose is also to practice. I didn't think about loving her. But as long as people are not hard-hearted, they will eventually be melted. In the end, he fell in love with this stupid woman who had no knowledge. Feng Hao looked at Qiwa again and asked, Qiwa, what about you? Do you like Ma Hongjun? I like it, but... Before she could finish her words, Feng Hao raised his hand to stop her. I can neutralize Ma Hongjun's evil fire. Teacher Feng, are you telling the truth? Ma Hongjun was overjoyed. If this could really be resolved, it wouldn't just be an emotional issue, and it would be easier for him to practice in the future. Of course it's true. Do I need to lie to you? Feng Hao said. Teacher Feng, please help me resolve the evil fire in my body. Ma Hongzhen begged respectfully. Teacher Feng, please help him. Qiwa also bowed and asked. After I defuse his evil fire, will you break up with him? Feng Hao asked. Qiwa looked at Ma Hongzhen at this time, paused for a long time, and finally said shyly, no more distinction. Ma Hongzhen, Qiwa is such a good girl. You must not be sorry to other girls in the future. If you dare to be sorry to others, don't blame me as a teacher for being rude. Feng Hao warned. Teacher Feng, don't worry. I will be devoted to Qiwa from now on, and I will never let you down, teacher. Ma Hongzhen solemnly promised. Feng Hao still believed Ma Hongzhen's assurance. After all, this is the man who can protect Bai Chenxiang in the human world until she dies. Okay. Feng Hao said, and saw a bunch of flames coming out, and he hit this flame on Ma Hongzhen's body. After the flames penetrated Ma Hongzhen's body, Ma Hongzhen was sweating profusely, as if he was undergoing some kind of torture. Sit down. Feng Hao reminded. Ma Hongzhen quickly sat down. He only felt that there was a phoenix wandering around in his body, and when it encountered a bit of evil fire, it was completely swallowed up. When the phoenix kept wandering around in his body, it not only absorbed the evil fire in his body, but also washed his muscles and marrow. When he sweated, dirt and sweat kept coming out. About half an hour later, the flame flew out and turned into a black phoenix. Looking at the black phoenix, Feng Hao waved his hand, and a ray of fire flew over, directly scattering it. After dealing with this, Feng Hao said to Ma Hongzhen, go and deal with it yourself. Come with me. Qiwa said. Teacher, I'll go over first. I'll come back tomorrow to thank you. Ma Hongzhen stood up and followed Qiwa over first. Looking at Ma Hongzhen and the others as they left, Feng Hao murmured to himself, it feels good to do good things to others. When Feng Hao returned to his room, Xiao Wu came to him. Xiao Wu, what's the matter? He asked curiously. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have finished reading that book. Brother Feng Hao, that book you gave me, that one in it, that dual cultivation, are you practicing the Sun scripture? Xiao Wu's voice became lower and lower, and finally she needed to listen carefully to hear it clearly. Yes, but the dual cultivation is just attack. It's okay to practice these two techniques directly. You can ignore that completely. Feng Hao said. Brother Feng Hao, wait until I start practicing that technique, and I will practice it with you. Xiao Wu's face was so red that it was almost bleeding, but she knew that she had to take this step. She was little before, but now she has grown up. She didn't want Brother Feng Hao to go to that woman whom she had never seen before, but whose scent she had smelled. Okay, then I'll wait for my Xiaowu. Feng Hao rubbed her head and said gently. Brother, I'll go back and continue reading first. Xiao Wu said happily. After all, this is the first step to retain Brother Feng Hao. Go ahead. If you encounter any problems that you don't understand, come to me directly. Feng Hao said. Yeah. Xiao Wu nodded, then jumped away. Watching Xiao Wu leave, Feng Hao was quite looking forward to it. Having raised rabbits for so many years, it is indeed time to eat rabbits. It's night, Kai Bao glazed sect. Ning Fengzi listened to the report of the people below, and he said with great interest, you mean, Feng Hao is now a teacher of Shrek Academy, and Miss has entered Shrek Academy. Yes, sect master. The subordinate said respectfully. Okay, you go down. Ning Fengzi said. Sect master, what about the young lady? Don't worry about it for now. Ning Fengzi waved his hand to let him go down. After the servants left, Ning Fengzi murmured, Flender is a person with ideals. The academy founded by such a person will naturally be good. However, I didn't expect Feng Hao to join Shrek Academy. Master, what are you talking about, Feng Hao, Shrek? At this time, a young and handsome man with white hair and skin as tender as a baby came out. With an elegant temperament, this person is none other than Luo Chenexin, the sword fighter of the Kai Bao glazed sect. Uncle Qian, it's about Rong Rong. Rong Rong went to Shrek Academy in Flanders. And Feng Hao is now a teacher in Flanders Academy. Ning Fengzi said. What? Rong Rong went to Shrek? No, I want to go take a look. Chen Xin doted on Ning Rong Rong very much, so how could he want to see her go out and endure hardships? Uncle Qian, it's because of you that I hope she can practice well outside. Ning Fengzi said angrily. I still want to go, but I will listen to you, sect leader, and I will not bring her back. I would like to see what this Feng Hao that you have been praising has to do to be able to be a teacher. Chen Xin solemnly said that Ning Fengzi could not change his decision this time. If you like Douluo, capturing the goddess from Qian RENXUE.